that this is a magical moment, and not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
A different point of view and maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight. I wake up every morning at the break of dawn. Get out of bed with a stretch and a yawn. Wondering what the day ahead might bring. Then I remember you and start to sing. See, I know I made the right selection to keep me in the right direction. You got the ability, and I know what I need. You're everything I want. Got everything I need. Everything I want. Got everything I need. Yeah. All right. You're my desire. Yeah. Ooh. You're everything I want. You're everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I need. Yeah. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right.
Come play with us.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Welcome in, everybody. Continuing on here with the ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifier. It is, of course, for Europe, if you are maybe just joining us, but we've been going for a couple of days now, starting to separate these teams out as well. We do have an upper final coming later today, but to kick things off, we've got to check in with these teams in the lower bracket, myself, Scriv, and Naokai, to walk you through this first BO3.
I'm excited, dude. You know, both of these sides have actually had moments of being really actually quite solid at kind of a top level of the tier 2. Obviously, Passion UA were a side who are making really good pushes. We're talking about kind of in MRQs, becoming a real gatekeeper team. But, you look at kind of Paravision early in the year, especially when they formed as a side, they went on one of the best win streaks we've seen from them. First couple of like online tournaments like a CCT and stuff, they were sort of unstoppable. So this will be really interesting. Both have been kind of tempting changes as well and thinking about the future heading into kind of later stages of 2025 and what it's going to look like for them. So I'm looking forward to what we see. Passion UA should come in as the favorites on paper, but I always just think Paravision is such an awkward team to play against.
Yeah, absolutely true. And a team that I think are able to call upon some really, really great players. And of course, just the kind of major experience that James can bring to the table. So yeah, going to be a really interesting matchup in that sense. Both teams have really great map pools as well. So, it's not like there's a particular area that can be heavily abused. So we're going to see. I think Passion UA going down to TNL. That's how they get knocked down. Paravision going down to Amiga in a 2-0 fashion as well. So, maybe a bit of a surprise there. But Sawalio had an insane series, it looks like. So, I think that this could be a game that really starts to decide your kind of future as a tier 2 squad, right? Can you break through to that top 30 level that you kind of need at the moment? The VRS is really, really important, and this is our first taste of tier 2 back from the player break officially and whatnot. Not every team fully observing it, let's say, but all the same, I think that it's a pretty important look into how these teams are going to perform.
Yeah, player break feels like a bit of a loose term, I think, these days. Let's take a look at the Veto. Let's look at what maps we're going to be playing here in our first series to kickstart the day as well. And you already spoke about the strength of the map pool. So Dust 2 going to kickstart things. Anubis, rest in peace, coming in at number 2. And Ancient to decide. Now, of course, as you can see, this is on the previous patch. Going to play out the rest of this qualifier on the previous patch. So no overpass. Anubis still in play. So this might be one of the very last times we actually get to see Anubis for kind of probably a while, right? If this is sort of where Counter-Strike is going at the moment, where it's sort of every 6 months or so we make one map change to the pool, it could be a while until we see Anubis back in the fray, especially with all the rumors flying around about Cash as well, right? Is that going to be the next map that's brought in? Maybe it is in 6 months' time, right? So Anubis, it could be a whole year or so until we see this map back in the pool. So this could be one of the last few times we get to see it here. But I'm looking forward to seeing it's actually been quite a strong part of their map pool. Bashuer put up really decent results on it. So this could be quite spicy. I think all things considered. Dust 2 as well. It's a map that everybody knows. There's not a lot different on it, if we're being completely frank as well. So that one could be a bit of a bloodbath. I probably look towards this saying for Paravision, they've just got to take their map pick. If they want any chance taking this series, their map pick pushed to a third, I think is the only real legitimate pathway for me. If they lose it, I think they're losing 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it is going to be a difficult kind of kickoff for sure. But yeah, really getting interesting with the map changes and whatnot. I think surprising for me to see Cologne. We were just having a chat about that. It's not all that far away until it starts. I think literally a week. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out on Overpass. Maybe they do feel that, it's not really changed. So there's not loads to learn in theory, but for me it felt like maybe Cologne would skip it, but sort of biggest event in the ESL calendar and lots of eyeballs on it, so maybe it does make sense, I suppose. Hopefully should be getting into the action shortly. I think we're both chomping at the bit to get into this game and see what these teams can deliver for us. Not loads and loads of head-to-head history for these two teams, actually, at least in their current iterations. Potentially the stat, as it were, being taken away just because Paravision have made so many changes in the recent 6 months. So, yeah, we'll see how things look for this team and whether they are able to bring it to Passion UA, who also have been a bit gutted recently themselves.
Yeah, it's true. They're both sides actually in a really kind of slightly strange spot. Actually, you don't really know what to expect or kind of predict, I think, of them, just because they, like we've been talking about, gutted changes being made, quite cutthroat in terms of their their roster moves, but I do like some of the moves that we're seeing, especially from Passion UA in terms of the coaching changes, right? Bringing in experience, a very solid analyst as well. I'm looking forward to seeing in that sense how that maybe adds a level of depth to Passion UA. I always thought that they actually had really decent individuals, but it felt like maybe against a lot of top teams, they really couldn't find the depth to break them down. And I think Paravision is probably going to be quite a good test of them. While they're not a quote-unquote top team in a sense, they're really awkward, really difficult to play against. They can kind of grind a game right down to a bit of a halt, which can be always, I think, quite difficult to deal with. So we'll see at the very least. So should be getting this show on the road momentarily. Paravision, as the sort of quote-unquote underdog in a sense, they've got to come out the gates absolutely swinging. And they do have the individuals to do exactly that.
Yes, 100%. We've got some really good names on this team that I think have been grinding for a while. You know, James still sits towards the top end of the roster, but Belachonok really coming into himself over the past sort of 6 months or so. I think he was maybe one of the names that flew under the radar on this team, but he has, like when he first came in, but he has survived an awful lot and an awful lot of names that maybe a little more well known. But Nota, I think, as well, has really been picking up recently. And then we'd have these two young guns in Zello and in AW. So, you know, they also have a lot of potential.
The AW one's a real interesting move as well, because had a brief stint, didn't exactly work out to kind of the way that maybe he would have intended and whatnot. So it is a kind of a weird time for Paravision, because I thought, you know, the start of the year especially, some of the moves they were making in terms of how deep they were going into tournaments looked really, really spicy. And we were starting to believe that there was maybe something to build upon here. But yeah, unfortunately, it just kind of fell flat. And obviously, they had the real awkward crux when they came in towards the start of this year. Full changes being made towards the roster. So they had to start from unranked and make it all the way through. So weird times. But yeah, I think Passion UA, for me, this is a side that looks really, really interesting. You know, you got Waro 2K and Demka, both guys with a hell of a lot of experience, especially all the way up at that top level, being part of teams that punch up and try and kind of scalp tier 1 sides. And, you know, they're just outside of the top 30, this Passion UA team. Then you got Kavem and Topper, both who play on that ICLA UA side, who looked super, super sick until, unfortunately, they got kind of caught in a little bit of roster kind of lock and contract jail in a way, and that obviously made life a little difficult for them. But then you got TC, this coach, right? You know, when he got dropped from Complexity, I think a lot of people were kind of questioning, where does he actually go from here? What does he do? And this was such an interesting move, such a wild card of a move to kind of go for, because obviously, you know, common in a different language and having to have all of these things and being somebody who's sort of for a long, long time just been synonymous with Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Now he's taking a step back into playing online and having to go through these sort of qualifiers, which sure, Cole did from time to time, but they were always seen as a dominant part of their region. Complete opposite of Passion UA, you know, and this is where it's a real kind of test for him as a coach in terms of what sort of level he really can play at, and he can make his team play at, may I say. So I'm interested to see what kind of development in towards the tail end of 2025 looks like for Passion UA as they've made these sort of big changes. Like I mentioned earlier, Monster, an analyst coming in, very, very talented guy, very, very smart. So should be cool either way. But yeah, just a waiting game, it seems, now until we get underway. I'm just hoping this show gets started soon.
Yeah, certainly yapping our way through this one for sure. But it's good to check in with these teams and to see where they are. It would seem just a little bit of an issue kind of getting things set up, so not quite sure how long that is going to take, I suppose. We'll try and keep you guys updated as we can. But yeah, I think a lot of experience comes into Passion UA as well, right? It's cool to see the likes of Waro in particular, who I think for a while, you know, people wanted to see him move away from like the Monty project there for a couple years, and people I think maybe wanted him to get picked up by a different team. He'd been English speaking for a while, right? But maybe, I don't know, not wanting to break through the ceiling, not a super ambitious guy perhaps. It's difficult to say. I don't want to speak for him. But yeah, I think a lot of people wanted to see him get picked up by, you know, like a Mouse or an OG or something like this to try and really push a team to the next level, but it just never really happened for him. So they have both, him and Demka, have come home, as it were. And yeah, very, very Curious now to see, again, what they're able to deliver, or is it just going to be a few squeeze into the major type runs that they've been finding the past couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely kind of the reservations about what is the kind of the ceiling going to look like for this sort of a side, and you know, how high can they actually go. But I do think PASUA have constantly, especially for the last like year and a half, they've really just been a side that I think no one really in tier 2 wants to play, especially that lower end of tier 1.5 as well, similar for them, where they're sort of as desperately as they can trying to avoid this team, just because we've seen how well they're able to kind of step up, and we've seen what they look like in things like the MRQ and all the rest. So weird time for them, but I think kind of maybe a bit of a good weird time. They're, I think, a side who are on the precipice of being a real kind of menace to deal with, and you know, gatekeeper's the word that's always sort of thrown around for it, but I think that actually is pretty true in a real way for PASUA. They have been a side that I think top end of kind of tier 2 and on the brink of kind of that tier 1.5, but they haven't been able to solidify and kind of solidly be a part of that kind of bridge and gap their way in. It looks like we're waiting on still players to set up and get things ready for this game. So rather than us rambling on, we're going to throw it to a little bit of a break and hopefully get this game started as soon as possible. All right, here we are in the game, folks. Thank you for your patience. We are ready to get going. Paravision going to be kicking off on this T side. Had the greatest B spawn you've ever seen. If I was pugging, I'd be going straight for that B rush, but not the case for these guys. They will take the upper tunnel's control, however. Got to be very, very careful. There's really a lot of presence
from Passion UA. They are so ready for these fights. Smoke going to come in. Forces a bit forward. Demka nearly loses his head. Brave to stick around here. No kills coming in for either side. Lots of damage done onto that one player. Meanwhile, another fight going down. So this has started pretty fast here. Pretty aggressive. Belachonok, though, will manage to find it. An advantage Paravision.
Real, yeah, kind of ugly, slightly scrappy in a way. Not really what you want to be seeing. Belachonok, right idea. Spot to shoulder. Trying to fight behind this as well. It's Kavem on the other side. An awkward fight. Belachonok showing a lot of respect. Swing. And he falls, Kavem. Nice little swing and a play. And he actually gets the luxury of getting out. That'll go a long way. So back into a 4 versus 4. Demka's low. Zelo's not exactly super healthy.
Waro hidden away. Really important angle here. Not quite fast enough. The Peak's advantage going to get him. He's left incredibly low now, and he will be finished off. Jame, meanwhile, in from long. The unexpected player. Topa trying, but overwhelmed. And Jame gets that kill. I feel like he wasn't even fully round the corner. Either way, Kvem left alone. And Paravision set to take the pistol.
Yeah, looks like this will be the case. I mean, Kvem would need a miracle in a round like this. And it goes without saying it's highly unlikely. Any constellation kills, though, I'd go a decent way. Grim here's so much information, but yeah, no. I don't think he's going to be given anything in terms of the way it kills it. Just one man on the cross and Nota. That is a sharp, sharp shot from him. First round will be taken by Paravision, and they're pretty happy with that. Passion UA just sort of get pulled apart very, very rapidly, and I think safe to say that defense just could not stand the test there. Nice work. Still, you know, a lot more to be done, I think, just to confirm, I think, mentally for me, kind of where they stand and the level of this Paravision team. But I keep saying that, you know, for Passion UA, I say they do have quite a tough test kit. This is an awkward side to play against, and kind of feels like they met it in that first round.
Yeah, very true. Belchonok trained in here. Will do a lot of damage. Takes a lot for his trouble. 4 at long there from Passion UA. They were hoping for a heavier fight, I am sure. Not going to happen, so repositions now required. And it is just this slow build-up. Looks like maybe a short finish for Paravision if there's anyone on the other side of that corner.
Still. Towards a minute, and not really a lot offered up. They're starting to build up as they're moving their way through short. Nice idea. Giving a lot of control here. It's Nota for the first. Nice work from him. On site. Do they even realize now? They definitely do.
Oh, AW though, making money. It's the Deagle. Finding a keen headshot. That will scare them off, so looking to go to the B-bomb site for just a moment there. There was maybe a hope that they could overwhelm with the Deagles. Now as the utility comes in, I think there is less of a chance to find a way into this round. Might just look at taking a few guns away.
Yeah. I don't hate that move, to be fair. I don't think it's a terrible idea here, but it's the B side of Dust 2, statistically the hardest side to retake. There's no way they're going to be giving this a go. And because you invested in as well, it's just one of those where, is it worthwhile now? You know, AK MP9, is that in itself just enough to be like, okay, I'm happy with that. It's better than nothing. Let's move in towards the next. Scout picked up, but yeah, they're not even sticking around for X's. They're playing very, very loose. The priority, keeping that AK in play, and I think for QM, they'll be fine. No one's even remotely close enough from Paravision the hunt. They were slightly expecting maybe some sort of play for fights at the end, especially the damage dealt towards Belchonok, but it doesn't matter. Second on the board, T side. Looking and actually playing pretty solid. There's not really been too much from Passion UA, which makes us worried at the moment that if you are kind of Paravision, this is looking pretty solid. So, yeah, lots of like. Definitely a little concerned. Especially coming in towards the next gun round for Passion UA, I actually wouldn't mind a pause, a brief moment just to take a breather and So, right, this is our idea. This is what we've noticed about how Paravision are setting up these T sides, and we've got to find better ways to shut them down.
100%. Waro. Oh, it's an early tag. Pretty easy for him. However, it's a molly to take them down, so kind of an overstep on the short aggression here. But Passion UA, it's good to see, you know, they've got a game plan for what they're doing with the econ here. They are trying to get those early kills, which I think we are a big fan of. And just bear in mind, Nota tagged up. Waro's still in play, so could do a lot of damage here if he finds the right shot. Or close, but not quite.
Okay, well, a little funky. It's Nota that really does worry me a little bit here, just because he's so vulnerable to everything. They can cross. That's the main thing. No gap on that smoke. Belchner makes it past. And same for a W. And he actually immediately Paravision. Passion MSA are calling to full or fall away. They don't want anything to do with this. Surprising, I think, especially for kind of Chakazmo and Demka, and maybe even Waro to a degree as well. You know, Top I can sort of understand. You're saving an AK-47, you're going to have a buy-in towards the next round, but I don't see why the Deagles or that Scout go looking to see if they get any sort of upgrade. It doesn't really matter if they were to die, especially in the case of Demka, who has no armor. You know, why not? But I guess saving for your stats, I can't really think what else. So you're going to have a buy-in towards the next round. Even Warrior with that Scout, I assume he'd like to upgrade it towards a rifle. I know he likes using the Scout, but having a rifle on that defense might go a long, long way.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, just keeps the econ in a good spot if he does want to play it like that. So we'll see. Especially on Dust 2, you know, your Scout is incredibly workable. But yeah, Topic kind of an interesting player, a guy I've been aware of for actually like half a decade. You know, he's playing in the Na'Vi junior team for a long time. I think one of the first tournaments I worked on, did some interviews with him and stuff like that. And I don't know, he always, I think, is a very, very supportive player. I don't think you'll see him going for many greedy star type moves. So that pops into my head when you say like, oh, you know, him saving along and just hiding away, not going for any kind of exits.
Yeah. Well, the first true round to work with. My guns come in play. Cosmo playing, and he's going to be able to get away with a kill, actually. In fact, it felt like he should have fallen there. So, you know, unable to trade the nade and molly combo. Do a lot more damage, but Chakazmo is still left kicking, and that's all that matters. Molly behind it as well. The spam gets close too. Bomb down. This becomes a very difficult retake for Passion UA. It's a simple B hit. And sure, numbers do favour the CT side, but this B side is so damn difficult to get in. And there is the potential of a flank looming too.
Yeah, this could be really worrying. Not going to fully commit to said flank. Just clearing some info, I suppose. Yeah, nothing coming up. Re-smokes, bits of damage. So they will indeed have to back off, man. The infamous B-bomb site. It once again rears its ugly head. So Passion UA, despite having the advantage, will lose the round. I mean, how often does that happen?
Kind of got to respect in a way for Pyrovision, a real simple call ultimately, but one that works so effectively. Hit towards B, let's go a little quick, let's go kind of in that first 30 seconds and catch them napping. And they did. You could actually even still see as well when that first fight comes through, and you know we're fighting in through window, and sure Zelo falls, but you can tell that Passion UA is still setting up. You know, window players looking towards mid to see the two players there and how they're playing and how he can kind of adapt around them. Nice work on the T-side 4-0 star on Dust 2. Things are looking and are feeling pretty good right now. And Passion UA, bit of a weird time. Sure, the save does mean a sort of a buyback in of real ease, and just still stability in that CC economy. So they're not really under too much pressure just yet in terms of the finances, but rounds are starting to run away from them quite rapidly.
Yeah, the game not developing very well at all. Waro. There you go.
It's better.
Yeah, keeping the scout in play. Finds a clean headshot. It's going to be the bomb drops as well, so slim idea of where the game plan is, or rather, in a way, isn't. They don't have to worry too much about long for the time being. Don't have to worry about B for the time being, so Paravision will have their work cut out here. Quick cross coming in, a few double flashes and whatnot. Nice little move here for AW to gain that mid control. No one around to even up the numbers, though, is the key thing. Kvem in an off angle. Oh, gets the double. Really cleanly held. We'll be 5-on-2 now, just like that. So, not looking good for Paravision. 30 seconds left. They probably move to save.
Yeah, that's right. Scout. Look at me something on the tail end here. Aura's got somewhat the right idea, and he actually could get in the back line. Spotted. Tagged. Can't hit the second shot, but of course you're going to hunt here. Information gained. It's... You're looking to find that shot. Will survive the scare. They're not close enough to get them off the time either, which really could have been a gut punch for Paravision. So finally, a round on the board for Passion UA. It's not the end of the world as well that Warra goes down. He's got 9.9k, so he can buy right back in. And all to be brought as well, which is going to make things all the more easier. So this is where Passion UA have got to start streaking. Got to start finding rounds one after the other and putting a lot more pressure on towards Paravision. On the flip side, first row hiccup for Paravision. They shouldn't be too stressed at all. You've got to make sure that it is only a flash in the pan. Full blind. Warro. Instinctual timing. Finds Nota.
Maybe, as you say, perhaps it is going to be something more consistent here for Passion UA. Great opener. Sopa got to be careful here. Yeah, caught on the jump. Will be traded, though. So, man advantage still remains for Passion UA. Demka knows what's up. Tapping away on the edge. Looking for a little bit more. Also has to watch himself, but it's Warro who continues being dynamic. Will eventually lose his head. Belchonok showing us just how crisp he can be. And that is a dink. I think it's just through the edge of a box. So his accuracy is on point. Maybe one too many to get through here. He does so much damage, but he just can't find the kills. Very, very lucky there, Passion UA, to get it in the end.
Yeah, real odd sort of position in a way. But yeah, I think you're right. Passion UA, very fortunate. And Paravision, maybe even low that a little bit. They're going to call for a pause. Breather to be taken by them. I think when you look towards Paravision, I don't think they're in a position where they need to worry that much. It's more just in the grand scope sort of this series, right? You know, I really feel like if they want a chance in this series, they've got to take this map and most likely push it towards a third. I think anything else feels a little unlikely. So Paravision, building up real stability, foundations in this first half will go a long way. Get yourself up to, I mean, 6 would be lovely. Any more would be great. But anywhere in that region, kind of 5 to 6 rounds, I think is super workable. Especially considering by what we saw on their pistol. Long road before we conclude that conversation. 7th round underway. Passion UA. Are these 2 in a row? Starting to feel like there's a response through. Amoro, different position from him as well. I kind of like this 1-2 punch.
Moving in. Not going past the threshold here, though. It's actually going to be the rifle to do so. So an opportunity for Zello, maybe. They opt not to stick around, not to mess with that. But decent presence and, of course, just relentless here. Pushing Paravision into more and more unfavourable positions. Kvem spams away. Tiny bit of damage for him, but not much coming here now.
You're right, man. Not a lot really offering up. Super important round for Paravision 2. Money, Barzilo, not in a good spot. And it feels like they really need this one just to keep that pressure on. Oh, Passionate don't seem all too flustered. 35 seconds though. We got to start making a move. That's a mid to B smoke. Going to be thrown. That'll catch the cross in towards CT. And the Mac 10 flies across to safely escape that initial engagement. Veto, first of all. Might be more here as well. Warrow supporting Deagle of Jacasmo. What a stunner of a shot. 18 seconds. Bomb spill forward as well. And at least that one will connect. But for Jane, nothing really to be done. Warrow, great work from him as well. Passion UA, make it a one-round game. It's a round that should be gifted. Money, like we said, is so vulnerable towards that C side.
Yeah, again, just really simple stuff from Passion UA, though. Standing their ground, not losing any early players. Somewhat ready for the B hit, but I don't think they were maybe expecting 4, right? But it's a really, really flat attempt at the mid to B fake. From Paravision, that is. But yeah, we'll see here. There is the hero AK. It continues showing itself. Pretty curious. What are you, while we have a round like this, what do you make of the more balanced changes? I know the map conversation kind of speaks for itself. Most people don't really know why it was Anubis, but Valve always have their ways, I suppose.
Yeah, the balance changes seem interesting. I was watching a video earlier today, though. It doesn't look like it's been nerfed that much as the worrying thing, I guess, for me. I saw a lot of jumping MP9 kills, still looking pretty accurate, and all the rest. So, I don't know. I'm not sold yet. I guess I got to see it probably in pro level, and I guess for us, Cologne will be the next time we do, right? So, it'll be interesting. But at least for the MP9 balance changes, still looks pretty OP. I like the molly change on that CT molly and the Ascendery. I think that's good, making it spread a little bit more, especially considering it's borderline useless these days. Comparatively to the T molly, that's cool. But I think as a whole, it's one of those rare times that bar the map itself, I actually don't think there's really anything I can complain about. I think all changes are good changes. I think Valve have made the right moves here. Anubis feels a little odd, sure, but I like Overpass, so I'm not too upset with that map coming back in the pool. And I think all in all, it could be quite exciting. I think Overpass is a real tactically deep map as well, and I think we've been missing that a while, especially since Dust 2 came in. And, you know, Dust 2, Inferno, Ancient, Mirage, Anubis, all actually really quite puggy. Overpass feels like it's got a lot more depth to it, so
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm happy with those changes, and I think Passion UA are pretty happy with their recovery. For all, this game's tied square now. Reinvestments come back in both ways, but all that pressure is definitely on the shoulders of Paravision. They lose this round, similar thing. Go back to being flat out broke.
Veto looking to move a little earlier than we've seen Paravision go for usually. Topa is holding here, but is he going to be ready for this player to have crept in? And Nota's got in his spot. He's happy to hold, I think. Just super patient. Either going to make a move later on in the round, or maybe if an opportunity presents itself, such as a player reloading out of sorts. Lovely find there. Can they do anything with this entry now?
That's the question. Warrior trying to make a bit of a move. Back of Fems. Kill, but actually over fights down. Another big fight going the way of the T side in towards short. So change things a little bit messy fight on the site. And you actually have to look at that round and probably say, for Passion UA, that feels like it's actually lost off the back of just not hitting their shots. That pushing towards upper B, that should have been a kill. The short fight, similar thing, and then being exposed on towards top of B. A bit of an unorthodox angle, which does not catch Paravision off guard. So it feels like one of those rounds where another day, another time, they walk away with it.
Yeah, very true. They'll be kind of kicking themselves a little bit. But it's nice, Paravision, with just, you know, that slim change. It feels like the Nota move was enough. And, yeah, it's just a uncharacteristically quick play from them. Nota looking to do that once again, I suppose. Or the double nade. It's decent damage, but he still does live to continue fighting on in this round. Meanwhile, Kvem Going for info. Flash comes in. And there's nobody in upper tunnels. So good information gained. A Molotov to kind of slow the roll here and stop the response coming in. It does limit Paravision's options.
Nice timing on that smoke as well. Slow things down for a brief moment. We're building towards Cat here. And this actually is a nice little adjustment. They've been getting decent space there. So I like that they're now starting to make a move in that direction. There's 3 players deep long, though, to meet them. But site itself is actually open.
Yeah, a little odd. Again, they're going to give the game away with the utility that comes round, so... Feels good here. Oh, Warrow caught completely off guard. Is there any opportunity to stop this bomb going down? The answer to that is no. The retake itself may well be on. Just got to be careful with the overfaces. James felt like he was on, but doesn't find the kill. They do have a few members a bit closer than you might expect, but surely this orb just has it locked. Yeah, looking good here. Zello for the triple. Okay.
Wow.
Quick spin around, but yeah, Paravision now winning these really important rounds.
That was pretty damn stellar. No two ways about it. Lovely little work. Paravision starting to bridge that serious gap that we wanted to see. This is a lot more like it. Attack pause can be taken. An opportunity here for Passion UA to try and slow this game down. And their first one being used, sure, but Paravision, they've arguably done enough. This is a more than happy spot for them to be in for this first half. 6 rounds on T-side. I said it a little bit earlier. You, generally speaking, got to be feeling pretty good about that. Any more for any more is nice, but even if it is just to end here, you're not complaining all too much. So, Passion UA falling dangerously far behind now.
We'll see if they can recover, see if they can remain alive, as we talked about. Really puts a lot of pressure onto map number 2 if they slip here. And it is, of course, a home map, and for a good number of these players, it has been for a long time. Nota trying to take an early fight. He's actually been a bit more proactive in these last few rounds. Doesn't work for him in this one, though.
It's nice at least. James had a chance really early in that round to open things up, but decided to stay in a little bit more of a passive one. Speaking of, they're moving towards long. All posted to could be a little dangerous. Oh, swing and a find. They try and go dry, and that actually works completely against them.
Okay, spray down looking good from short. Yeah, this is problematic now. Chikazmo tap it away, trying to deny the bomb cross, but just unable to do so. Paravision ballooning the lead pretty comfortably. I think your only real option is to save here.
Yeah, I think you're right. What else can you do in a kind of a spot like this? Jape, pop shot, connects Warrow. His up would love to stay alive, but I don't know if that is going to happen. And well, they're going to make sure that it doesn't. Brilliant stuff. Paravision, they're super happy now. And Passion UA, I'll keep saying it, looking dangerously in trouble. Well, the rounds don't look like they're completely running away with things. It's just the feeling of this game. And the feel right now is that they are falling in a really worrying spot behind. They're struggling to be able to find the form to get back into this. And credit to Paravision. We said they're all excited to play against him. This is I think a prime example of it.
Yeah, 100%.
That's fine.
They can just kind of turn it up out of nowhere sometimes. Warrow does get his kill. Gets the smoke down as well, so... Oh, there you go. Eventually gets the AK. Yeah, arm's not as long as he was expecting. Mr. Fantastic. There's a topical joke for you guys.
Cheers, Dad. That movie better be good, by the way.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Or like 2 of them, or I mean...
Yeah. They made one good movie of that like franchise in like 2003. So I'm worried. I am certainly worried.
Belchinok moving towards long here. Or with the park, he looks like he'll probably be first contact. AW bomb on his back. Probably don't want to send him in first, but I say that he is the one leading the way up. Clearing out towards Carnota. Finds Stopper with the molly of all things. It's James who finds Yukazmo on site. Tried to play on Orthodox. Doesn't work for him. Kavem with the MC9. Gets one, but the flank is nullified. 8-4. What a fantastic half by Paravision. We'll see if they can continue after the break. Welcome back. We're heading on the way in towards our second half, and safe to say, Passion, there's a lot they need to do to prove to us they can get back into this map. They've fallen very, very flat, and I mean, credit where it's due. Paravision looking fantastic. Just around here, we go a long way. Kavem for the first, but a quick trade from Zelo with those dualies. That works.
Can he get any more? Just sort of outside the range there at the top end of middle. Or the P250. Tried baiting, but it's not looking good. They're closing this gap. He's got to be careful. He will indeed go down to the dualies. Pretty important kill for Paravision to be finding. You already know the story about how much Passion UA need this pistol to go their way. At the moment, not looking too good. Just two of them remain. Topa's got a flash. That's about it. Demka. Got to be very, very careful. There's about to be 3 players coming his way from this very angle. The flash comes in. Nets him 1. HP bars look rough here, to be fair. Oh, it's a clean find, and Topa stays alive. He nearly gets another, but the fact that he stays alive is such a big deal. Oh, my goodness. It's James to do it all. Is he even going to get one quick headshot? That's exactly what you need onto the first. But I don't think there's enough time to get this defuse in. And so, Passion UA will steal it. 4v2 converted.
That is a crazy way that it happens. So much damage dealt by the pistols. And we were just saying, you know, they need this round. They have to be getting this pistol if they want any chance here. And, well, that'll do exactly that. They're the sort of rounds that we needed to see, and the rounds that we, well, thankfully get. And we can start building upon it a little bit, which is the main thing. So great work. Passion UA should get a bit of a free run here when you look towards this next round too. So a decent spot that they're in now. We're talking about where it's going to be real 8-6, right? This is now actually getting to that region of being workable. Still going to prove to us in a big way that they can do it, but all we needed, one round at a time. That's the way you chip away these deficits.
Yeah, just grind the rounds out. Topper ready for a fight. Nothing presented itself just yet. There are a lot of players round that corner though, so certainly do have to watch yourself. Cleaning these angles, but again, so many players peeking into him. Looks like the stronger weaponry going to get it done. No shenanigans here is what they are indeed after. I say that. James, he snuck a kill in. I think they will be ready to deal. Zello is inside them right now. Can't find the kill, unfortunately. So, yeah, just one going down.
Yeah, consolation is all they're really going to get. And, being completely frank, probably all we expected as well. And now, a chance, again, to continue kind of moving forward and closer to Passion UA tying this up. Still far from being convinced, sure, but this is at least nice work that's starting to deliver here. They can overcome Paravision in their first investment. They've got a chance. That would be a big way to start a bonus round. Molly down and kill him ahead. Sits on the edge of that smoke. Another one will meet him. Longhouse taken completely by the CT side. Nothing really Passion UA can do about it.
Yeah, just going to have to move back in later on if they want to, but you know, there's other areas you can go. It does seem like they are looking for a reaggress over here, though. Flashes being lined up. Gonna have to be effective. Man round the corner. He is blind. He's very blind. They're all blind.
Oh.
The T side will become unblinded first. Kind of look at the draw there. But they knew what was up. Have maybe seen this round before. Seen that setup before. Nice response here from Paravision up short. And Demka now somewhat trapped. Got to win this fight. He doesn't. So it's a man advantage for the CTs.
Oh, and the cross as well. Its damage is not enough for the kill. And it's James who falls. It'll change things. AWS going to get caught as well. How have Passion UA flipped this round? Or maybe potentially flipped. It's 40 seconds. One towards long and the other towards short. So they're both known quantities. Bomb will go down. That in itself is a positive. It's just a question of now, where are they actually grouping up from?
Edge of the smoke business here. Maybe needed his teammate to survive a little bit longer. His position now going to be known. Kvem aces up.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Two very, very important kills there. One to get them into the site. One to end the round. And ultimately, they break the bank. This is looking incredibly, incredibly scary now. Passion UA could take the lead if they play their cards right in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, I can't believe it. How have they actually made that work in that sort of a situation? Passion UA, credit to them. Another kind of spot where we're saying, realistically, shouldn't have a chance, and they do. Warrow hits a corker. It's a shot in which every AWPer trains for in a way. Paravision left on nothing. As we said, you know, Passion UA, you win that, you break the econ. So this game on the brink of being tied up. And as much as we were talking about how Passion UA were in a weird spot and potentially quite concerning one, it's sort of feeling like it's flipping a little bit. Warrow spots one over towards ramp. Molotov as well, or try and force an engagement. He's not peeking. He's all alone, so good luck. He doesn't tick too.
Oh! quick dink. Top, I've got to be careful, but Jacasmo returns the dink. Looking good here. If they can do it flawlessly as well, this would be a huge deal. Put them in a very, very good spot, but of course I spoke too soon. So, AK going to be saved by Nota, more likely than not.
James, absolutely nowhere near. And they don't need to hunt here, you know, for Bastion UA. Generally, I would say maybe like the Mac 10 goes, but top is so low that it's feels like a lost fight the second he comes into contact anywhere. So, sure, an AK loss. I mean, there is a bit of a move here. It's Demka. He's out of the door. Him not showing his face, though. No real fights towards the end. It's a tied game. Only the one casualty on towards Kavem. So, all in all, Passion UA, stability, economy looking fantastic. I mean, this is a great little position to be in. I gotta say, for Paravision, they're getting to the point where real worries start to set in, and we might have to look towards them calling attack pause and just slowing this game down.
Yeah, I think certainly a moment is needed. However, James got other ideas. Finds an entry. Fem round this corner is smoked off, so not much you can do to respond. Perfect start, you might argue, there on the Paravision side.
A little quiet off the back of that util. Belchnock so low. Is this, despite being an advantage for Paravision, it's far from being kind of a done round. Sight as well, Belchnock. Commonly spammed. Molly. All over the rest. Re-smoke will come down. Pretty aptly timed as well. They're grouping to hit towards B. 2 players here and a third feels tempted to rotate over. That'll be Nota. Might give Paravision a bit of a taste of their own medicine. These B hits is what made Paravision's T side so good.
Belchnock hitting away. Peeks up, but can't get anything done. Zello mollied out into the open. 1 for 1, maybe not going to be enough. B-bomb site has almost fallen. You have a player in close proximity. He reveals himself and can't find a kill, so increasingly looking harder and harder to break into this bomb site. Big kill from AW. That might give them the way in that they need. Smoke going to go down here on the doors. Topa to hold. It's Demka on the unlikely angle. Beautiful and calm. He's going to have to do it all himself. The spam is good. It's just not quite enough damage. He's keeping it together. The molly doesn't reach him. Flash out. Trying to play the time here as he's on the Glock. James also on the pistol. So just playing around this central pillar. I don't know that he's bought enough time. It's pretty close. It is pretty close, but I think James will indeed have it even without the kit. And man, just another second and a half. It could have been the clutch, but not the world in which we live.
Yeah, he was desperately just trying to dance around for exactly that. Just really wanted to make sure he bought enough time, but not to be. So a slight lead taken back, and I mean, maybe you can even argue a bit of a gift in a way, but this is far from being a game over right now. You know, this is so back and forth. The fact that Paravision have finally started to find the fire back in themselves, I made this a bit of a bloodbath of a finish. Let me say for that C side, Conley was in a decent spot. So they buy back in, sure, but they can't rebuy off the back of this round. So if they are to fall flat here, Paravision get 10, and then probably the 11th too, and that could be the beginning of the end. This is probably the most important round Paravision have played, Passion UA, I say, have played so far, bar the pistol they won.
Big round for both. As we've kind of talked about throughout, Paravision going to need to get this netted, and I think get it netted with no real difficulties. Because Anubis is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. Early smoke here in the middle. Nota just avoids the sights of the AWP. But this really is a tense round.
Yeah, nothing on offer just yet. Grouping up towards short. There's 2 technically here, but that player in towards CT. Difficult to get out from that position if the Veto comes through.
Nice find. Will be traded. Zello on the edge of this second smoke. I think he has now been heard and certainly seen. Molly splits them up a little bit. The bomb is going to make it to the site. They're going to do something about that. Maybe. Oh, Warrow. He's got the catch. Just make sure to absolutely have that one in the bag. They line up. There's a team kill in the mix. Big find from Demka. He's left very low. The MP9 looking to close him down. He will indeed go, but this is not looking too good against the AWP. Where is that AWP coming from? He doesn't rightly know, and he's completely misread. Warrow comes in behind and picks up number 9. Huge 1v1.
Wow, they needed a hero. What a time for him to step up. My God, that was feeling so funky. And it will have that knock-on effect towards Paravision. Game tied up. Huge 1v1-1. A massive momentum shifter. And Paravision have to have a really difficult kind of talk about what their investment's looking like in towards round number 19. They've opted for that forced buy, which I think in itself is so risky. Double FAMAS, double M4 on an MP9. James leaving money over because he wants the AWP later down the line. And they're going to slightly gamble towards B. I actually like this play from Paravision. Why not? Nade comes over, then I'll see him off. Kavem actually gets a kill with the AK at the same time. The question is, do they expect the second? They're both so low as well. They've got to try and play off the back of contact. Zelo, he could do enough, and he does enough to say, for Kavem, it's not worth the fight. They've gambled B, though. They go towards A now, round done.
Slow move here. No one out towards A. Nothing really coming at the moment for the T side, but just hoping to have a cross. And there's no one watching for it, so Paravision are pretty sold on B. I think if this bomb goes down, it is just a done round. They really have not even halfway bailed, you know, not even sent a guy mid to just have a little look at A. And as we can see, and as they will now find out, it is kind of the wrong call.
Yeah, unfortunately, not what they were really looking for in this one. Exits feel like an unlikely thing that Paravision are going to want to risk, and this then now gives opportunity for the hunt. Topper will be sent in. The worst case scenario, he loses a Mach 10. Well, not the end of the world, but there's also a bit of a pincer maneuver too. I mean, everyone has got this idea. Warrow, double scoped in. Molly, yeah, they know something's brewing here. Right at the tail end, anything that's been found, it's looking like no. Mach 10 jumps in, and one is spotted towards backside, but it's fine. All for naught. Passion UA, they will find double digits first, and the lead. And potentially time dwindling for Paravision, hence why they call for a pause. And this is a good time to try and slow the game down.
Yeah, for sure. I think we wanted to see this maybe a few rounds ago, but
sure.
Still just kind of going with the flow and seeing if they could find any improvements. Fortunately, not really been the case, and this bouncing back and forth doesn't work for the CT side. Can be very, very damaging in the long term, so they're going to have to find the next couple of rounds in their favor, I think. Because at the moment, this is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, you're right. Feels quite on a knife's edge. At the very least. Not out of this game just yet. Pop shot will miss. Belchinok does not take too big of a gamble. It's a lovely nade, though. Nice little bounce to the find. And a resmoke that'll come through. Belchinok left really. He might even off the back of him taking damage and him knowing about players towards the upper B, call over support, and he does. Brings Nota here. Thanks for a brief moment.
Belchonok, we've seen him in this position a number of times. He has struggled to get success. Nota on the edge. Gets a molly down. They're not afraid of it. They're going to go through it. Yeah, this is where Belchonok has the opportunity to strike. He gets 2, nearly 3. Nota also chiming in. The hit has failed completely. Paravision gifted a desperate move from Passion UA.
Shuts them down. Nothing they can do. The one thing now Passion UA got to look for is saving that AWP. And maybe with the AK, it's a case of if you can get a constellation kill at the end, it still will have some knock-on effect. But money's so thin towards both sides, so I just don't think Topper wants to risk it. 30 seconds, they'll get out of there. I have a feeling Paravision probably respect the save too. They don't need to hunt that much themselves. They don't need the risk of losing guns and losing money. So we're tied square once again. And this has been the story of the second half. It's so back and forth at the moment. So difficult, really, to predict how this game's going to end. Paravision give themselves, once again, a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, still not decided yet, though. Really, really hard to split the two teams. It is kind of crunch time. Has been for a few rounds now. Will Paravision be able to survive this? I mean, yeah, this looks like a very workable buy from Passion UA. So Paravision have got to be careful of how they approach things here. Not too lazy.
Well, workable is the word. See if they can. Just the Tech 9 for Asmo, which is the only player left in a bit of a sour spot. Same flash at the angle. He'll drop down. Oh, Zelo. He was just trying to return to the A site and he couldn't. That's got to hurt a little bit. If he moves a second earlier, he gets to safety. Still not really a recoverable gun, unfortunately, though, for Jacasmo. That's the only issue.
Still, though, they will take the man advantage and try and run with it. Jane with a rare missed shot. Sopa takes him. That's going to leave the A bomb site completely open, so Paravision hoping and praying that they do not go there. And they might just rotate away, you know, thinking, yeah, we've got 2 kills over there. Surely they're not all going to be left on B, right? That is indeed the case. So this turtle up could be effective, but, I mean, they're all just hitting shots right now, Passion UA. Not going to be expecting the next 2. You can see 3 very quick kills, and Demka loses the info. So it actually comes down to a one-on-one. I thought surely the trades would just be enough. Warrow, for some reason, is miles away. I don't think there is enough time. I think if AW just ran away... Oh, it might be close, to be fair, looking at it. But all the same, it puts Warrow in a really awkward spot, right? AW hidden away. And he's played it perfectly. Just don't overface. And you've won the round just like that. So, okay, B-stack works this time.
Yeah, kind of one of those rounds that feels a little silly to let slip, especially like that, the way it falls flat. That's got to be a real killer to the confidence a bit. It's just scrappy, it's sloppy, and it's one which, well, gets punished. Third and final attack pause will be used here by Paravision. And look at what we're bringing to the table to deny this potentially. Going the way of Paravision. It feels like right now for Passion UA, they've kind of got to play for overtime. I don't know if I'd love the idea about forcing here, but they're going to go for it. They're actually going to force buy in towards this round, it seems. Upgrade of pistols. So Warrow has got to do some insane heavy lifting.
Yeah. Kind of an absolutely mental prospect here, but... I don't know. I would also, just at this late stage of the game, be reeling from
Yeah.
the mishap of the previous round. They know what's up, they know the AWP is in play, and then he might try something, so... Quite an old cross technique there with the HG.
Yeah, awful spot, though. Definition of now or never, and it's with so little. It's winning rounds like these that, again, can flip things. Chikazma, unfortunately, gets hit pretty damn low.
Yeah, not the best of starts for him individually, but, you know, we're looking at this AWP. We're keeping our eyes on this AWP. Curious to see where he's going to end up. Kvem on a light entry here at short. Smoke comes in, just trying to bait that out and hope there's a head hanging on an angle, but not the case. Pyrovision playing super safe.
You got to respect it as well. If you are Pyrovision. I don't know how bad the economic situation is, but they'll probably know that they've put a little dent in it with that previous round. Oh my god, Nota is so lucky. Warrow, really nice kind of heads-up idea. AW, this is bold, and he really makes a meal of it, unfortunately. Damage dealt, he's an own quantity. Behind, drive out of the P250. Oh, and behind by Kvem as well. What is happening? Numbers favoring AW and James, both tagged. And AW left reeling a little bit as well. He can't get out. Bomb could go down here with 10 seconds to spare, and James absolutely nowhere to be seen.
Going to be tough to retake. He's miles away, as you say. Slowly creeping in on the AWP. Really just not the ideal parameters. He's got no information as well. I feel like if he doesn't find a kill on this open angle, he might just back off. They don't have loads of money, but then given the state of the game, he gives it a look, but there's nothing coming. So he will indeed move off to save. And Passion UA, the unlikely must-win, rely on the AWP round, actually works for them. A crumble from Pyrovision themselves.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they get away with that. Crazy, crazy work. So many over fights and over faces. Going the full 24. And potentially and some as well. At this rate, it has been a wild, wild dust too. Pyrovision. They could buy it back in. Things are fine, but mental might not be. Really awkward and tough round to be losing like that. And one which actually can be a tilter, especially for the youngsters.
Yeah, difficult to stomach. But time will indeed tell here. Long control for Passion UA. Is there anything that they can do with that? It's a bit of a short response from Pyrovision. 4 players in close proximity to the A-bomb site, so quietly worried for Passion UA if they do indeed continue with this attack. Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Devastating flash. But the trade is there, thank goodness. And they have started moving away awkwardly, so this defense doesn't look as good as it once did.
You're all right. 44. Cross of Ram. It'll come over for the first. Oh, that's beautiful. Warrow and Kvem combine. The Molly and the nade combo behind him. The orb shot just to seal the deal. Warrow makes it another. He's actually been pretty nuts in these last few rounds. Swing and a miss from him, but Kvem will trade. 12 on the ball for Passion UA. Pyrovision. They might have squandered things. I mean, Scriv, look at the investment that we're going to be getting. A similar story that we've had all the way throughout this second half. It's going to be less than adequate.
Yep, absolutely. But again, this is the realms in which they can pull it off, as we have seen throughout the game thus far. More mental rounds than this have been won, that is for damn sure. Passion UA, can they keep it together for just one more?
He wants to fight behind the smoke. I got to respect the confidence of him. That's really obviously skyrocketed a bit off the back of these last 2 or 3 rounds. Well, nothing on offer just yet. 1 minute 10. Setting up for a move.
Really playing things slowly here, as you would expect. Get the AWP in. Fine. I mean, a player looking completely the wrong way, not considering long at all. And now the quick burst up. This has certainly caught Paravision off guard. Lots of damage done. Jame melting. 8 HP, the difference for him. The flashes are good, but no one's really in position to capitalize. They're just keeping them slowed down. The wall of smokes. Keep your eye on Nota. What is he going to get up to? He's in behind for a double.
Way.
Has he done enough to maybe bring it back? Topa on the edge of the smoke. Meanwhile, we've got Kvem slowly but surely making his way over. It will be Kvem to find that kill. Are they ready for the next man in the same location? It would appear not. And Belchonok, I don't think he realizes how lucky he is. Gets the double and takes us to overtime.
Just an oversight, isn't it? An oversight on that angle. Overtime required here. We did say not even that long ago that it feels like it's brewing and all 24 and some. And well, that's what we're going to get. A few more rounds required to try and figure out who will be taking Dust 2 to open this series. Both sides are playing wild and wacky, and it's working. Crazy, as they said. Absolutely crazy what we're getting here.
Yeah, mad. Truly mad. This is a little bit of what we were expecting, I think, between these guys, you know. The regional similarities for these teams. And just the explosiveness of a lot of the players. Very low kill game, particularly for Paravision. So, always worth noting. Going to be a bit interesting in the coming weeks. It's an extra $50 per kill that a CT side gets, is basically how it works. I think. So,
Yeah,
could make a
50 per
difference
kill.
on these saving games and everything.
It's kind of goofy, isn't it? 50 per kill. It's like,
Yeah.
there were so many ways that people were suggesting about how to make the kind of CT economy better and all the rest, and they went with the one that nobody suggested. It's
Yeah. Just a couple of
different.
nades extra, maybe. You know.
Yeah. Either way, well, that's, I guess, for after this qual. For now, Demka, open things up. Nota gonna get caught. I'm just a little cautious about going through that smoke. I think it's the right call, but it's only Jabe here as that real bastion, but he's hit 2 before falling. Arguably, you can say job done for him. You can't really expect too much more. And an overfight by Demka.
Topa in on the entry, at least, to this exchange. See what he can find. Key frag. Molotov does a lot of damage there, forcing them forward. So on the edge of the smoke. Waro is ready for the run out. Trade is there, but low HP. Doesn't matter. Zello hits the shots. Big 3-piece for him. And the 13th round for Paravision.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Paravision. Again, it sort of feels at times a bit out of nowhere. And this has sort of been their story in this map. It's very much like kind of against the grain. Take it all the same. The round required just to keep yourself a bit of advantage. And we want to see this side as well go 2 for 1 on this CT. Well, at least put a bit of confidence in them. But yeah, this is definitely a super interesting series that's sort of brewing here. It's only map number 1, and it's really difficult to predict sort of how Clash New Way are going to respond. Paravision, for them, need to get me a little bit more from the youngsters. James Boss just the top of the head there on Waro. I don't think he knows he was around that corner. Normally people like to hold over towards that left-hand side, but you're not actually spotted. I think he might have taken a step or two to his left, which ultimately cost him his life. They're going to reclaim that control, though, very quickly, but they're met with a smoke. They might just go through it. Like the disrespect, putting pressure on the youngster of Nota. Going to be met with a Molotov. Others have support deep in towards long as well. Flash isn't bad, but Sight's taken here by Passion UA. Nate will come round, but a really lower Nota. He was dead always in that sort of a spot.
Nade to finish off Kvem. So looking good here on the retake, but a missed shot. And AW also falls. There's kills all over the shot right now. Jacasmo has really wormed his way in here. Demka with a really unorthodox reposition. Oh, the smoke on the bomb. This is not really looking too good now, is it, to be honest? His whole position, given up. Gonna have to play this perfectly. The right click and the spray. And Demka does indeed play it perfectly. But the defuse came in.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's Paravision that win the round.
Half a second, if that. For Demka, that's heartbreaking. It's one of those rounds you look back on and say, if I just made this move at this specific time, I could have got away with that. But that's all the shoulda, woulda, coulda kind of thought process. It's back-to-back rounds of Paravision to kickstart overtime. Their map pick getting closer to being taken by them. 2 more rounds all they require. If they can go flawless on the CT, I cannot see a world in which Passion UA get back into this. The smoke, try to take a pop shot off the back of shots being taken from the corner, but he shoots just above.
Tiny bit of damage done. Topa chilling here, got to be careful as he gets these nades out. There is a man around the corner looking for a fight. Just not expecting him at all. James really playing well here. And he seems a little looser than maybe the end of his stint at the top end. Certainly working here against the likes of Passion UA.
Topper needs to be careful. Belchunk throwing a smoke or was he completely position? No, on the swing it's messy, but Topper gets away with it. Should never have been given the luxury of getting out there. I think James should have him dead upon arrival if he tries to move towards Xbox. He's really confirming that kill. He didn't want to shoot at the headshots. Second was there. Does miss. Does kind of get out. We are scrappily fighting in towards long. Jacasmo. That was an awkward watch.
Warrow on the AWP here. Just got to show him the respect and hopefully should be able to close things out. Paravision have turned up the heat once we've hit overtime. As can so often happen. I think Passion UA had the energy taken out of them, and it does make sense the way that we ended up in overtime. Them, though, with a keen entry, and that's all they need to get in towards B. An oversight for sure. Very, very close. Only 2 seconds left as that bomb went down, so, you know, it is fair enough for Paravision in a sense, but now a tough retake on the cards.
Feels like nothing is there. Missed shot as well. Not what you want to see. Them so low, but if he can just get one, that would have gone huge, but he does miss the shot. It's all down to one man, and Warrow, you've got to assume now in this sort of a spot, no chance in hell. And up on high, it's AW who sees him. Half defuse will come through. That's 3 for 3 on the CT. Loving life. And now, unfortunately, feels pretty safe to say this should be mapped on for Paravision. To go flawless here, Passion UA would be such a big ask.
Yeah, would really need to turn it around. And like I say, I think they've just not shown up to the overtime, really.
No.
So, are we going to see them find this second wind out of nowhere? Probably not. Is what we would generally lean on. But, of course, CS is never a guarantee. So, we'll see if they are able to dig deep and find that reset on the CT side.
Guarantee sure, but yeah, worrying times. I think it's safe to say you start to get super demoralized in spots like this. Go for something simple towards B, but the molly will slow him down. Nice work.
Smoke about to go down as well. Play this correctly. Kvem hidden away, tapping away, and there you go. He hears the footsteps. He'll pick up the pace and find a kill, and it's a perfect thread from Jacasmo. What the hell is going on? He's got the USP out. There's a team damage in there, I think. Goodness me. An absolute mess to get out onto the site. The bomb has yet planted. Topa thinking about it. Got to be careful. He's got backup at window now. Do they want to go through? Try and wait for everybody to get into position. The Molotov pushes them apart. Down goes James, though, as the smoke dissipates. The AWP will find his head, so not looking too bad now. AW with an aggressive move. You got to respect it, but he doesn't find the kill. This is looking very, very messy indeed. Zello down below is blinded up.
Oh, no.
And Passion UA with a pretty perfect retake into B site there.
Yeah, not often you see them as smooth as that, but yeah, really, really well done. Now we can start feeling like there's a bit of a chance. One round at a time, right? It's the same approach that we had to see for Passion UA heading in towards the second half. They can't afford to think long-term by any means, but that does make you have some level of belief. And we'll see. 2 rounds still. So long road to kind of recovering into this and getting back to feeling like we've got a bit of a chance, but actually, that's a good one. He's had us too as well. James starts well though. Leader stepping up. Captain Fantastic with the opener in a second there. Kavem in no man's land, just wondering what was the end goal. An easy one for James. Nota should be able to connect the AWPer as well, who gets another shot. And James looking to be the closer here. It's Nota to see off the last, but 16-13. Paravision take their map pick.
Yeah, they do so. They found a really, really good turn towards the very end of regulation. I think Passion UA will be kicking themselves. Yes, it was tight. Yes, it wasn't a full guarantee, but it felt like they were the ones in control, and they let it slip away at that very, very final round. And unfortunately, it just seemed to take a toll on them going into the OT. Maybe needed a timeout. Maybe just needed to be able to reset. It's not easy to do, and they will be pretty sad now, I would imagine. They do have Anubis coming up, of course, which very comfortable map for them. They will be sad to see it go as a squad, but it is, of course, still being played in this qualifier. Meanwhile, it's not so good for Paravision, so that's kind of what they're leaning on now, but Paravision proving that they can, against odds and in different parameters and game states, they can still perform and play well. So, a little bit of no pressure, maybe, coming into this second map for a moment, and then I do worry what kind of Counter-Strike that will bring. We're going to take a break here, folks. A really, really close one there, so we all definitely need it. We'll be back in about 15 for map 2.
Hello and welcome back. We're heading in towards map number 2 momentarily. Anubis is where we're going. It's Passion UA's pick, and Well, I think Scriv, all signs now point towards a map number 3. Paravision, for them, it was scrappy. I think it's probably the most adequate way of putting it in towards Dust 2, especially from that second half onwards. But they were able to show a bit of a cleaner overtime to see that map in their favor. And now we look towards Passion UA's pick. It's been a very decent map for them for kind of a while now. I don't see a one which Paravision take it, so all signs points was our third.
Yeah, it is what you would assume. I think there are a few caveats in there that Paravision, for starters, couldn't really get the econ under wraps for most of the CT side. Once they did in the overtime, they looked a little more comfortable, and it really, really paid off for them to, just have that nigh on flawless overtime. And then also there is always the mental conversation around whether Passion UA will be kicking themselves. Can they, get in the headspace required here? And they might play against the Paravision that, again, as you've already said, are a difficult team to play against at the best of times. And the pressure is fully off. This is a map that in the series might not have too much of an impact if they're able to, play their cards right for map number 3. I think they would have expected Anubis here. And then give it a week, maybe 2 for a few tournaments to catch up, and it's not going to be in the pool anymore. So, there's really a lot of question marks around how Paravision are going to approach this map, and they might just be very difficult to deal with. So I do think the logical way to go about it, I'm agreeing with you, it should be a 3-map affair here. But I think if all these confluence of factors come together, then we might see a little bit of a fall off from Passion UA once again.
True. We'll have to see. I can already have this sort of prediction. I feel when we look at it, I feel like Paravision as a whole got to be pretty happy with these changes, right? Overpass is a map in which we know James liked to play, and it was kind of, I think, let's be honest, it was to the meme of everybody, right? James grueling T-sides on Overpass, but he's a very, very proficient player individually, and his teams were ran really effectively on that map. So I think as a whole, this is a change that works quite well for him. He'll be quite excited for this to be one of the very few or last times he has to play this map in particular, and then the change will be super beneficial for them. I wouldn't be surprised as well if today anybody who's essentially not playing this qualifier, or those who are playing it, if it's Paravision or Passion UA and they're done after today, they might even spend a little bit of time getting pracs ready, because this map is going to be very quickly introduced. And I think especially as well, you see new maps get brought into the pool in Tier 2. That's where we see teams who are trying to punch up and punch above their weight and try and really make names for themselves. It's Tier 2 and Tier 1.5 teams who very quickly incorporate the new map pools and the new map changes into their own specific map pool to punish sort of Tier 1 better teams, especially the Tier 1 teams that have perma bans already set in place. It means that, unfortunately, Overpass has to be floated, and if they haven't got the reps under their belt and haven't got the prep and all the rest, it does spice things up. So this is where teams like Paravision, I think, have been kind of actually quite rapidly, you can't even say steadily, they've been rapidly kind of grinding and flying up the ranks from being unranked. So I think it was like 180th around there is where they were sort of got their first number, and now find themselves inside of that top 50 and are getting closer and closer to being a kind of a top end Tier 2 side. This should work really, really well for them. But that's all for the future. Focus now is on the present, and it is this Anubis has to come forward. Passion UA, a map they've looked good on. Individuals do shine. I think the youngsters of Belchnock and Nota as well, they're going to be kind of tested on this one, because how do they compare rifling core-wise to a Passion UA side who do like to play, in your face and like to make you feel uncomfortable. So it could be a real test, I think, for Paravision.
Yeah, definitely. You have to look at the task that is in front of you, and I think that, that is the difference between being like a great Counter-Strike player and a professional Counter-Strike player. So yeah, we'll see if they can keep that kind of out of the back of their minds and just focus on what they have ahead of them. And indeed, Anubis, it's just a very comfortable playground for Passion UA as a team. And then we have to look at like Waro and Demka even taking it back, right? Monty were farmers on this map for a long time, so they absolutely are capable. We are going to get into the action here, though. Got Paravision out on this T side. So Passion UA, at the very least, going to have to put up a good defense and give us a workable first half, or it could get very difficult. We're hopeful for them, but see what Paravision have got up their sleeve.
Let's see. Well, a pistol to open things up where I think really uber notable. Zelo No armor as he picked up Veto. Flash. James got a smoke in his back pocket. It's Topper who's wielding the kit double flash, and one of them is about to be used, it seems, to pop out towards B. AW is forced to take a step back. They haven't really made any movements deep towards B, so that flash more or less ineffective.
Not really charging forwards here. They're going to fake things out towards A little. And the bomb itself is actually shaping up for B. Kvem goes down early. Overwhelmed, maybe only expecting one guy, but there was 3 peeking into him straight away. It's going to be up close here for Jacasmo. He also can't really find too much, so now just becomes about survival and holding the line. Jane, meanwhile, hiding with his P250, letting them cross. And surely he gets one from here, just trying to decide which one, looking for the second now as well, but I think enough has been done into the round itself. Warrow overwhelmed from the front. Jay must have been reloading or something, because he's given a chance at quite a few of those fights. Topa will find himself alone, but for a moment there, Passion UA were maybe back on for the round. He's got a kit, 3 quick headshots, and he might be able to get this done. AW making plenty of noise around the corner, will lose his head. Not loads of time, but still enough. Topa hiding in, trying to find more, but he can't. And Paravision will deny it.
Good start. Really good start. It was such a kind of unorthodox setup, a very slow approach from Paravision. 2 towards outside of B, the remaining 3 outside of A in a waiting game. And I think a lot of that round falls a little flat when you see Passion UA go for a pop flash, look out towards B with 2 players there and a third not too far behind. Topo was throwing the flashes. They don't spot anything, and it becomes like sort of misrelay of information. So, sort of well done. It has to be said. Game 2, but AW's kill as well was also super, super important. So, first on the board for the T side, and you know, we were kind of saying that this feels like it should be taken by Passion UA, but still doesn't mean it's impossible for Paravision, and a good start like that will always help. They've got to get a good T side, that's for sure.
Once again, looking for the B split. This time a bit faster. And this time to a much better defense. Ooh, that is awkward. Topa thinking maybe a flash was coming in. But they will draw away quite quickly. Gotta be careful they don't lose that bomb. But now they're back on. So, little indecisive here from Paravision. I don't think they know about this player at the back end of the site. And indeed, he's looking to try and be the hero. Not going to happen. Nota on his AK denies away. And a rough spray down there for Demka. We'll give Paravision just give them their second.
Little awkward, little weird. But yeah, you're right. Scrappy, uncomfortable Counter-Strike still seems to be remaining, especially off the back of sort of what we saw with how the tail end of that map number 1 went. But if you're Paravision and if you're kind of commandeering the chaos a little bit, as long as you get the rounds themselves, you don't really have too much to complain about. So the force buy unsuccessful. Passion UA means a lower buy here, and should be a third for Paravision. Kvem takes a healthy chunk of damage to open things up. Topper's really actually made a decent little push here, and Zila has the right idea, but he pulls off that angle. James spotted one. Deagle on the back line. Zila will double check, and what he finds.
Kvem with the Deagle does make things a bit interesting. We are once again bolstering B here. Paravision just going for the same round until it stops working, I guess. AK retrieve for Jame. They're going to start moving in. Jacasmo's Deagles look pretty good. Just got to be aware of that. Molotov again making life difficult. The follower Molotov should find this kill. It will indeed. Jacasmo doing his best, but it's just not enough. So Hero Demka, Hero 5-7 has got to win this round all by itself, and the re-smoke surely screws him. Crept through. He's crept through, but not able to get anything.
Idea was actually quite nice there, just to push. I actually don't hate that at all. You've got to take a bit of a gimmick. And actually, you know, in all things considered, it's not a terrible round for Passion UA, right? You know, they've at least made something of it. But this start is very akin to what the start was on Dust 2 with Paravision make. Really good inroads early. Buy coming back in place, and a true full buy for Passion UA. One does have to be converted here, or Quad M4. James got an orb of his own waiting for the peak. And a passive approach by Bastion UA as well. They don't want to overfight in the early part, which I can actually respect.
Early utility here. Pretty big round. Both teams know that. There is a holdout. We do have an A advancement coming in from the CT side though. Kvem, wide swing, clean find, and now this A main push is even more dangerous. Got to be careful, however. They don't lose their control that they fought so hard for. Flying Notta goes in. Not really anything round the corner waiting for him except a big old HE. James going to miss his shot, and again, but he manages to survive just about.
Okay, well. 3 versus 3, but with HP so vulnerable towards Paravision. You maybe even look towards AW in a round like this. A little bit more HP, can survive a dink with that head armor. Molly couldn't have been timed any better as well. I don't keep Elchnok at bay. AW Molly of his own as well, and that would just force Topper into the open a little bit, so nobody can sit tucked in towards Dark. It's actually smoking towards main, which is keeping them at bay for now. There's a move to go on towards Flat, and well, AW gets caught by it. Belchanok can't double it down. It's Jane. That's all that's left. 1v2, and well, I think we all know what's happening here.
First time in a while I've seen some James time.
Yeah. Been a minute.
But this actually makes sense. Yeah,
no, you are right. Nothing he could have done. He could have arguably been a bit closer, I think is probably the other thing. But, yeah, you're right. Nothing he really could have done in that sort of a situation. Pirate's going to go for a timeout. I don't hate slowing things down and having a conversation here, to be honest. This feels like a good time for it.
Yeah. I think they know they're a bit thin on the ground when it comes to adaptability, so just quickly figuring out a couple of rounds, break the bank, and really try and force a few of their rounds into play.
Sure.
It makes sense to me. But ultimately, when it comes to just grinding the rounds out, I don't know that they're going to be as good at that. This is one of their less preferred maps for sure.
Probably see as well that's why they're really making sure and can really not trying to overlay the cards too much. I think it's a good call. Mac 10 for AW. AK's alongside James saved AWP. He's looking like he's going to be the one to enter here. I mean, this is a little bold, but I kind of love it. Reactions. Oh, good. Very good indeed. Fine stopper. I go in front of this. Oh, and he does, but he gets so close.
Zello hanging out in this smoke here. Are they going to drop? Are they going to go for it? There's a nade coming in. Maybe that's what he's waiting for a little, but he doesn't even take the peek. Very well disciplined here. Belchonok, meanwhile, at A main, he's backed up by James. Push coming round. Belchonok doesn't find a kill. James, again, missing some shots here. So the 4-on-4 ensues. Paravision had a great start, but it is slipping.
Yeah, bit by bit as well. Even with Demcron, this sort of buy that he is. It's a nice find on towards Kvem, an important one. At that 35 seconds, numbers favouring. He's still a little nervous, and well, I mean, in comes Demke. He's the one man that's going to be trying to be the bastion and just about get out of the way of that Molotov, especially with him only being 5 points of HP. If they just go towards A now, they should have no trouble trading him.
Plant looking good here. Might just be a save coming out. Demka definitely wants to save. Tell you that much for free. And indeed, the rest of the team will follow suit. So, Paravision with a quick bounce back. It looked kind of shaky in the mid. But unfortunately, Paravision will take it over the line. Passion UA going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think for Passion UA as well, I wouldn't even mind in a spot like this, a bit of a timeout. 3 staying alive, you can buy back in, you can reinvest and try to make something of it, but just to understand about how Paravision are playing the timings here. Just to slow things down ever so slightly. Sort of the approach I'd like to see from them. It's a 3-round buffer. Paravision looking okay. Of course, generally speaking, AT's had a map, and not their map pick, but so far, so good. Like we said, they can buy back in. And that is what we get. M4's, I'm glad to say, the AK. Vision for them. Too much to worry about. Money in a couple of cases a little funky. That's a nice double for Demka. The second while full blind as well, just purely instinctual, but it works wonderfully. Zelo knows as a player close in towards camera, so doesn't want to go too early. Without the support, but this is already feeling good. AW also get caught as well. Jay for him. Opts for the AK, for the ult, may I say, rather than the rifle in this sort of a spot, despite the ones dropped. And that'll probably be at the cost of his life. He's unable to cock that second bullet. So trade it out. Passion UA onto back.
Indeed. Pretty big answer back as well, to be fair. They deny the bomb plant away. Paravision, therefore, not going to have too much cash available. They will buy because it feels like the only option, but pretty good position for Passion UA to be in now. Close this gap. Make their CT side just that bit more competitive.
Wrong place. They're making their way out of carpet. Towards mid. AW trying to draw attention there. I mean, A is vulnerable. This one flash alone could be a little funky. Does catch Demka. Drops in towards Cake. Has to try and do what he did until that previous round. Those 2 kills he got were so important. He's bought time for the rotation from Kavem at the very least, but he will fall. Demka's Flames gets 1. Deals damage on towards James as well. And actually, Paravision going to cancel.
Little panicked for my money. They're not super deep in. It is obviously an even situation, but they do now lack utility. There's 2 smokes available and a flash, so not looking too good. Camera smoke comes in. Sort of faking things out here as they do stick around A main. Looking for the double fake out. But with a camera smoke like that, it makes you think that someone's going to move in, try and get B. So their attention is sort of drawn away, but then 30 seconds left and they start pulling away again. Paravision, even for us, hard to predict, hard to know where their heads are at, and it looks like it will be a late con move. Only 20 seconds left in the round now.
Yeah, this is a little bold, that's for sure. James, he's found a gap. He actually gets gifted a freebie here. Warrow! Oh, but he just makes sure Warrow can't adjust in time. James didn't know, but that's the perfect choice to make for Topper and Jacasmo combined. Nota, quick response. AW looking for one of his own as well. It's a messy fight on towards Jacasmo. 1 versus 2. He knows where both are, but just so little he can do. He tries to isolate and he does. Oh, an overface, an overfight. I cannot believe it. Jacasmo gets away with it. And that'll be a 3rd for Passion UA.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, after all that, perfectly thread, perfectly timed, and just overfacing. That is rough. That is very, very rough indeed. Man.
That's wild.
I mean, yeah, Paravision, I think, going to be, again, beating themselves up over these little moments. Usually so well connected, so well executed. And just flattened in a 1v2. They should never be losing.
That's a tilt up. It definitely is. Long game now as well. Definitely got something on our hands here. bye as well. So this game should be tied all square. We're setting up for a B here. Now, split going to come through as well. They're pretty far forward. They're going for a full contact play as well. Oh, the drive-by. Hello. Tech 9s can always be scary to deal with, especially when we're not hitting shots. Warrow's in trouble. The M4 actually deals more damage to him than anyone else. They might even just save.
Yep, looks that way. However, they are sticking around a little. Just see if anything crops up once these smokes dissipate. So, kind of against the grain. Might be enough to catch them off. But nothing is presenting. There's hardly any time. Surely Paravision don't let it slip from here. So maybe we're looking at a case of like some more active exits for Passion UA. Forcing them into Demka. Can he find multiple here? Yeah, he does get a couple, but not really going to have too much of an effect. It was a low buy anyway.
Well, easy spot that we're in that sense. Paravision make such an unlikely round work, but you've got to be so cautious of those Tech 9s and the drive-by. I mean, you could just see how quickly they fell apart there. Real credit. A couple of individuals starting to step up. I was a little worried about kind of Noto Belchanok, specifically Zelo in a little way, kind of the youngsters, the rifling core, on a map like this where it's a very good map for Passion UA, how confident that they want to play, and they've kept up that kind of forward thinking. They're still really backing themselves in a lot of engagements, which exactly what you want to see. Pixel peek for Demka. Just about 1 minute. Oh my god, he missed his moment there. That's unfortunate. He jiggled away just as Belchanok swung round, but Kvem will find a swing of his own.
Yeah, looking good here. Warrow trained up. Not super confident for it. And the molly and the smoke will push him away from heaven, so Brick's his only option, but he's a bit scared. Quick shots around the corner. Belchanok is the one that holds it together. Kvem with a double, but it's not enough. And there you go, a chaotic finish once again. It's Kvem the only one to find any kills for Passion UA, actually. Paravision capitalized for 6.
Good work. It's a good half already, regardless of what happens from here on out. Generally speaking, you're pretty happy. So, this sort of position now, Passion UA, where, of course, this round not really expecting all too much. I mean, surely attack pause in towards the next one round. Got to try and just ice out as best they can. Towards the tail end, but this is looking good. They're setting up for sure for this 2-0 on the cards.
Zello. Oh. Not the ideal flash. But will indeed look to lead the charge here. James, meanwhile, helping out from behind. We've got Belchanok on the nade there with his own little exchange towards A. So, looking good. Smokes will go down. They don't want to walk into a stack here. Smartly played by Paravision thus far.
Yeah, you're right. Oh well. Just sit together as a pack. Don't do anything too special in a spot like this, and you should be absolutely fine. Once I play towards A, trying to beat them. Isolated, sure, but it should be pretty simple. Okay, they're just tapping away. It'd be nice for any consolation kill here, but it's unlikely. Flawless round. And there is the guarantee of the lead. Things are looking up. Still going to kind of take into account that this is the T side, and this is where we expect Paravision to do a lot of their best work, but even still, man, this is a really, really good showing from them.
Yeah, especially if they can take this next one right and move up to 9. I think they'd be in a brilliant position to start thinking about that 2-0. Passion UA, unfortunately, just been a bit unlucky in a few cases, but also played off the field sometimes, so head's not quite in it as well as we would have wanted.
Okay. Well, this is quite literally to save this half and maybe even save the map as well. Bashing away, you lose this round. That's kind of it. They don't really have a lot of util left for the remainder of round number 11, the penultimate of the half, which does make me a little concerned. Heading back towards A. But ain't broke, don't fix it. Flash is a fantastic coaching off first engagement, and he gets blinded himself. They line up at Demka. And there's his double once fourth. Will get traded. So the site now opened up, and there's a mid player holding for this flank. I feel like they know about him because both turn their attention, but it doesn't matter. He gets his kill, and that might even tempt the save. I have to say that, but no, they're committing back. Oh my god, it's carnage. Bomb needs to be recovered. 1v1 for AW. He has no idea where Jagasmo is either.
Well, it's the case for both sides. Where the hell is he going? And unfortunately, Jagasmo has guessed wrong. So AW is able to reset the game at the very least, but can he win it? Probably not, right? 36 HP, you would say. It's going to need a hell of a headshot here. He has so much time and space to work with, however. He's going to hear the footsteps coming in. Jagasmo does not have those luxuries and knows that once he crosses here, he's really in a dangerous spot. It's planted for A main, but he ain't playing A main, so cheeky little catch-off. Smoke onto the bomb. AW will now start to move. Jagasmo gives it one little look. AW not going to fluff this up. Oh, he's playing super safe. Doesn't even want to look for the fight. I mean, he has won it now because he doesn't have a kit available. But goodness me, AW very, very, very passive there. It pays off. And it gives Paravision the unlikely round.
Gets away with just the smallest amount of HP before the bomb goes off. But that is now Paravision. Like we said, you know, for Flashing Away, that felt like it was saving the half or maybe even the round. And unfortunately, it feels like their chances have gone from kind of slim to none in a way, especially for this half. In terms of the whole series, it's definitely on a bit of a knife's edge. Double MP9, double FAMAS, M4. Into round number 12. Paravision so close to making it a 9-3. That in itself would be massive. Demka going to try and play up close. He's actually been doing relatively solid when being tested over towards A, but this one flash could be everything he turns from it, actually. And they spotted two there. It's Kevin that takes the brunt of the damage, though.
Yeah, big find. However, they have left the gap, and it's been exploited. Oh, Warrow finds his kill. Really big deal. I mean, some super low HP bars here, so they do have to be careful. Nota creeping in A main. Tip of the barrel. You can see it, but only because we know he's there. Oh, man, he's going to get sideswiped. He just didn't notice. I mean, come on. It was the very, very, very end of the barrel. So fair enough, but kind of hilarious that we knew what was going on. AW trying to get back in here, but surely this is a Passion UA round.
Yeah, you're right. It's a bit of a flank move here. Warrow could fall. Even still, I don't know how much of a difference it'll make, and especially now that James has dropped. AW wants the consolation. He'll get it. 30 seconds now. Need an ace clutch. 16 points of HP. More than safe to say this one is highly unlikely, but I'm going to completely count him out just yet. Never mind, I will. Jagasmo sees off the last. So, a slight recovery. We'll see if they can do any more after the break.
round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Hello everybody, welcome back into the second half here. Paravision looking to get the 2-0. Really playing well in that first half. Yes, it is the T-sided nature of the map, but still I think a lot of clean rounds, looking a hell of a lot better than we were expecting. They lost the first rifle as well. They take a timeout, and it seems to really turn things round for the rest of their half. I think even they were worried about how they were going to perform, but so far so good.
Yeah, agreed. You're liking what I've been seeing out from them. Real arguments, mate. They probably even should have got the 9-3, but it doesn't make too big of a difference with a lead like this. And if you get a pistol, it feels like this one should be concluded. Passion UA's T-side has got to be nothing short of spectacular. They were able to recover, though. This is looking so similar to how Dust 2 was. They got the pistol, then they recovered, then it went to overtime, and then they fell flat. But so far, everything sort of panned out exactly how map number 1 did. Bomb heading towards A. But a couple towards B that gets there to drag. Attention! Swinging a fine Belchnock for 1. And they now know that they were setting up for an A pop, and that's a really decent information play off the back of the Util that went towards B. Zelo right idea. Can he get the shot? Yes, he can. Good work. Maybe will he expect the second?
A little weird now, isn't it? Don't think so. Kvem's going to get the drop here. Big, big kill. Really big kill. I think B is clearer than it actually is, though. Kvem, yeah, loses his head. 2-on-2 now. Bomb goes down. Jacasmo with no armor, sorry. So Waro really going to have to be this tankier player and try and take down one of these guys before they break into the bomb site. And yeah, he's doing just that, taking the wide swings. Patience does not pay off, as Jacasmo had plenty of time to set his crosshair, and he will eliminate both.
Okay. Well, the start that we needed, and again, very similar to how Dust 2 panned out. Long, long road to recovering in this one, but the right signs at the very least. 8-5. Never real buy for Paravision. Should be made 8-6. Put all the pressure on that gun round. The one in which Paravision fell very flat on in Dust 2. And why the game got tied up 8-all. And then we had this scrappy back and forth affair. So, it's super important in the next round. This one, a little bit of a throwaway. Any concentration kills you can find would be nice. And playing grouped up towards mid, which actually so far is the right call.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. Rifles are on their way. I do expect big things from them. Waro Slowly working in here. A lot of damage done, but there is a kill back. It's actually the bomb going to be dropped. Nade at short range should be enough. It is indeed. There's still a lot of USPs around the corner. Could have gotten messy, but not the case. Cosmo been working on his spray transfers. So Passion UA closing this gap once again.
Yeah, that's work. Nice stuff. Just got to make sure. Don't overthink those sort of situations than they do. 8-6 though. Like we said, this gun round so important. It was Dust 2, fell flat, game was tied up 8-all, and then we went back and forth all the way to overtime. Pyrovision won, and if they can get this one as well, put a lot of pressure back on. It is a bonus fight for Flashing Way, but it's one in which they'd love to convert. Keep chipping away at the deficit. Like we said, one round at a time is the way to approach these scenarios. Slow approach so far. Early Utah will come through. They'll trade smoke. Fighting behind it. Belgianor gets so close, but he's also so close to dying.
Really lucky on both sides, I think, to not have lost a player as yet. See how long that remains the case. Utility out here. Ooh, Molotov does fail there. So that's a little awkward. Zello forced off of his angle, but no one really there to follow up. Belchonok with a late move. He's so low. Somehow survives. Goodness me. Risk doesn't even begin to describe that one. He's just hoping to hide away here, and maybe Nota can get it done, and Nota will do just that. There's a bit of assistance from Jacasmo. 3-on-2 now as the advantage swinging from left to right. They're so very low. Just a couple bullets required to wipe both of these players out. Kvem, heroic to go for that, but he will indeed find it. And now, an even up of numbers. The bomb has been spilled on the site, though. That's the big thing here.
This is a decent way to play it on the cross. Bomb picked up. They know for a damn sure. Well, they don't know. They know where both are. They're both known quantities. Kvem in towards main. And here the guy is planted. 4E box as well, and it's Demkes a fall. Kvem the last man. The guy who killed James. They know he's here. They don't have the util to clear him. They've got to fight here. Haven't got a kid either, so they're going to swing in just a second. He can't transfer as well, so that'll be it. Just enough time as well for Zelo. And it will be a 9th for Pyrovision. It's very expensive. They're really made to work with it, but all that matters, a round win. You take those every day of the week and you keep that buffer zone.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, like, the 3-on-2, James does that damage, you feel like, okay, this should be pretty easy going, but it wasn't in the end. Still all the same, I think they'll be happy to just clear the drought that they've had on the CT side. Not massive, not worrying, but still just a good feeling to get back in there and able to perform a retake. You know, these are all things, especially on a map that you feel shakier on,
Yeah.
that are going to help your case, so not a bad look right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, down, that'll put pressure on Jay. He forces himself all the way back to site, in fact. So he really wants nothing to do with mid.
See if there's any kind of follow-up here. They're going to slowly move away and try and go towards the A-bomb site, but there's an advanced position over there. This is looking a little bit worrying. Belchonok spots the shadow, gets the first. Zello around the corner that really has to do the work here. They know about him. The trade will come in cleanly. So they keep the pace up, but there's two players still on this A-bomb site ready to go. James melting away. He will go down. It's AW that finds two into the 1-on-2 now. A bit of a mess at the back end of Cake. And Kvem trying his damnedest. He finds the player that he knows about, but it's this second man that he has no idea. A broken spray, but Nota's got plenty of time. And it will be number 10 secured.
Getting closer and closer now, aren't they? Bit by bit. Starting to bridge so much of a gap that makes you feel like this might be impossible. It's tough. And unfortunately, it looks like time has dwindled in this one. Passion your way, you're back in towards a kind of feeling like a next to nothing buy, if I'm being frank. I mean, not a good spot you want to be in. 10-6, 4 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Oh my. Passion your way. We touted them so highly on this map, but they've actually looked quite flat. Especially in gun rounds.
Alright, here we go. We'll see if this low buy can get them going. Zello moving in fast here. He has been heard, and he maybe, underestimates how strong and how many were in at Con. Beltronic gets one. He's able to dip back into the smoke somehow. I thought surely he'd be a dead man there. But not the case. James continues holding the Con area, so they are really nastily forced together, being corralled right now, looking for somewhere to find a pressure release. And indeed it will be James, but not before he gets 2. Down to just AW now, though. The pistols have overwhelmed. James did such great work, but his teammates could not hold the line.
Yeah, all for naught, unfortunately. What a round for Passion UA to take. In a similar vein to kind of what we saw from Paravision and a couple of these times where they've run rounds sort of out of nothing. That's a similar one. They play as a pack, stick together, fight together, and just give no real chance. Nice round to be taking. A lot more that needs to be done, but they're the sort of ones that reignite the fire a little bit and that confidence. So the buffer to 3 should be made 2, of course, as we see Paravision, no real investment. That'll hurt. So momentarily, when we get to 10-8, because I can't see a world in which Paravision win this one. They got 1 flash, which I also like. I like they picked up a flash. Why not? It's $200, and it could net you maybe even the chance of saving an AK. I think that's not a bad investment.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it's well placed. At the moment, they're not looking to get too giddy, but as they start hearing noise over on B, surely they got to make a move soon. You would imagine. But no. They are not really making a move at all. I don't think any of them have moved for about 45 seconds. So they're pretty adamant someone's going to come their way, and Demka is creeping up. There's the flash. He's hella blind, but he can just back off, so we'll see here. He's got a teammate to help him out also. 1. Second would be nice. Soper holding the line. Oh, there you go. He does go down to the flying dink, so AK available, not going to happen. Still taking a couple guns away is exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, silver linings, right? I think that's probably, you know, the way you sort of approach those sort of situations, and I don't think they'll be too annoyed at that. They weren't expecting all too much, so well, that'll be that. 10-8, though. And this is where you're looking towards around about 19, and a loss here for Paravision basically should tie the game up. And I guess the unfortunate thing really is that Paravision, when they have had the guns that have generally looked like the stronger side in this map. You can understand why Passion UA go for a timeout here as well. TC wants to really relay across probably the importance of this round. You win this, you have a real chance, in a similar vein to what Dust 2 was like, of pushing the distance.
Yeah, it is certainly true. And I mean, this is where things get a bit problematic for Paravision. Do they have enough in the back pocket to bail them out of a situation like this? Or are they just going to be relying on, you know, a James 3K that he's able to pluck out of thin air? Hard to say. Very hard to say indeed. We got 4 on B early. So there you go. There's a bit of an idea from Paravision. We'll see if it pays off.
It's a bit of a wild gamble stack. I don't hate it, though. So the idea behind this, is this just kind of a standard read, or is there something really that they know? damage and still not being found. But the swing is great from Kaveh. My God, what a find.
Charging in now. Looking good for Passion UA. They've not really slipped up. Jame will manage to find one kind of on the edge of the smoke, maybe above it, something like that, but they are already committing to the save. Little do they know it's a direct 2v2. It's a insane flank from Demka. Also, the two players on the site very, very low.
Yeah.
So if only there was a kit dotted in, they might have gone for it.
The damage as well, the bulk of the damage done towards Waro was done towards Slow 2, so real on confirmed that Demka's going to find a shot. This save call has fallen flat here. That's whether James can hit the shot. He's got the idea. Oh, Demka about to pull out the util. They continuing to try and suffocate him, but he's hitting shots. He's got one bullet left in the chamber. Shot the pistol. Oh my God, he spots him. And he will get around that corner. A little dicey. Nice couple of shots by James at the end. But yeah, that'll be a one-round game and money shot once again. Pashiway called for a pause and they deliver off the back of it. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, really looking good now, isn't it, to maybe snatch this away at the very final hurdle. As Paravision were looking pretty damn good, but a bit of panic setting in, I think. They are unsure of where to go from here. Jame on the orb. What can he get done? Looking hero. Pretty tight, and he will get taken down on the contact.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, big ask and not quite the execution they were looking for. This is a bit of a wild time, though. I mean, Passion UA, you could argue, and feels like complete control of this game.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Just got to hold on a little while longer in this round. Waro. Smoke comes in. It's a good job that Otter did have one. Might force them back towards A, which is exactly what they want. Again, just some really cheeky plays here. Waro was ready for it. Break of this smoke in towards camera. You can see it's not the cleanest, but they will get the double spray down. Anyway, Belchonok, I think, has been heard, been seen around here. I do know about him vaguely. 5-7, a little scary, but 10 to 10, evening things up now.
This game is falling rapidly apart for Paravision. You know, we can invest back in towards this spot. They're running out of chances to close out this CT side. Both sides showing that the CT is most definitely vulnerable, especially comparatively to the T. Tough predicament, though. You buy back in for Paravision. You know, we've even seen them go from in a spot where it's like, right, default setup doesn't work out. Then last gun round, gamble setup, force towards the site early and towards the round, and it doesn't work. And everything seems to be going in favor of Passion UA. Give them on the spam. What a start.
Belchonok, Molotov down, will slow them. Oh my goodness, a potential bloodbath on the cards here, but it's going the way of Passion UA. Again, through smokes, a lack of patience for Paravision, which feels completely out of character for them. They are usually so good at holding it together. But in these final couple of rounds, these last couple of rounds that we've had, it's just been anything but. They are crumbling.
You can tell they're really flustered, can't you? Oh, this is where Passion UA, they're doing everything right. They're keeping that pressure on. They're actually relentless in terms of how they're playing these executes too. And even the small things like, you know, quite consistently going for the hunt and making life uncomfortable. I mean, this is one of the easiest maps to hunt on, I think, in Counter-Strike. You're so suffocated always. So few places to save, and it's so easy to maneuver around. One of the smaller maps. So, tough predicament. Oh, down goes Nota. Simple stuff by Demka. One damage, and he might get more behind it. AW will get 2. He's still low, though. Should be traded momentarily. Top gotta swing, but it's Waro to find. 11-10. Passion UA take back the lead. And they're close now. I mean, for Paravision, you kind of have to force it. You don't want to be playing for overtime, but it feels like their chances have unfortunately dwindled. This should be going towards that third. As we predicted, I must say, but not in this sort of fashion.
Yeah, very, very true. I think that we were expecting, you know, a trading of maps. It's kind of been anything but really hard fought for both teams. And I think Paravision will be so disappointed again that they can't get this over the line. Passion UA just running the game right now. No contest here at the end. Looks like it is set to close in pretty one-sided fashion, unless there is something available. Nice little nade, does soften them up. They're going to know where two of these players are coming from at the moment. Belchonok, nice position. Does get one, but he's instantly dealt with. Cello on the flank that really is the only chance of a hero. He gets caught off. Jakazma just flies round the corner, and it is, of course, game time. 12-10. All but secured.
Yeah, this map under lock and key now. I mean, it feels next to impossible, really. For Passion UA to lose this. The 12th in place, and a similar thing of where money is completely shot. Jay trying to do his best at saving it. Here's the steps. Around that corner, he will get one. There's the AK. You're not getting out, though. Nowhere to escape for him. 12-10. Passion UA are going to be pushing this towards a third, unless there is some serious back-to-back heroics here to overtime. But it just feels unlikely. Paravision have actually looked unbelievably muted. Only 2 rounds on their CT side. They've just fallen so flat. And credit to Passion UA. We said there's nice moments from them on this map, and they have good protocols, and we're absolutely seeing them here.
Well, we'll see. Passion UA have been looking very, very good in the past few rounds. They seem to know what's up here. Warrow clean with it on the flick. Entry once again for Passion UA. They look set to move towards the A-bomb site. There is going to be a panicked rotation from Paravision to just try and fake things out and get the read ahead of time. I think they will slowly follow up on A.
You're right. I think in this spot for Paravision, you should just try and gamble a little bit. First is good, but it feels like the overfight is unnecessary there for Belchonok. Getting one and getting away might have actually been, or not even might, definitely would have been the better play.
Fem getting another kind of just locks it in for me, so it's all down to just 2 to keep it alive. They have completely dissipated here at the tail end. Red at every corner, outplayed at every angle. Fem has an inkling. He's around somewhere. Jane will get one, but he's dealt with instantly, and it is a 13-10 finish from Passion UA. So we are going to that third, which, you know, at the turn of the half of this one, we didn't think was going to happen. Only 2 rounds from Paravision on their CT side. I think they know, and we all know, really not acceptable enough. You know, give us that handful just to get it over the line.
Yeah, it was a real crumble. There was so little on offer in that second half, and it does make you ask a lot of questions about them, but it will set us up for a third and final map. I mean, for Paravision, a pretty stark conversation that needs to be had in the next sort of 10-15 minute break, where we're talking about how do we force it flat. And yeah, sure, we can kind of very easily say, okay, that's a great map for Passion UA, and we expect them to win it. But when you're 8-4 up, and then you keep that gap 9-6, 10-6 as well. You know, you're so close, and then you fall as flat as you did. All go-rounds falling apart. Individuals not hitting their shots. That's a real worrying sign. So credit to Passion UA, right? This is a side that looked mentally super checked out, and they somehow made something of it. But man, Paravision should be at a 2-0 spot here. And we're talking about them moving forward in this qualifier, and now they have to risk it in towards this third map. And I mean, it's absolutely anybody's game. We're going to throw it to a bit of a break, though, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Map number 3 on the cards. We'll see you soon.
I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
So stop your running. You're gonna have to listen to me. We're rearranging. It's time for changing. Do you hear my cry? Now's the time. I can't take it, won't take it no more. 'Cause the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing it down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. You told me I was so demanding. 'Cause I want the same as you. I asked and I begged and I pleaded. Tell me what am I to do? And now I'm taking, no longer waiting. No longer got a hold of me. You heard the screaming, but you didn't mean it. When you said that you would change. No. And the word you say you're killing me. You keep on bringing me down. No. I can't take it no more. Won't take it no more. I can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the word you say they're killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
What is up, gamers? Welcome back in. Third and final map here to decide. This series felt like Paravision at the turn of the half there had done enough on Anubis, but they just completely disappeared into that second half. It can, and it does happen, T-sided map and all that, but probably one of the last times you're going to see it in high-level competition for some time. So maybe relish in that fact. Either way, we've got Ancient as our decider here. A very different map, bit faster moving. And another hard call here as well for these two teams.
Well, Jay might find a way, right? I mean, it was, and we were just talking about it, it was actually, both of the maps so far have actually been quite slow, right? Really drawn out in terms of their rounds, and it does make it really difficult to predict. But, it goes without saying that the big thing we're looking at is what this bounce back looks like for Paravision. They just fell so unbelievably flat. They go 8-4 up at the half, they're 10-6 up at one point, and then they just cannot seem to find a way. I mean, it's such a good run, and credit where it's due, right? 7 in a row coming through from Passion UA, but we were left scratching our heads just thinking, how did things get so bad for Paravision? Why did they become just a pure shell of their former selves? And has this sort of 10-minute break or so been enough for them to be able to say, okay, not the end of the world, we can bounce back into this, and we can make map 3 our own and stay kicking here in the Pro League Season 22 quals. Wild time. A lot that we have to look in terms of these first few rounds, the early rounds, especially for Paravision. But, yeah, credit where it's due. Passion UA, they've got to be feeling quite confident coming into this just because of the resurgence they had.
Yeah, it is very true. I think we've seen kind of the confidence and momentum switch sides quite a lot. So again, not really sure what to expect. It did feel like Passion UA came into Anubis quite flat, which is what we were worried about. Did a really good job of getting back into it. So, we're hoping the same for Paravision. But man, there was a couple of rounds there right towards the end where, they lost like the 1v2. And there were a few like takes towards A that just weren't clean enough. And they were punished. So I think they also have a few rounds to really be disappointed in. It's a very different sort of factor. Passion UA, yes, they maybe were in a position to take Dust 2, but then it got to overtime. And then they just got, like, flattened, which is a little bit like, oh, okay, there's not much that we can do about that. It's really curious, like, how these headspaces work. I do feel, wouldn't say they, like, threw rounds, but Paravision certainly had a couple that it felt like it was 75-25 and they lost them,
Yes. Well, I think you are right. I mean, it's definitely one of those where I think for us it still is really difficult to kind of get the understanding of where, like you mentioned, their headspace are. But generally, you look at a team like what Jame has sort of built up here, and you'd assume they're able to kind of brush it aside. You'd hope at the very least, especially because of how poorly things were. But also, this has kind of been the story of Paravision. I think when this lineup came together, and hence kind of why they've made changes and stuff, there has been this element of underachieving a little bit. So kind of overcoming disappointment and having to just sort of shrug it off, I think is something they've become considerably more used to. Where you look at Passion UA, their run has actually been really, really quite special. So we'll see. Well, hopefully getting on the way in just a second. Of course, knife round to the side. And there is definitely an element of the choice. Obviously, this map was always traditionally very, very CT-sided, but a lot of teams really like pugging on this map now, and hence where there's a lot more favorability if you want to start on that C side, especially if you've got a really decent pistol protocol. You can actually get a really comfortable start out the way. So it depends on kind of how your teams are set up, and because that's become so puggy, and we see it played a lot within the likes of even just as simple as kind of your FPL or your Faces and your MMs and all the rest. It's a map in which you don't always look so heavily on that CT side anymore. I do wonder, though, winning this knife round, how big of a difference it makes. Both sides, we've seen how much better they've just looked on that C side.
Yeah, it is very, very true. I think just trying to bilk as much time out of the in-between maps. It's kind of fair. Make sure that they are set and ready to get into this, but just a very, very interesting sort of matchup in terms of like whether these individuals can keep themselves together. And indeed, that knife round going to play into things. We do have the game underway here now, so I think we can put those kind of questions to bed. decent performances coming in from the people that you would expect thus far, but maybe a few people. Nota not quite as loud as I would have expected from him. And then Topa on the other side of things also struggling a bit. So a fresh look for some of those individuals.
Well, this pistol could be super important. Pirate Vision on that T side. That's where they did their better work, right? So, well, I assume Pashiway won the knife and they've chose to start CT. This could actually work in Pirate Vision's favor. A little bit leg spotted. Oh! Warrior, that is a sharp shot.
Julie's out here. Jacasmo looking to be the hero. Oh my goodness. 2 and 3. So very clean. They've just been deleted. Jane with a clean one of his own. And looking for a bit more of that. Trying to fake it out here with the run back. And where's he going? What's he doing? Jacasmo is indeed drawn back because of it. So, got to be very, very careful here. He's pretty low. And, of course, his teammate nowhere near. Topa reckons he's got the read. James is indeed moving towards mid, at least for the time being. But he might still go B, right? There's so many options available to the veteran.
Yeah, it does go eerily quiet for now. That full HP, even the decoy could actually be a little funky. It's going to make noise now, so potentially, and I think it should have been heard from Red Room. Topper might even just try and get him behind here, but a bomb plant is at the very least a guarantee. Oh, I say that. He tapped it. He's really not confident himself. He'll go for a replant as well. They're creeping up on his position, and he wasn't ready for it. If he had planted initially, that actually would have worked better in his favor, given him time to set up, but it will be Passion Yue getting that first round on the board. And again, you know, here's where now they can start really rocking and rolling and putting up a fair decent amount of kind of rounds in the early part of this game and make up for what was a somewhat lackluster CT side in that previous map. The force by for Pirate Vision. I think it's the right call. Especially with the lack of a bomb plot, why not?
Yeah, for sure. Makes a lot of sense. And again, if you can get that AK in, a lot of teams are doing so. We also have a couple players saving some money. Not full sending here then. So again, Paravision trying to play both sides at this point. And ultimately can be a bit difficult to pull that off.
Okay. Nope. Trying to play behind this bar. This Warrow and AW. One apiece. Jacasmo going to take that damage as well. That nade will come round. But it's a P250 pop shot from Zelo, which works. The flash is an absolute banger. And this fam has to do a lot of damage. Passion Yue in a bit of trouble in this round.
Fem doesn't spot anyone on his quick little drive-by, and Demka is quite far from the action, so I don't think we're going to see an attempt at this retake. Let alone would it be possible. So, yeah, save going to come in. Paravision on their weird half-force thing will manage to get it done. So those extra nades, maybe that extra Galil, not necessarily needed here.
Yeah. Nice work from Zelo, though. Shot, pick it up. Nice and special. Demka. At the very least, making it expensive on the way out. Being hunted tooth and nail. I don't know whether he gets away with it, but he will. Lucky man. So, a couple of kills. He'll take that. Paravision tie the game up, and ultimately, that's all that really matters for them. 1-1, and I mean, if you are passionate, you have to force it. You don't get a choice in that situation. But yeah, tough predicament still. It's where advantages really do favour. Double FAMAS, triple FAMAS, may I say? Indeed, Kavemi takes a lot of damage. He gets out.
Nota spamming away. Doesn't find anything. They are on either side of Red Room here, so trying not to take any damage would indeed be a bit detrimental. Trying to put the rifles together as best they possibly can. Molotov in. Doesn't quite spread. So, maybe, just maybe, on this corner, Warrow could get away with it, and he does indeed. A well-timed swing to find the first here for Passion UA. The reface a little aggressive, but maybe thought his days were numbered, trapped in that corner.
That shot. Oh, he spotted 3 different people. So good. AW finds Topper. We'll find that's all that's left. They could even have shot. AW's going to play silent. They're setting up for that B split, and actually, attention being drawn elsewhere. Jakazmo going to go look towards mid.
Demkert. Ready. First is easy. Second almost, but maybe the weapon not quite the perfect one that he wanted. Jakazmo gets here quick, but he's taken down quick. Nothing they can do to stop the bomb plant. Kvem's 19 HP. Not a chance. So Paravision, despite the sort of early exchange being a bit awkward, they will take the round.
Will Kvem save, I think, is the question. Well, he should be okay. I'm talking towards Cubby just in case anybody goes looking. And he might actually have an opportunity at the exit too, but either way, will be another round for Paravision. Oh my god, Nota is so lucky. 4 points of HP, but he stays alive, and that's all that matters. Same for Kvem, but is the silver line even worth it? Nota actually doesn't stay alive. He goes down to the bomb in the end. So all that for nothing. But still. 2-1. Nice little lead which can be built upon for the T side.
Okay, this is where things, I think, start to get into the realms of danger. Should be an easy enough round for Paravision, you would expect, but it's the one that follows up after this. Passion UA, after looking really good at the tail end of Anubis, have again petered out, so going to have to refine themselves. A similar story to Anubis, actually. Belchonok maybe going above and beyond here. He's picked up the FAMAS, he's thrown it out the map. Maybe expected it to be an M4. Either way, looking good for the round. James knows what's up. He knows all the angles. I've been Zeused from there a couple of times. I've also done a bit of Zeusing from there a couple of times. Looking good as they will clean up house.
Yeah, nice work. Got to make sure and rather that, and they do it flawlessly too. So that's all that matters. It's all you're really looking towards in those sort of ones. Just make sure that damage, I guess, taken to the econ is absolutely minimal, and that's sort of exactly what it was. So good work, nice and simple. And now you get to build upon 3-1. That's true gunner of Passion UA. All flat here though, and Paravision can build up a real stable T-side. Like you said, they do the best work on T-side. We saw it happen earlier in the previous map, and it seems like it's the case once again. They're going to try and fight through the mid, and you know what? Not too bad. 2 for 2 in the trades.
James sticking around here. Looks like they want to end towards B. The bomb is making its way over. Very, very slow on the upswing, as you would expect from Paravision, and just keeping Passion UA a little unsure of what the move is. I think they're going to start to figure out that it's not A. Is there anyone at middle? The answer to that is also no, so they become more and more prepared for a B hit. Smoke in! Forces Zello forwards, and he will get the kill. Meanwhile, the bomb has made its way through as well, so Topa in the cave is really going to have to do a lot of work here, and hopefully goes completely unchecked. Meanwhile, a flank on the cards. This is the big kill. Oh, Topa gets his. Can Warrow chime in as well? They're not considering him. Back turned. It's all going to be down to James in the 1 versus 1. He's left low from his kill. The bomb not really planted for him. No kit for Warrow, though, so not looking good. Tap on the bomb. Warrow looks to move forwards. James knows what's up. Will pull away and survives just about. Paravision by the skin of their teeth.
Smart play. Real smart play. And Warrow can't even get anything in the way out. James high-tailed it. 4-1. Back to a lowish buy around that say AK-47. They can upgrade the pistols, and that's basically as good as it gets. Power Division starting to bridge a fair decent gap actually at the moment. And that in itself, concerning times. Should be up to a 5th as well, so a 4-round buffer. All things go as expected. Nice little place to be in after a crumble in towards that previous map. But still going to wait to see what they bring to us on their CT. Fighting towards mid, going more or less as expected. Maybe a little bit more expensive than they would like, but even still, should be. Godzilla with knife out there. He gets away with it though.
Warrow in the right spot. So they do have to be careful. Got to make sure he's checked. Could be dangerous. But now that they know about him, surely they will just go to the opposite bomb site. He's trying to track them. But easier said than done. Zello's like, I'll run faster if I don't have my gun. Or something. I think he was trying to drop the bomb, right? But got a bit overzealous. Catching the back here from Warrow. Could be very doable now in the 1v2.
Be a little careful. Warrow, he's mollied out though. It's a good timing on that util. Just keep him at bay for now. Smoke down. I might sow the seeds of doubt a little bit. Waiting game, tap on towards the bomb. He doesn't have a kit, so makes this round so difficult. And AW going to make sure to see it off. Good work. Just guaranteeing that one in place. There's a moment of hesitancy there, but it's that 5-round lead. Back again. Passing your way. Starting to feel like they're, at the very least, under that same pressure that we've seen in Dust 2. Ubers where not the starts at the half that they want. Cavendo, look at the first, and James lucky to get out alive. Oh my god, for a moment there, that was looking a little up in the air. He does survive his life intact, but barely.
Yeah, looking good. Passion UA taking advantage. Hoping to convert it. Certainly going to be tough. They've got the stack over on B. That does again seem to be where the bomb is going to head up. Vision kind of moving things quite fast actually. Maybe a fake out. Hard to tell. They've only got one smoke left now though. So maybe not expecting the same sort of response. They're trying to draw as much attention as possible, and Belchonok will capitalize, but he's now known about. Meanwhile, Zello's got the right idea here. First find. Is there a second? The answer is yes. And my goodness gracious, Paravision have just absolutely crunched them on this B site.
With how badly things started as well, that's actually really, really impressive. I'm feeling like they were most definitely not in a strong position. And oh, it's Demko and Warrow. Ex-Monty boys and all they can fathom really is saving here. Paravision pulling further and further away. Pashiway looks so uncomfortable on this map, but a kill by Warrow is nice. Does it make a big deal in the grand scheme of things? Probably not. Quite the bridge start to the captain. They're guaranteed. Bare minimum tie game. Great spot in that sense. No surprises we see attack Tamar taken. TC back on the mic, but feels like they're running out of chances to really salvage in this first half. And this is a similar narrative that we did build in towards Anubis. And in all fairness, the second half is where they did all of the work, but still they can't constantly rely on going huge in the second half to have chances to take this series. They've got to recover in some regard here. If they can get up to 5 on the CT side, it's like a worst case. I think that's at least doable.
Yes. Yes, if they can get there with the numbers, but there's a little bit of a worry, isn't there, in terms of what's left in the half. It is mathematically possible, but a little difficult to get there, unfortunately. So yeah, definitely a worry at the moment for Passion UA. Early util forces the mid push back. To be fair, and I'm not sure if there's intentionally a gap there for Demka to push into. I think that might be the case, which is kind of a nice little nuance to that move. Meanwhile, a great response. A bomb site, likely to be weaker defended. That is indeed correct. So, decision to make now, and it looks like Demka is going to go flying through, but they don't quite commit, so they will concede the site here now.
Yeah. Molotov's going to take it towards Belchuk's force forward, and because of the damage dealt from the molly, they knew where he was. Spam, it's good. Guys, we're going to get a second. Uh-oh, Topper ships in the night. They walk past each other. They're walking into each other, and Nota realizes, I haven't gone as far forward as I thought. There's got to be someone in my way. That is right, and Nota will reposition. One right in front of him. Demka, a freebie. AW, one of his own as well. Kvem caught in the side. This round's falling apart. The retake idea was nice. The execution, unfortunately, not there. Jakazmo going to get a consolation. But it's nothing more than that. He does actually get a quad in total. The constellations sure are nice, but it's a similar thing, and that it's actually been, unfortunately, kind of the story of Passion UA in this map so far. That's a silver lining, that's okay, but we're getting to a point where it's not good enough.
Indeed, on the new patch, he'd be making loads of money, but
exactly,
we're obviously not there. So he's just practicing, I guess, for the new patch. Nonetheless, the game's starting to get away from them in a pretty scary factor. You know, quite a simple round from Paravision. Mid-presence. Okay, what's the likely response here? We go A, and they just work from there. Good, clean post-plant. Really well played from them to keep it together. And now you start to worry Passion UA on the brink of destruction.
Time dwindling. It does definitely feel. That lead already guaranteed. I mean, it's exactly where you want to be. It does feel like they're just completely outcalling them. Oh, man. You really got to feel for Passion UA because, you know, recoveries we've seen out from them have actually looked quite immaculate in the previous maps, but the tall order they've given themselves here, man, it feels so difficult to sort of predict in this sense. Looks like Chikazma going to line up for a pop flash. Farmer's going to play up close.
A flash.
He'll completely catch Zelo. Yeah, he's a dead man. Couldn't get out of there.
Yeah, maybe could have reacted to spin, but I guess, again, we knew it was coming, so different gravy. Either way, he will go down. Warrow also able to find a head. It's not looking good at all. Toper up close. Jakazmo with the support flash. And it's all come together very nicely. Can they hold it, though? The lurking at middle gives an avenue towards A, but the bomb not going to follow. Nota gets one more here. Okay, I don't even finish the sentence. I was going to say, if he got one more, it might have been a round to think about, but now for my money, I don't think so. Jane will get the plant. Helps them towards the end of the half here, but the round itself, surely not. He does survive. A little longer than I was expecting. Any more guns he can take away, always going to be good. Crisp shots here from Jame. Uh-oh. 1 versus 2. There is a kit available for Demka. He's forcing them to come to him. The Molotov may eventually spread. I think he would have been safe in the corner, but then they get on the bomb. You know, it's a hard call for sure, but here we are. Passion UA get 2.
Yeah. Still such a long road to recovery, but I mean, even you can say for Paravision, the fact that they make something out of that round in itself is decent. They're keeping that CT econ in some level of check. But 7-2, they're actually gonna, you know, take precaution here very quickly. Go for attack timeout. They don't want to play any risks. Don't want to allow them back in, and I can respect that. They've already seen a few times how well this side can streak. So I think it's good precautions. Maybe you can argue as well and say overcautious, but I think it's just happened now twice. One in overtime, one that full resurgence on map number 2. I think for them, they're just thinking, let's not risk this by any means.
No, it is true, and I mean, it's going to be a super long day here, of course. The Sashi game, Sashi x Navi Jr. Actually goes 2-0 in favour of Sashi. I thought surely a map in for x Navi Jr., but obviously a topsy-turvy time for them. So that's who's waiting. I think they're just trying to keep their heads screwed on straight. Passion UA have got other ideas. If they can give themselves just that little buffer to work with moving into the second half, could be a very, very different game on our hands. Zello. Oh, he could get time, but no, the smoke just saves his life.
All posted of James. Looking towards Shelf, but a smoke from Cave will slow them down. Flash over. Top shot. Misses. Oh, yeah. Or he gets punished. Looks for a second, can't quite find it. Open in the sight. Jacasmo will trade. Maybe a little bit too audacious from James, which is a rare thing to say.
True. And now he won't, you know, go for an aggressive play for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it is. Yeah. Every time they have a bit of a conversation before a game, like, I don't know, man, maybe we should just come out of our shell a little bit more. He'll be like, look at this round. Look, guys, it doesn't work. I'm telling you.
Been
It
there,
doesn't
done that.
work. Yeah. Oh, clean finds. Okay, from both. Like, just synchronicity there on the CT side to clean that round up. Thought for a moment we had a lull in the action, but they show them how to do the wide swings, I guess.
Yeah, nice stuff. Well, 7-3. Slowly but surely starting to prove that there's something about this Passion UA CT side. It's taken a real while to get going, sure, but feeling like he's got a chance. Even if it was worst case 4, I actually think that's pretty workable. Can't slow down here. Cannot afford for it to be a flash in the pan. Hero AK is the play. Now look how much space they've got. Warro, one flash, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Just makes it away. Demka keeping him alive. It's Kvem who comes in, pushes his teammates aside, finds the double. They will get the bomb plant here, which is the ultimate goal of the round. Maybe one kill to go along with it, but no, they are denied.
Bomb down, I guess, in a sense. Feels like that. Small little help for them, especially considering they weren't bringing loads to the table. But yeah, man. There's that recovery again for Passion UA. You can see why Paravision called for the pause earlier. They knew it was around the corner. And here it is. 7-4. That's already good. Any more would be nice. There is a Galil that has to come to fruition just to squeeze out this full buy and have the util to work with. So that's looking pretty good for Passion UA to get a 5th in.
Warro. Trained and ready. Waiting for the peak. Is it going to come? I don't think it will be the case. He's going to go hunting for a little bit more. Small elbow presence from Paravision, but not too much else. AW taking matters into his own hands, and he has found great timing here. But again, not looking to go too far in.
It's a good call. Slow your roll. Hold and wait. Oh, ramp. It could be a massacre. Belchnok, he's so low as well. Oh, Topper. 2 bullets left in the chamber, one of which one pass on towards AW. That is beautiful.
Yeah, not looking good now for James to break through the ramp. He's just trying to get a kill back. Not going to happen for him. And here we are. A run back of 4 in a row at the tail end. Paravision could have crushed them. Not the case. We've got a break in between, but we'll see you on the other side of this. Welcome back in. Looking good here, man. This is the final half of this series. Very, very, very close stuff now. It was looking like Paravision were going to run away with the first half. But Passion UA able to string them together, and Paravision, another sort of scary prospect on the horizon here. Another potentially dropped game if they are not careful.
Definitely one of the longest series we've done in a while, man. These two sides are so evenly matched. But, open up. Way of Paravision. They're not through the smoke here. This is so risky. And they just don't properly clear that cubby. Dave, Zelo, and AW all getting involved in the action. And you argue that should be enough. Kavem, all that's left. He's got the dualies, but still such a big ask. And Belcher not making sure there's no more questions.
Alrighty, could be a solid start for Paravision then. Denying the plant away as well. Passion UA are going to have their work cut out. Have to hit the ground running once the guns come into play. And that's exactly what they're leaning for as well, as they will hard eco this round. Paravision attempting to keep things smooth for the time being.
Well, looks like a pretty simple pop towards the A site will be the play. Oh, they deal with it. This should be a pretty simple massacre. Any consolation kills go a long way in a round like this. But it doesn't start too well. There's a dink that comes through. There is that consolation kill, but it does not matter. 9-5. We have been in a spot like this before, though, so that's still the thing that worries me a little bit. But this is feeling good for Passion UA. They are looking like the considerably stronger team right now. Just gotta make sure. Just got to confirm this now in place. But they should be fine. 5 Passion UA on that T side. Essentially one of the last few if things continue at this roll.
Yeah, really dangerous looking. But always going to be capable. Passion UA ready and raring for a bit of a bomb site action, it would seem. They have drawn a lot of attention away, to be fair. Belchonok playing that up close angle, an early molly to buy time for rotations, but still not the most well bolstered A bomb site. Paravision would have been leaning on a retake.
Yeah.
But the one molly, you know, at this high level is just enough to stop them and scare them off of A.
Yeah, you're right. Well, back in towards mid control seems to beat the play. Nothing offering up just yet. They're trying to just catch a pixel, get a bit of that fortune, and in all fairness, they're pretty close, but it's a wrap towards B. There's 3 players here who are going to meet them, and Belchonok spots Warrow.
Nota also in an advanced position here. Be everything. Demka, just, yeah, not going to beat that, man. It's a bit too difficult for him. A quick pivot back across with 20 seconds left. Belchonok hidden away at Brokey. Not looking good. He'll swing out. Doesn't find the kill, but they're just being slowed way down, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Stop them from getting the plant. Bomb hits the deck. And it's easy enough for the final few players to finish off. Double digits now for Paravision.
Well played. Well played. I just think in rounds like that as well, you find an opener. You've also gained information too. I think even just that small thing of Belchonok's kill that it gets, it looks like, you know, he's moving towards shelf. So the idea is that they're setting up for there. Then on the flip side, Passion maybe overthink it and maybe overcook that situation a little bit. They should have just tried to go off the back of it and pushed in towards B. Instead, regroup, reset, head towards A, and they get shut down. So nice work. Will be their second tack pause taken, but chances looking thin. 10-6, Paravision were unable to close on Anubis. 10-5. We sit here and say, surely, right? There's no buy-in towards round number 60, no true buy. You got a hero AK and Gavem. That's as good as it gets. Surely this is the sort of round which should be one scene off. And this should be a map as well, which follows suit. 5 rounds ahead. 3 rounds away. Now as well. Oh. That's so unfortunate. And, you know, in the same vein that second half felt like all luck was going towards Pashiway and Anubis. Same thing feels here for Paravision. James, great awareness, great reactions.
Yeah, looking very good. Paravision stemming the tide, right? It's certainly a buy that could threaten them. Slow roll here. In towards the B-bomb site, and Paravision are pulling players away, so they've got to be weary of how weak they leave this B-bomb site. One spotted at Shelf maybe starts to, you know, confirm the fact that it's more of a B lean. But still super passive. Paravision don't want to give them anything, so I think there is a world in which this bomb plant is very, very, very likely. All 5 are here. But my goodness, sometimes that can be a blessing and a curse. Demka looking to get multiple, trying to draw them in, but it's not quite working. Does take the head of the first hit. Oh, the dink as well onto the second. Meanwhile, Warrow works his way through the smoke. He's in behind so many. He jumped so early. I think they had no idea he was there. He could have played it, but unfortunately, 4 to get through. It does get panicked.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately not even as expensive as they would have liked as well. Only a couple of kills in the chaos. And it does feel like we're thriving now. And chances rapidly dwindling for Pashiway. This does feel like it is that last hurrah, isn't it? You buy in, you've got Utah to work with, but very much in that now or never sort of position. What have they got left for us? You lose this, heading in towards the 12th. Flat up road, unless you get a buy. Bomb plant. That might ensue a bit of a buy, but still requires a lot of things to go right for that. So 11-5. Paravision reaching distance now as well for them. You can taste it. Just gotta get these last 2 over the line.
James. Not fast enough.
Tough shot.
Back for another maybe. Oh, yeah, and he's able to back away. So he's played it quite safe into him. But they will gain a lot of ground for the one missed shot. And just leaving one player to get in behind. James thinks he's got the timing here, but he did miss it. And Fem will take him down. Demka also falling. Goodness me, heads rolling all over the place right now. Really tough round for Paravision to deal with. Just all off the back of the mid push and the missed timing. This looks good, and they even have a man to cancel the save. So, looks very good in fact. Jacasmo will go down without even finding one there.
That'll hurt a little bit. Be alright. I mean, at the very least, round locked in place. Any X tier go huge, though. Well, Paravision. Zelo set up for exactly that, but even just one kill on towards that C-side can have a pretty decent knock-on effect. It looks like, thankfully for them, they're making the choice to go through main, and that'll be the smart call. No one here to meet them or greet them. So they get it alive, and Pashiway stay alive in this game. We said that was the round. That was the one that confirms whether this is going to be sorted here and now. So the good news is they've been given at least a bit of a runway and a bit of breathing room. 11-6. Of course, no issues for Paravision on the reinvestment, though.
Alright, let's see. Passion UA. Got to find themselves a hefty way back in. Cheeky little smoke there allows a peek for the AWP, but no one on the other side of it, so No real danger as they once again look to just move things a bit slow. Seem to be enjoying mid, so maybe going to try and get aggressive there once again.
Alright, the idea. Back in towards this spot. James posting the angle. Couldn't hit that quick shot in that previous round. It's Warrow boosted up, who catches Note in Red Room as well, so that'll hurt a little bit. Had a nice idea, but it does get shut down. So, opener for Passion UA. I keep saying it, far from dead in this game just yet.
Still not panicking, still not rushing into things here. Looking to take the A-bomb side to fake out towards B to just draw some attention. Topa will capitalize. Well, Chonok, meanwhile, the only A defender for the time being. He's got to stay alive. Can't really stop them getting the bomb down at this venture. So, looks good. There's a lot of damage done. No kills, unfortunately, for the CTs, and that's, of course, what they need. So, I think the round will just slip away from them. One or two more well-played spray downs could have been very different. Zello will hold his M4 at least.
Yeah. Well played from Demka. I think the shots he's hit, pretty tough considering the pressure he's under and his HP, of course. But I think it's really, really well, especially clearing that one into his back boxes on site. Good work. Nice work. Zelo at least making it expensive on the way out. We can talk about some silver linings there, but starting to be closed now. And money going to take a hit for Paravision for the first time in actually a hot minute, if we're being frank. So, Passion UA, they've actually been given a runway into this game and been given at least some level of a vision of how we actually go about this. Again, similar to how these previous maps have all gone. It's all about one round at a time, and it has worked. At least for the overtime, and as we saw a little bit, you know, in that previous map as well, that really, really strong run. Still very, very much a possibility. 11-7. Paravision understand that. So they call for a pause. Slowing this one down. I just want to try and ice out as best they can. Do not give Passion UA that runway, as did happen in the previous round. Previous map, may I say.
Yeah, let's see, man. Let's see. It is getting kind of tense, for sure. I think we're all a little bit on the edge of our seat. We've seen this all before. So, another important round for Paravision. And this one, the most important in recent memory, because the bank is starting to get pretty thin. There's one kit available. So also got to be careful in the post plan. Early utility, quite aggressive from both sides. Not much left for the CTs just straight out of the gate. Especially in terms of the offensive utility. Passion UA trying to abuse that fact as they will pick up a pretty quick B execute here. No one really around to stop them. The nades are good enough. James, though, on the crack. He didn't quite know which way to look and unfortunately splits the difference. Big nade in from the T side. The CT1 not quite as successful. And they're calling to save now.
Classic. Who
It
would
is
have
that time again.
Who would have wondered? A 5-on-5 save. James, you are well and truly back. But, again, I guess I can sort of understand that. The only issue for Paravision, that they're quite easy to read. Just in these 3 maps, we've seen the same thing happen. The second they lose any sort of control, they very quickly go for this really gambly sort of setup, right? It's sort of how they bank on, and that time they left B so vulnerable because they gambled elsewhere, and credit to Passion UA, get a little fortunate in terms of walking into a completely unmanned area, but super well played. I mean, yeah. You can see the panic that really sets in for the side. Three rounds of difference now as well. I guess in a way, understandable where the panic comes from. closed. You bar back in. MP9 and a FAMAS have to be brought to the table. Exactly what you'd want to see.
Belchonok to open. And the AWP waiting to draw a few more in. Oh, he would have maybe got away with, because, you know, Topa's just gone swinging from shelf, but he opted to drop back instead. So we'll see here. Advantage does hang in the balance. Not quite secure just yet.
Pop shot. Not quite connecting. Warrow crosses towards shelf. He rightfully is cautious over towards Donut. He's not committing to that fight. He's moving back towards the setup towards B. Numbers don't favour them, but this could still be a real messy fight on the B side. And Pyrovision have made the right call to stick 3 here.
Utility over the top. Nade is early. They're not quite dedicating just yet. Contact flash. Good patience here from the T's, but unfortunately, some overlooked angles and some decent nades from the CT side. The MP9 comes flying in for 2. And that is 12 secured. Goodness me, Pyrovision, just when they needed it, a hero with the SMG.
What a sigh of relief as well. Especially how awkward things were looking as they were moving their way forward. And I think just generally in terms of the feel, losing a bit of control, similar to that previous map, they were playing an uncomfortable style, and thankfully they get towards that slight bit of breathing room. But we see so many kind of teams where they hit 12 and I don't want to say take their foot off the gas, but they do fall very, very flat. And the worry for me is that this could be more of the same. That's why pause is taken, moment of conversation. One which Pyrovision could really use here themselves. 4 rounds to do it in, though. Within those 4 rounds of how their economy is, that's actually about 3 buys because their economy is still in a pretty decent spot. So, all in all, this should be a doable affair. Passion away. As with map number 1, they're playing for overtime.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, they've been here before. They, I feel, have been on the back foot quite a lot in this series.
Yeah.
So they certainly are capable. I'm sure Pyrovision want to put them to bed and get on with the next game, as it is set to take place in half an hour. Jame opens up. A trade out at the bottom end of ramp. Still looks good for Pyrovision. They retain some decent control of proceedings here. Belchonok, clean headshot. He wanted a bit more. Oh, he will go down. So does AW. This is dangerous. 4v2. Very quickly turned 2-on-2.
Yeah, round definitely opened up in some regard. Oh, and a missed shot by Kavem. That was the chance to punish. Warrow should hit this. It's a slow peek around the corner, and it's gifted over. James versus Warrow. AWP versus AWP. James got the right idea, and he hits the shot as well. So smart. And a much better showing from Pyrovision on the CT side compared to map number 2. That'll close things 13-8. They pick up a win 2-1.
Yeah, looking very, very good in the end. Maybe just running a little bit out of gas on that Passion UA side of things. And Pyrovision relying on Jame, the experience, I would imagine, to just keep them in it, keep them together. Some really good timeouts, as they will indeed continue on in this qualifier. Unfortunately, Passion UA, that will be it from them. There will be no Pro League for them. This, of course, was the lower bracket. So, yeah, they will be knocked out. And I think we'll be a little disappointed that they've done so kind of quickly. I think you would want to maybe get to the latter stages of today. Maybe the latter stages of the lower bracket to at least be somewhat satisfied. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to be happy with that, in all honesty. Neo, meanwhile, Pyrovision play off against Sashi to continue staying alive in that lower final. But as we mentioned a couple of times, just to sort of keep people updated, it is only the one spot available. Sometimes you'd see a qualifier like this in the past. The consolidation final, which is Thursday early on, right, would be a spot for you. And then you'd play that grand final to decide some seeding or something along those lines. But as it is with VRS and everything, it's only the one spot, so you've got to run it back the whole way.
Absolutely, it's a pretty brutal qualifying the way, but that's how a lot of them are these days, and that's why we only get the best of the best going towards Pro League. So, unfortunately, not to be for Passion UA, I don't think it was a tournament from them. Even that series, like we mentioned, despite them getting a map, it did really feel that on the back foot for like 85% of that game and of that series. So, tough to see, tough to watch, and I think back to the drawing board, but a new team, so not completely the end of the world for them. For now, though, we're going to throw us one to a break, another series to follow this, but we'll see you soon.
people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told her, baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they feeling so, feeling so.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just a piece of data. Just This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another number,
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Come play with us.
Honestly wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Leslie.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We continue on here with the EPL qualifiers. Very much getting into the thick of it now. And if you joined us earlier, it was a lower bracket game. Now we have swapped up to the other side of things. We are into this upper bracket final. So very much looking forward to getting into that. Namiga up against TNL here. And it continues being cutthroat. Even if you win this one, you've not got a spot confirmed. You've got to play again tomorrow against those lower bracket winners. And it really is all to play for. It's going to be myself, Scriv, and Yumi now joining me for the second series of the day. How are you feeling? You've been keeping up with the games?
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up as best I could. During the pit stop between this last game and the game we have now ahead of us, I did ambush Neo and take his setup, so it is nice to see what it's like to live on the other side. So I'm excited to get into this TNL and Namiga game, especially because these two teams are kind of, I mean, they've been hustling quite heavily within the Tier 2 space. Not the most of any of the rosters out there, I think. When I really look at it, I think Sashi has like 270 maps played this year. These guys are floating around like the 170, 180, but they've been doing a great job of sort of rising through those ranks. And as we have the Veto on screen, Mirage, Dust 2, Ancient, all very flat map, aim-heavy types of maps in terms of the macro and micro gameplay. So expecting it to be quite a close showing, actually.
Yeah, very much so. I think that this will be a very, very difficult game to split down the middle. We've got Namiga, who are actually starting to creep in to the invite realms, as it were. Their Valve ranking not quite keeping up with their HLTV ranking. So something like this is going to be pretty important. If they qualify into Pro League, we could see them knocking on the door to a few of those quote-unquote skippable events for the top-level teams. So really quite important for them to do well here and keep winning the games out. So far, they have looked pretty good as well. They've dropped the one map against OG. It was super, super close, 13-11. Other than that, a pretty clean run against Paravision and playing a lot of different maps as well, it looks like, in this qualifier. So Namiga, for me, feel like somewhat of a favourite. TNL, meanwhile, kind of the caveat that I gave them yesterday when Alan was on, and I'll say to yourself as well, they have played as Team Ukraine just last week at the European Esports Championship, and I'm pretty sure they got a flight on Monday and then were immediately into this qualifier. So they've not really had time to readjust and rest up. And the final map in particular yesterday against Sashi was just dreadful. To be honest, it was a complete mess from both teams. Like, I can't beat around that bush. So,
but they won.
I'm going to keep bringing that up, I feel, because, you know, they are, for me, looking pretty fatigued. But they did. You are correct. They did indeed win.
Yeah, and you know, even if they had some decompression sickness in yesterday's game, kind of hoping that they're able to shake that off for this game ahead of them, because they actually will find Namiga at kind of a key sort of focal point will be the fact that they have had to replace Jouet. You know, Sawalio stepping into that position, and it kind of comes at a key point where, you know, we've seen actually kind of a downtrend in the performance of players like Xanter or Risky Bob when they were trying to mitigate the loss of Flammus. You know, it feels like Namiga are constantly in this adjustment period in terms of dealing with one of their star players being lifted out of the roster, which is never a great place to be, but they've been able to keep their head above water even throughout all those changes constantly happening to them.
Yeah, very, very true. So it has been a very cool kind of streak to see Namiga actually working their way up. For a long time, I think they had a clear ceiling as like an organization, you know, been around forever, it feels. But they are able to dip into the talent pool, as it were, and continue printing these intense fraggers. We are, of course, into the map here. TNL to start off on that T side, bit of utility bought up. We've got the 2 sets of Julies on the CT end of things.
And one of them's already gone. This is a man that we will be keeping our eye on for this series, if there is going to be a performance here from TNL as this underdog. Very loosely express it that way. Karen will be a big reason as to why they succeed. A very solid rifler. Himmelong Dowie will be the key focal points. Khan, here's the steps into jungle. Lear's actually taken that contact and dealt with by Cairn. Bomb dropped outside of jungle, but they've got the entries they need to, but they haven't dealt with Risky Bob until they do. Cairn clearing under Balk, Risky looking up high and gets shot on the side. Xanter's on the flank, though, quite quick.
Oh, nice find on the first. He knows the plant is around here somewhere, can't find it. Knife stays cool, and it will be TNL to pick up the pistol. I think that opening kill in particular is what nets them the control that they needed. But yes, I hadn't considered that, actually, listening to you cast there. Khan and Ken going to be a bit of a challenge at times, I'm sure. But ultimately, 2 massive names to watch on these teams as well. A lot of fun to see them go off and play head-to-head.
Yeah,
speaking of, there's, you know, not loads of experience against each other, these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising given that they've been kind of floating around similar rankings and both been kind of grinding through the 2-2 circuit as much as they can. That they've only really encountered each other once this year, in early February, so... I will say it's strange, because I think people's perspective on Namiga will be slightly shifted based on their performance at the Major. I think we saw kind of an overperformance from even players like Jouet. Xanter had a pretty solid event, but I think the biggest surprise was actually Khan, because in his online officials, sometimes seems a bit more like a liability. What just happened there? Onik just got shot by his teammate? I think it's a little goofy, but yeah, Khan had a very good Major cycle and performed way above expectation. And if during these adjustment periods there's going to be downtrends or underperformances, it actually kind of can't come from key pieces like the AWP or even, you know, just the stability riflers and players like Xanter either.
Ooh, Dowie going down to the bomb there, bit of an oversight. I think he had retrieved that AK as well. So they've actually done a lot of damage going into the first rifle here, Namiga. And yeah, denying some scary guns away. So I think, unfortunately, we're going to see this UMP continue. We're going to see the Galil and whatnot. So, and then also Knife, not really got as much... Okay, there is a drop across. Pardon me, but nonetheless.
I don't know if you know this, but are we playing on the new update? Because I'm wondering whether...
No. No, we are not. I think there was a very subtle tweet posted by like head admins and whatnot. But beyond that, we got it in the in our little admin Discord and all that sort of stuff. So, but yes, we're not on the new patch.
Okay, I just had to make sure because I imagine the change will be eventually that the CTs will start to use more UMPs, more other SMGs, probably the MP5. Wondering if Onyx just trying to get ahead of that curve. That's a very
maybe
passive start to this round, isn't it? I mean, just solid mid control for the T's, but not actually showing that much presence. The Amiga are kind of flying blind.
Maybe that's the way that they like it at this point. I think, especially with like a lack of mid aggression / control. I'm just happy to see how the round plays out. What the default approach looks like. Lear is in the perfect spot. He's going to have to do well from here, though. He's lost his teammates. He's onto the AK, but they're still able to get him the UMP. Finds a double entry and then moves up to the AK. Risky, only good for one. So surely not going to happen here. Xanta with his prize trophy from the previous round, the MAC-10. Surely not going to be able to find too much here. Clean movement, but Dowie finds his head. It will be a third in a row for TNL.
Yeah, nice little just slow crawl into a burst through that connector smoke. I mean, they take a risk breaching the side of it towards stairs, but they have two that usher themselves in through jungle, and then the double kill from Onyx is really what just secures the round. Even if there is a little bit of almost like an over security because they got that entry into jungle. They thought they could plant opposite default, so they didn't have to worry about CT as much, but they were then exposed to jungle. You know, that rotate from Risky Bob actually could have swung the round quite considerably had the trade not been so rapid from TNL. So it's not the cleanest, but it's at least showing signs of minor areas they can already improve just as we get further and further into this game. I mean, they've done a great job so far in this upper bracket, but TNL have almost always been stretched to all three maps. I imagine they would want to improve on that trend as they get deeper and closer to the idea of getting to ESL Pro League.
Utility out. Quick move towards A here, it would seem. And it should be successful. Decent damage through the smoke. I think, honestly, you maybe just hold some of the armor and whatnot into the next round. First kill comes in nice and easy. Dowie does have to be careful and overstep. Trades are here, though. And he'd done enough damage to make it easy. So TNL charging through that round. Nice little pace change.
Yeah, not setting up for a slow default, not waiting to see if Namiga would try and do anything too gimmicky with limited investment. Full steam ahead, and Namiga actually weren't in great positions to address it. By the time the smokes are down, they're caught behind them. The late CT rotate, even if they try to swarm with numbers, they just simply don't have the greatest weapons. But now we look forward to a full investment once again here from Namiga. Xanta dropping mid-floor, but doesn't actually have support. Lear was trying to link up with him from connector, but while one goes to fight mid, the other seems to retreat. So now Namiga readjusting, not getting a whole lot from what looked to be early aggression based on the spawns. Now back to more passive play. They may fish for something here, though. TNL toying with the idea of the window boost and may opt to go for that late. The jump across, Karen trying to be very aggressive, but nothing coming of it.
Orp trained here. Can't. He's not fast enough. He does land the tag, actually. So he is fast enough. I'm sorry. I take it back. We'll see if it has an effect later on in the round. The Orp ultimately has been scared off its angle, which was the goal. Risky Bob with a risky move indeed. Khan's flicks looking good here, as he just needs one more to lock the round in. Dowie up against the entirety of this defense pretty much. The bomb dropped at their feet and surely not a chance. He's even thinking of slowly backing away. However, denied again. Khan's Orp looking good.
Yeah, I mean, nice quick shooting. The positioning in the site is marvelous. I mean, his his crosshair placement actually for the apartments players wasn't great. It wasn't optimal. I think he thought they could have already made it out, but the adjustment was marvelous. And from there on out, he just had full control of that B bomb site. Even if he had help behind him, he had it fully contained and on lockdown. So that'll be how they get their first round. It comes off of effectively 4 lovely shots from Khan on that AWP. How replicatable will that be? How long can you actually keep that up is a whole different question. But some early signs of life from that first foray into that AWP.
Khan looking for a little bit more. He can't fire 2 bullets at once, unfortunately, and Fleerax is going to capitalize massively. Double entry for him in from short. Xanta working around all the nades. Wow. The fadeaway headshot. I think he was a bit taken aback by that as well as he gets caught in the side. He's bought time for at least 1 rotation, but Lear doesn't play his part well enough. And the new addition, Sawalio here to try and win out the 1v2. Not ready and gets taken down easily.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Knife finding a flurry of frags where it was ever so needed. I mean, that double kill from Xanter actually probably should have been enough to swing the round back, but Namiga actually weren't doing a great job of linking up with each other from the rotate to the site anchors. You know, Xanter getting that kill and tucking himself into bench actually kind of should have been the play that broke TNL, because if they want to push Xanter off, if he simply tucks, and they could try and spam him, but they'd have to bridge the gap to bench, and by the time they do that, Empty and Market Window can all, you know, cover that angle on the approach. But they kind of get ahead of themselves and fall victim to Knife finding these isolated sort of pseudo-entries, more like trades. So I have to say, I mean, TNL are doing a great job of punishing Namiga, playing actually fairly separately across the map, whether it has been the way that they're approaching this CT side, you know, casting a wide net, or whether it has been just how quickly they link with each other when they're clamoring back into bomb sites. Sonic, wow, okay. Not quite careful enough. Nobody was mid, and then he gets shot in the back. Khan taking contact on B, but he's a sole defender, and so he plays position. Khan is hitting everything that shows up on his screen. A tough flick. And Knife will try his best to get them back into the round, but they start at a deficit by the time they break in B.
Holding here at the edge. The AWP finds as the smoke goes down. Fleerax remains the only one that can really get anything done. He does turn across at the right time, but still not ready. Lear will drop him. And Amiga back in. I mean, this back and forth nature feels good, but it's going to be a pretty difficult run if TNL still have that lead to work with. So, some work required from Namiga for sure.
Yeah, and there's a B bomb site scorecard that reads 2-1 in favor of Namiga. They've started to hold it that one time where Knife gets a 3K, but every time they've been there, Khan has been a problem. So it may be best that they go back to what was working to higher efficiency. A, middle. Neither time did Namiga feel like they were putting up much of a fight in those directions. And now they won't even have, you know, optimal weaponry to give it a good old college try. Knife, with that Deagle, actually trying to get ahead of the util, putting some pressure onto Xanter. But you can see it's not actually prompted any significant changes to Namiga's setup. And you're trusting Xanter wholeheartedly to deal with that one man. Oh, Khan's gonna feel a little silly that he used that HE. Oh my god, his timing is on the money. He held for so long. How does he read that so well?
I mean, that is just perfect. It's like as soon as he peaked as well. It's not like they were overstaying their welcome. So yeah, that's pretty beautiful. Maybe needed to trade that look in for a bigger round, you know, is the only thing I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, they might just think he actually had a gap around the smoke, but no, it was just all instinct.
Bit problematic here. It leaves the A bomb site vulnerable. So panic rotation in at CT. Khan misses. Swalio is out towards ramp. They're not expecting him at all. Dowie with the spin around. But there's just too many defenders to get through. No utility. You know, one smoke, something like that could have really made all the difference in this round. The Glock beats Xanta. What is happening? What is happening? I think the damage is pretty good now, though, from TNL. That's for sure.
Well, Flyrek should be dead here. Lear actually struggling on his fight. Does actually descend off the elevation at triple, and Khan will miss his shot on the AWP. A little pressure there to Lear, but he ends up with a 3K. I just have one question. You know, Risky, I understand he's, you know, considering multiple positions, but why is he looked spawn? His teammate Lear is ticket, and he got to market so that they couldn't actually flank him spawn. Why did he look spawn? That's the only reason he loses to Flyrex on the Glock. So, a bit of a silly move. Either way, like you said, the damage is good for TNL, and they're now just thinking about how they can capitalize on that. They know that they will have put Namiga teetering on the edge. You can see the reserve cache is not too high. And given the success that they've had in taking mid-control so traditionally, hell, even the amount of ground that they get just off of limited weapons in that round is, I guess, a greater signifier of the problems Namiga have faced so far on CT. Well, how do they actually make use of that and apply pressure in those weak points?
$1 million question. What a flash. What a flash. Oh my god. Khan does not know where he is. He's still blind, even though he's dead. Brilliant stuff. And TNL with a keen advantage because of it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even start with somebody B. They were hoping that Khan could stay on side of short and keep coverage of the apartments as well. Good kill from Xanta. It does at least make it equal. And he can now move into position where he can make up for that lost ground on that B bomb site. But he has to re-clear everything. TNL won't realize that that's a gap that could have been realized.
Ken creeping in here. The danger man of the round. Expecting big things. We got the fake. Over at B. Knife and the bomb will start to move in towards A. Risky Bob has just dropped down kind of in the nick of time. So we'll see what happens here. But they are not considering Palace at all. And a freebie comes round. And they will check their angles. Lear is here. Can he deny the bomb plant? The answer is yes. A bit of assistance from Xanta. This gets weird now. Bomb has hit the deck. There's no utility at all for TNL, in fact. So just bullets to brains. And Dowie, he got the assignment. Lear will be left in this clutch. Kit available. They know where he is, so he's just going to have to land his shots. He's sure of a triple player, but beyond that, he really does not know where to look. Beckoning the fights, but just can't win either of them. He's so close.
Man, I mean, he had the perfect read on that. He knew exactly how they were going to play it on TNL. He puts Karen down to 2 HP just by spamming the edge of triple, but I mean, a great recovery and a great dismantling. And once again, Namiga, you know, they're set up in actually quite solid positions, but it all kind of stems back to Khan losing his life on short at the very start of the round. Xanter, typically that, or was that window player, had to move to that B-bomb site, so the window boost was exposed, and that's something that TNL have been using so many different times in this game. Great HE from TNL, and it breaks down the boost idea of Namiga immediately. Oh, Xanter's still alive. Okay, well, he isn't for very long. Took 2 HEs and survived on 1 health for only a moment. They can't even recover that 1 M4 that they buy into this round. Lear went for a hero rifle, and that's trapped in the underpass now.
Yeah, how do you feel? I feel like I had a bit of a break, right, from cast. I maybe had like 6 weeks off or something, and then the hero AK just seems to have come back, or the hero rifle, in fact, like on both sides. I don't know what happened, but now everyone seems to be doing it. I don't know how you feel about it as a concept.
Especially with people swinging more and getting more on entries. I think it's stronger in CS2 than it was in Go. But I think also people have just gotten more comfortable with suboptimal buys, just in general. You know, how many times do we see 2 MP9s, 3 rifles, on a quote-unquote full buy in an important round. So why not just give it a swing? You know, the risk is fairly low. You can still get rifles out into a future buy, for example. And what, you have one deficit player, but you can make up for that. I like it. I guess I'm surprised at how frequent it is being used. Not every team should copy each other.
Yes, yeah, I feel that. Yeah. And no, it is interesting. We'll see though, because the MP9 has just received a nerf. Apparently still pretty good on the ground. I think like the aerial accuracy has really been nerfed, which, you know, that was a little factoid for years, you know.
Yeah, running accuracy, standing accuracy, everything has been changed. The spray multiplier has basically been tweaked. I think they've given it 2 more to the 30. I think it was like 37 to 39.
Yeah.
Multiplier. So it doesn't seem like a lot, but every spray should be slightly nerfed on the MP9. But we're not on that patch, allegedly, right? So.
No, well, this is true. I'm just sort of theory crafting a little bit, I guess, for the future to see if the Hero AK sticks around.
Yeah, but with the extra money, now people are just going to get UMPs.
Well, yeah, true. Very true. So, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting time. I like the changes. You know, it might not be perfect or whatever, but they are changes. They keep the game interesting and fresh, and I think that if they don't work, Valve should tweak little bits and pieces. But it shows they're paying attention, which is always nice, you know. Dad has come back from the shops with the milk.
Yeah, maybe. Might be a little expired, as may this round be as well. 5-on-3 immediately from the exec from TNL. Amiga is continually struggling, actually, to defend this A bomb site. It's really been B where the major successes have lie, and given that they have these 2 AWPs, they came in with a limited buy themselves with that MP9, and everyone's wounded. Bar risky, it's a call to save. No problems whatsoever. TNL actually ran a slower round this time. Mid, didn't really find anything aside from that opening kill to short. And then in the reset, Amiga once again are just always a step behind. We have not seen them go aggressive on CT one time. And now they have one more round to play it out.
Yeah. It does make you curious. I think it feels like they are maybe just rolling through the motions. I don't know. Not their favorite map is all I can maybe put it down to. They just don't seem to have too much originality here, and it is a weird sort of map as well, where players will have lots of experience on Mirage just because of the nature of its life in Counter-Strike. But as a team, they're maybe just not as well drilled. We do have the double AWP set up once again. That seems to be what they've changed up. There's also 2 AWPs out for TNL. I think maybe some spawn-based moves, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's an AK waiting at spawn.
Fight fire with fire. And you were right, there is a spare AK hovering around. Onyx gone and swapped that out. And FlyRX has waited so long on B to try and get that kill, and he doesn't succeed. Karen, perfect peek. It was a double setup lower, and oh my god, Khan is dying to util. Karen has played that picture perfect. I mean, it was a pixel-specific peek to get Lear, and then he just never gave Khan anything to shoot at. What a hero. I mean, genuinely, just nice, concise CS gameplay from Karen.
Love to see it. Is there any way back into this round for an Amiga? Now becomes the question. Swalio has found information, so they will be ready for the A hit. At least in theory, but whether they're able to put up the numbers is, of course, another question. He's on the flank, but he's also very low. He's going to need his teammates to pull something out of the bag, and I mean a lineup double kill, 2 for 1 is most certainly what he was asking for. He's going to find Fleerax. That'll be the ramp hit. Killed off. Knife gets 1, but he's traded quick. Dowie now reveals his location as well with only 9 seconds remaining to get the bomb and get the plant. They don't have to move. Just post up, and the time will do the rest. A swing from Swalio just to kind of confirm it in, but that will be an unlikely fall from Namiga. Thanks to the double AWP setup. Absolutely insane. We'll see you in a few.
A commanding half from Team Next Level on their map pick in the series. They show us exactly what they're made of on that T side, but I don't exactly think Namiga made them work too hard for it. A lot of very passive play, constantly reacting. They're going to have to be the ones that now set that tempo here on this T side effort, and all eyes will be on Sawalio. He has big shoes to fill in Jue being called up to Team Spirit. They need to get better production out of him. He's had a pretty poor CT half. Hoping to make up for it on the T side.
Onic holding. Oh, nearly going to lose his head. He lives a little longer, but not too much. Still, he was a utility mule, I suppose. So they will be able to retrieve that at the very least. Deep smoke coming in. Maybe I speak too soon. The spam here from the Glock appears effective. 5-on-3, low HP bars. Dotted in, and I feel like you just don't really have an avenue into this site, so they will indeed save that all-important armor and see what they can find in the next.
Yeah, I mean, they actually didn't pick up the smoke that was next to the kit, but just because of that deep smoke that Namiga throw on the hit, the fact they have that still loaded in the back pocket after they take spawn, yeah, I mean, it cuts out the round completely for TNL. They can't wait 20 seconds while they know that there are so many Ts to deal with close to the smoke as well. So fantastic entry there from Sawalio that just breaks open the bomb site, and he'll even find one on the hunt too. That's exactly what you want to see out of what could be pegged to be the next star of Namiga. And with those early signs of life towards the end of the or I guess the late signs of life, rather, from Amiga at the end of last half. Able to run into this second half with what should be an advantage. Team Next Level are force buying straight into it. See if they can cause an upset, but yeah, I've yet to see any of the force buys really threaten all too much this game. Oh, the problem is that they've gone with the force buy, and they are stacking a bomb site with it. And Amiga currently aren't headed into that stacked bomb site.
I feel like, well, not every, that might be a bit much, but like 80% of stacks that I see are just on the wrong bomb site. To be honest. Whether it's like hard eco, force buy like this. But I do respect it. TNL going for something creative, which I like to see when you've got a force buy out, especially something like this. You've got so much automatic weaponry. If they walk into that trap, then indeed, you know, you've got a good chance of mowing them down.
Yeah, and you called the wrong 50-50 this time, but in the next round, provided an Amiga don't take these weapons out of your hands, or you know, you still give yourself the same sort of fighting opportunity in the following round. So I've always liked the stack into save call in general, just because I feel like it extends the life of the weapons, and what is effectively a risky investment now gives you it's a percentage play, but it increases your percentage of actually causing an upset in one of the 2 rounds that you have the weapons. So, I mean, Amiga make the right call. I do think you're maybe suffering from some confirmation bias as to, you know, every time the stack is called, it's on the wrong bomb site, because there have been many times where I've seen the right stack at the right site as well, so...
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. And I'm not, like, registering it when it is on the right bomb site.
You're just thinking, oh my god, how have they fallen into that trap?
Again!
Yeah. Why didn't they send someone to scout first?
Yeah.
Well, they have called the stack again, and it is again the wrong bomb site, so maybe I'm the one suffering from confirmation bias.
You've just not been noticing in the same way I have. Yeah.
They surely don't contact straight into B 2 times in a row.
yeah, right. Oh, man. But this is it. Sometimes you have a bit of fun with the calls. Just, you know, back to the well, man. Keep seeing if it'll work. When you mix it, I don't know if you've seen the Northern Lion video. This is a bit of a niche internet reference I'm about to hit you with. But, you know, the, like, baseball clip or whatever.
Wait. This actually is still on.
Oh, wait. Yeah, we are. We are on. Onic, surely got to find that one. Sawalio has traded back here, but there's the MP9 up close. The bomb's too far ticked, unfortunately. The spray down from behind looks to make money, but the round will go against him. And for me, it was Onic. He had someone in his crosshairs, and he just missed the shot. And that makes all the difference. Goodness me. Namiga, very lucky.
Yeah, they still had a kit as well that they saved over from the pistol round. So, I mean, especially with them going in, you know, with that bomb having elapsed half of its duration, it's not as if they couldn't have found the kills they needed. And yeah, you're right. You know, that potential kill there from Onic where Namiga players were just not watching the bench angle, that should have been a gimme. And that probably was the round with it. But again, that was the save from the prior round 4. So now full gun round. AWP out for Flyrax. A quick short jump made by Dowie. Kind of ahead of the incendiary inside of the apartments as well. So it will be an AWP that seems to want to probe into this B bomb site. But Namiga aren't actually committing to this B idea. They're simply fishing for an opening. They recognize as well that it's likely a solo man. But that short player is drifting over to provide some support.
Onic. Having a look, I think he's waiting for an impatient T player to walk his way. Not going to get that at this point. Knife on a slightly overzealous swing. Got to watch out. Fleerax also getting pushed away. So Namiga positionally looking very, very good. Little bits of control, getting areas of territory, and therefore giving themselves a lot of options.
I mean, they're applying a lot of pressure, but they're actually not getting the ground they want here. They are going to now congregate back to this B bomb site round the back of this smoke, but at that 40-second mark, those two B players are playing quite close to each other, and that can catch Namiga out if they're not too careful.
Dowie below the window here. They've got the deadly crossfire set up. An absolute Mirage classic, and they are struggling to get the angle that they want. Onyx gets bored and moves forwards to try and take some kills of his own. He will be traded out, but he's the first one to fall for the CT side with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Surely not going to happen here, Sualio knows, and the AK save into the next round, once again, seems like the only option.
Okay, yeah, I was not sure if Lear was actually going to be given a chance to hear Karen on that rotate, but he survives with his weapon, so AWP saved over, AK as well. And because of the fact that, you know, second swing at the force buy for TNL did so much damage, actually, Namiga's money is not great, considering they walked into an empty site 2 rounds in a row. So those 2 saved weapons, and a couple of Galils brought up around it, as well as a Deagle. TNL are in kind of prime position, actually, should they win this round, to set themselves up for it was likely to be a simple enough 11 rounds. It's a big if, though. They do need to win this one. Fleerax already holding towards top middle above the con smoke. You can see that con is round the corner, but Sualio has a flash primed. Flash won't do anything to deter this. Oh, Fleerax just a missed shot. Should have been a simple enough connection. And now a statement of intent here for Namiga. Resmoke into window.
Oh. Risky Bob forced away. Was he heard there? I suppose is the question. Kango's looking. He will be tagged up, taken down eventually by the AWP of Ken, who is trained in. We've got this AUG out. What can he do with it? First one comes in. That's a bomb drop as well. So looking good here as TNL with their lead under threat once again. Have the 2-man advantage, make it 3, down to just Risky Bob. He's got to recover the bomb and recover the round, but surely not. The AWP of Fleerax, after a difficult first miss, will recover the round. So well sort of adjusted in his personal game there.
Yeah, he's not actually finding a great amount of success from these con peaks. We had in a previous round where he was looking underpass, also missed his shot, this time top middle. A failure, but when he's rotating into the action and picking them off as they progress into sites, finding a lot of success. So maybe it needs to be less of that static AWPer and a bit more mobile if we want to see this AWP sing. Full Glocks here for an Namiga, and the early nades look like they could have done more damage. Once again, Namiga are continuing on these defaults, even in a round where they have no investment, to just keep these B players on their toes.
Man coming in from downstairs. He does get mollied at this point. But Lear, I think, is trying to draw some attention.
Ugh.
He'll definitely get it. A healthy nade sends him 6 feet under. And I think they were hoping for just a little more action and then, you know, swing out from top mid, maybe catch a guy in the side of the head. But it's not going to be the case now. They've got an AWP to get through, and he is nice and patient, nice and warm. Man downstairs once again is spotted, and it's just Xanta remaining. The AUG scoped in does worry me slightly, but it's all good in the end. Namiga then, pretty tough run back now required.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what they do. They've been trying to press B a number of times, and, you know, I imagine part of that is spurred on by the fact that TNL have very traditionally been playing pretty far off of short. The B player is isolated. You know, coming into this map, I imagine Namiga would have known that that was the case, and, you know, especially when you think about the players you'd have to combat should you go towards that A bomb site. It's kind of the key problem pieces in, you know, Dowie, Fleerax, Cairn. Those are the A defenders very typically. It's not an easy task. that they've not even found success in hitting the weaker site. So may have to have used that timeout to discuss a different approach.
Quiet start here. Just the mid smokes coming out. TNL not afraid to give up that control. And this is an A setup that I see sort of more and more, really. They will break it apart as it goes on and have a check towards mid as the smokes go down. But as we can see, it does look to be a little bit of a separated attack as well. So Amiga, again, I think hoping that one of their star players, one of their lurking players can catch someone off. And it is Fleerax who gets restless.
Yeah, I thought he had time to jump up and take that angle, which has actually been held by Namiga in a number of rounds before. But his timing is wrong, so as is Knife as well. But Towie in from Sandwich gets the instant double just as they lose a player inside of the site. Towie makes sure it doesn't get out of hand. And even spot him playing close to that smoke, and so Risky can find that trade back onto him. Karen sneaking past the smoking connector, though. These plays are just too damn devastating. It's Karen that survives. Last man standing with a pivotal triple.
Looking good. TNL up to map point first. Amiga, they had a bit of something about them at the start of the half, but TNL have come alive. And again, Amiga, I think we talked about it a bit at the halftime break, just letting the rounds happen to them. And there's not as much of that get up and go within this team. So you do worry a little bit. We have Dust 2 coming up next, but it's a healthy map for both of them. So Amiga going to have to completely shift going into that one if they want to stay alive here and indeed secure their place in the grand final, but looking to stay alive on Mirage itself. And before I can really even get the words out, the round looks over to me. Leah, 1 versus 4 required. Consolation kills at this point. He will go down, and that is a 13-7 easy cleanup for TNL.
Yeah, I mean, a marvelous map from start to finish. I mean, 22 kills from Dowie. I mean, such a considerable effort across the board, really, from the Team Next Level side. And like you said, it just felt like Namiga were constantly on the back foot, didn't really press the buttons of their opposition too heavily within this map. And that proactive, sort of mid-roundy nature of Namiga just looked completely negated. I actually didn't even see that hallmark to their style expressed on Mirage. But maybe that will change moving into their own map pick. Next up, we do have Dust 2, the selection of Namiga. We'll see if they can answer back in the second.
right, when the moment's right, you see me. Fending out the fire, fending out the fire, always. Bring me out, then I can be whole now. Bring me out, just your candlelight, just your candlelight, just your candlelight, just your candlelight. I don't wanna fight, I don't wanna fight this evening. It's just only right, it's just only right for me. Gave you all I got, gave you all I got, believe me. Gave you all I got, gave you all I got, you'll see. Bring me out, then I can be whole now. Bring me out, just your candlelight, just your candlelight. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You're the only light out to see. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You're the only light out to see.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Here we go then, map number 2 between Namiga and TNL. A pretty close start, I would say, and then all of a sudden, Namiga just kind of disappearing. That felt like the story of both halves, to be honest with you. Never really able to keep up. But not their pick, not their favourite map. Maybe they were just waiting on Dust to. We'll see now, because this one doesn't look bad for TNL, so Namiga going to have to really turn that dial up to 11 here and prove us wrong if they want to take us to a third.
Yeah, it felt like Namiga were constantly just hoping their actual site defenses on Mirage could work, but, I mean, in the modern day, it's all about whether or not you're fighting and which fight you decide to choose, and it felt like Namiga never chose to actually fight for control on that map. Dust 2 is a map where, based on spawns, you actually are kind of forced to take, you know, effectively 50-50 duels around the map, whether that's fights to middle or, you know, aggression to the lower tunnels on that CT side. Long spawns are always a big conversation point. Whether or not you can go for, you know, more deep, short setups alongside mid-presence. There's a number of different ways that you can kind of force your way into duels and actually threaten what is, you know, a map that has actually typically been plagued by staging issues. You know, every T-side round kind of feels the same with the way that people default mid-control into a B or an A-side split. We are really hoping that Namiga pull their socks up coming into this second map because they need to set the tone, and they're setting that tone on B.
Yep, charging in fast. The Julie's close to a kill, but not quite. That is the yin and yang of that weapon. It could have eliminated the entire team rushing through that smoke, but as it is, he just couldn't land the all-important opening headshot. And they're going to back away. I think they maybe just hand this across by the looks of things. Yep, that is going to be the case. So, sticking around. Onyx got no armor to save. That's his logic here. Try and get some kill bonus, but the round will be Namiga's.
Yeah, unfortunately for Flyrax, and actually something that kind of annoys me when people go for bursting executes is that sometimes that first player doesn't jump out of a smoke or jump out on the entry because Flyrax, that first contact he had was on that jumping player. I mean, that's a very hard shot to hit, and like you said, it was the key kill he needed in order to even get his one, but he more than likely would have been traded because of the difficulty of the shot. So, nicely done there from Khan to create that space. And Namiga getting off to a very nice opener. Once again, the rounds that Namiga were winning, funnily enough, on Mirage, didn't feel that scary at any given point. You know, Khan's defenses on B, pretty good. The contact plays Namiga ran, just empty bomb sites. This time all it takes is one kill, and the round comes with it. Now TNL will invest, going with the immediate force buy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that stacking decision that they went with on Mirage. But you are expecting Flyrax to give it a peep in mid with that scout. That's actually being very aggressive down middle.
Okay, yeah, could get a bit weird over there. Big nade damage as well. So even if the Deagle, he dies. I was going to say, even if he doesn't get any kills, if he could take some HP bars lower, it becomes a very troublesome round for Namiga. But I'm still looking at this nade damage, man. We've got a scout in here as well. Oh, I thought he landed the headshot. I think the X-ray went off for a second. Either way, looking for a few more here. Going to land some tags. No kills as yet. Namiga just taking it slow, ready for the aggression to come towards them. It's only one kill, still got MP9s in play. They're so low. Onyx, 3 bullets need to land here. Many different targets. And maybe he tries to go for a cheeky headshot. The Molotov going to force him into action as well, so they will know about him now. And he's left low himself, and he cannot even get a single shot off. Goodness me, that is very, very, very tight stuff from Namiga.
Yeah, I mean, so scary for the fact that all 5 of them coming up long were so low health by the time they're having to fight this MP9 on the bomb site. That was kind of teed up to be a multi-kill. the fact they have that Molotov still available for Gandalf as well is a big, big savior for them. If not, I do think Onic comes away with 1 or 2 kills, and whether or not he can fully clutch out the round wasn't too far out of his grasp. But TNL, that force buy does not succeed, and it will just be a steamrolling into B here for Nemiga. Easy enough kill for Risky. Fleerax is going to try and take a timing around this smoke, it looks like. He has reinforcements. There's a flash lined up here by Karen.
It's not really effective enough for my money, but they're still getting the kills. Okay, hold on. That got a bit more costly than I was expecting. So some really needlessly close rounds in places from Nemiga. Therefore, TNL in with a really good chance of just breaking the back of this team, closing the gap exponentially.
Yeah, I do like that when they go for that full save, they invest in some flashbangs. Always a massive proponent of that particular decision. And yeah, even from the perspective of those CTs, they'll know that there's still money in the back pocket for another buy, but they need to win 2 straight should they break the money of Nemiga. Sawalio, full blind, gets his entry and the follow-up too. But there's a 3rd round that smoke. Knife, a precision incision, and a quick escape. Can fall back into the bomb site, so it's not as bad as it could have started. It was an open 2 for nothing. Now 2 for 1.
Orp creeping forwards, trying to hold the line for the contact here. Knife is kind of in the perfect spot. Flash ineffective. Peeks around for 1 and evens up the numbers. The Orp misses its opportunity and misses its flick, which is kind of fair enough, but there's enough carnage going on here that they're able to get a little closer to the action. Molotov forces Dowie back. He's going to give up the angle, so that leaves his teammates kind of isolated, right? The numbers now not favoring them. Down to a 2-on-2 overall. Knife has sold the Orpa down the river. Meanwhile, speaking of, Khan gets caught off. Lear doesn't know where to look, and Dowie actually takes him. I thought maybe Knife would creep up. Not the case. Either way, TNL on the board.
Yeah, they were shadow boxing. They had no idea where TNL had repositioned off to. I mean, one around the back of that long smoke. They get into a 2-on-2, but they just are expecting some pressure to come up from short. A player to maybe even jump up the boxes from CT. Only for them to be a lot closer than Nemiga realized. So, a nice adjustment. Good way to break in. Lyrax actually looking to press the issue. Xbox Smoke, he slides his way into the lower tunnels, but he's doing so unsupported. Good kill. And we'll use that smoke to great effect as well to guise his escape. About as clean an opener as you could want. Now Eagle will play some catch-up. Khan has a chance, but just cannot hit the adjustment.
Living, to say the least. Nade in. Not a lot of damage. MP9 is close. Onic is just begging for a flash, but there isn't one available, so he's going to have to back off. Lyrax, meanwhile, getting another in the upper tunnels. They are not respecting that CT AWP right now. Too many lazy peeks here. Lear going to go charging through the Molotov and by himself. Calm spray down, but Dowie just cannot find the head. So all of a sudden, it's a 3-on-3. Onic, though, he's been waiting for this time to shine, and Khan will drop him. All round long, he was just so excited to get in behind. It's not going to happen, and it has fallen apart. Fleerax with the easiest two-piece of the game so far, and they just cannot do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, a 5-on-3 that's all spurred on by him, and then the rest of his team just seemed to die, get slaughtered on that A-bomb site. That is quite upsetting. You know, Fleerax's positioning was great. He took a gamble, a bit of a risk in the lower tunnels, but by the time he takes up B, he got there at the perfect time. He's done everything he could, but he needed his riflers to stand their ground. Or at the very least, just not die. But good move from Lear, you know, getting ahead of that short Molotov, you know, breaking and creating space. TNL were 100% caught off guard.
into a
this is what we
timeout.
This is what we wanted to see from Namiga, though. A little bit
Yeah.
of setting pace. Sure, that round they're playing a little slower, and there was a number of chances either way. But they are kind of forcing TNL as well to make some uncomfortable moves, and even if Fleerax is getting away with those moves, it's only one player that seems to be active at any given point for TNL.
All right. Let's see. TNL, I think, kind of going to be kicking themselves. Not the cleanest of starts here. The double nade. It's a lot of damage, but they need a kill off the back of it, really. So they will be a little disappointed. Fleerax tagged up also by a nade. Is there anything on the other side of this point of no return? Risky Bob. It's all a timing thing here for him, really. the AWP is now trained. He has to be very careful. He knows that. Got a good sense of his timing here. Takes Onic, and he drops back. So very well played by Mr. Bob.
Yeah, I saw what weapon Fleerax had in, or the second player had in his possession, so no, it's that AWP that was saved over last round. Karen, lovely dig, but Aim Punch will get the better of him close to those doors. They're still funneling towards this AWP, though. This could still get scary.
Just got to watch themselves. Oh, Fleerax, man. Felt like he didn't even have to adjust to find that kill. He's able to briefly make it out, but they are after him. They're looking for like a triple swing here. He does well to even find one, but it's very calmly controlled there from Namiga. So number 5 is just over the lip. Interested to see what Knife is going to do. He's got an M4. Will he save it into the next round? Or try and have a look in? It's kind of 50-50. He's on the active exits, we like to call these.
Yeah, I've talked to T-Time about this as well. You know, the idea of exits and the kills they get. You know, sometimes they get a bad rap for being non-impactful. Sometimes players are just too damn good at getting exit kills that it does inflate their statistics, but it's sort of a conditional positive. Where even in losing efforts, if you're getting exit kills, provided you end up winning rounds further down the stretch, it's sort of that's the condition being fulfilled. You know, the exits then become a positive. Even if they don't have an influence on the rounds that have already played out, they can tee you up for success in future moments, but it's a conditional. And so, until that condition's fulfilled, sometimes exits will just be seen as a problem if a player has too many. Knife obviously ended up empty-handed, but just a fun little thought exercise.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is cool to kind of dig into that side of the game. You know, and there's this thing where, like, we look at it from a very analytical and statistical sort of standpoint and percentages and all this sort of thing. But players just have that innate belief in themselves as well, that they're going to land the shots. And obviously you need that if you are going to make it at any kind of level of the game. So that also, I feel, is a factor that we know is there, but sometimes just don't quite consider. And then, like, oh, why didn't they just back off or save or whatever, you know? Can't hear, though. Looking for an entry. Gonna get it. Fleerax drops early, and I think that leaves the A-bomb site kind of unwinnable in a sense. They're so far away right now. They do have the long presence. That's about all they've got going for them. And you can see TNL maybe going to have a look in, but they're kind of reluctant. A couple of their players, I think, wanted to just stay away here.
Yeah, I don't think they even go for it. I mean, they have no flashes, no smokes. They have nothing that can dislodge or displace, especially with that fresh smoke on short. They kind of need a flash if they're going to try and breach that position, so this could be just a call to do as much damage on the exit as possible. You see them setting themselves up over at long, where Namiga are likely to try and deposit their weaponry. They can also just retreat to short, because they know that that area is safe. All it takes is one kill, and Namiga get another round. That's kind of a shame, though, for Fleerax. He's isolated on that A-bomb site. He hears utility coming. He's expecting a rifler to just swing wide. That's why his crosshair is, not holding a tighter angle. But for Khan to lead the way on the AWP, that just throws off his expectations entirely. He's not, he's kind of forecasting what his next inputs are going to be. He's expecting to just click. Instead, he had to flick and click as well. Oh, well... This time, Khan caught lazing around, jumping in middle. Fleerax will happily take an opener like that.
Yeah, Fleerax in the recent rounds feels like he's been relatively impactful. Maybe has heard all these steps as well towards short. Not quite sure. He might just have been out of range. All the same, he's got more action coming his way. Edge of the smoke. Might even go back in for a little repeat here. Up short, meanwhile, we've got Lear trying to be the hero, so he might just have to pull off a miracle. He's tagged down low to begin with. Ken looking not to throw this opportunity away, and indeed will be rewarded. Fleerax continues having a round as he's got 3 all the kills for TNL thus far, and I think he's maybe done enough to net them a second.
Oh, yeah, that headshot onto Xanter. This is probably a save call if they can find a proper place to hide. Once again, lovely shooting from Fleerax, and a great rotate to that A-bomb side as well. You could see what Lear was up to. He was playing around the edges of the smoke. He's actually doing a great job of dodging both the actual A defenders, but in doing so, he had to play so close to the ledge so that the CT rotate in Fleerax could see him. So if that rotate didn't come in, there actually was a way back into the round for Namiga. It's kind of the AWP or bust, it feels like, for TNL. Fleerax seems to be the only one that's kind of coming away with clean opening duels. And this will be his second multi-kill. This time, an actual round win with it, though.
Yes, which has got to be a nice feeling for him, I think. Because so much effort in that sort of previous multi-frag round from him, and it just never came off. TNL going to have to do something with this, though. Namiga already up to 6. I think you want to keep them on that as much as you can. 7, maybe. But ideally, a run of rounds now. Khan taking it easy. Certainly could have rung up a shot there. There was 2 players jumping, but I think he was waiting for an AWP peek to come his way instead. All the same, long presence now from Namiga. Lower presence from TNL. Where's his first kill going to come in? The break of the smoke. The dynamic that has become better and better and better as CS2 has gone on.
Yeah, it almost felt like Knife actually didn't even need to stand up there. Just had to wait for the smoke to bloom, but he was not expecting the one on the corner to get undressed by the AT. Little jump spot there from Khan. Actually sees a player in spawn. Onyx as well, trying to set himself up at car. Oh, wow, that's maybe why Knife didn't crouch behind the car. Onyx just gets spammed straight through it. 2 entries, same position. TNL down to 3, and just as the smoke blooms, Karen is taken down to half HP. Can't even really escape. No, he wins his duel and plays back again. They're getting shot through these smokes. They are not even seeing the players that are killing them. And now Karen, 1-on-3, half health. Has to be gifted an opener back into this round, lest this just be another save call.
Yeah, really not what they wanted here, man. It's going from bad to worse for TNL. I think unless things can change quickly, we might be looking at the third map a little prematurely, in fact. Ken actually going for this. Takes 1. He's far too low to go for anything more, so it will have somewhat of an effect. Makes life easier while they're on this comeback train, but man, you got to string rounds together. I don't really care about the odd exit that gives you a tiny advantage if realized, you know? Like, they just need to find some consistency.
Yeah, I think that was just a sort of a vibe check attempt there from Karen. There are certain moments when you get into clutches. I know I see this in, pugs. I even see it at tier 1, at the tier 1 level, where if you're getting instant headshots as you go for a retake attempt, the vibes are good, and so they'll give it a good old try. But you're right, you know, since he took that tag and he didn't find an instant headshot, vibes bad, save call. But I imagine the vibes are just pretty bad in general here for TNL. They knew exactly what was coming their way. They knew that long had been taken. They knew what they wanted to do, get the block smoke over at long, reposition players away from car, maybe set up for a late flash, but every time they tried to set up for the first part of their adjustment, they just lose a player.
Nades out here. Double AWP setup for TNL.
They're hoping that's the fix.
Oh, maybe it is. Fleerax with a keen find. He, again, has, you know, continued looking pretty damn good. Onyx individually is maybe hoping that's the fix as well. He has yet to frag.
Anything's better than what he's been doing, I suppose. Well, that would be the hope. Now we're toying with the idea of maybe going with a timing peek alongside Knife, but hoping that Knife takes first contact, so not looking to challenge those players making their way slowly up short. Well, this is looking decent here for TNL, but they're again fairly separated, and Dowie doesn't, or rather Onyx doesn't actually have any flashes that can help support this A player, but Karen timely smoke, finds the opener, and Fleerax as well is just not missing a beat. So Alio on the lurk to B just gets picked apart once again, and Amiga are once again in a position where they have 2 survivors, but not a whole lot of ground to work with. This is likely another save decision. TNL keep them at bay.
Yeah, just at that danger zone as well in terms of the scoreline, so I'd say decent signs that they're able to immediately return. Yes, still they haven't strung any together, but it's not like they're just 1 round and then losing 3 and then 1 round losing 3. They do understand the pressure here. Amiga playing a pretty good game, but not quite in that position of clear victory. So also going to have to go back to the drawing board to just keep TNL at arm's length.
Yeah, it's just kind of mental that, you know, the rounds that TNL have won, I mean, 2 of them have been pretty much solely spurred off the fact that Fleerax has gotten a multi-kill with that AWP. It does seem like the most consistent win condition that TNL actually have on the CT side. So you can certainly understand why Fleerax is trying to be so active with all these deep peaks. The changing of his position, some of that will be spawn-based, but also, I imagine, a bit of minor forecasting given the difficulties his teammates have been experiencing around the map. And should his consistency carry on through this game, I don't imagine TNL are going to be a slumber the further we get into Dust 2. Expecting them to wake up and contribute in more meaningful ways as well. Fleerax went for a blow on the Xbox smoke and repositioned to spawn, swapping positions with Dowie. You can see the extra hesitation from Amiga. They know how active this AWP has been. And they've actually been doing a lot of contacting into spots, whether that's been up to short, the lower tunnels, upper tunnels. They've not been throwing flashes and then swinging alongside it. Kind of forecasting where that AWP could be.
Fake out at mid.
Yeah, left and right smokes. TNL will be flying fairly blind. Real pressure is going to come towards long.
Not biting, though. Not panic rotating, necessarily. I mean, they're leaving this quite late as well to try and get the control. Couple flashes. We'll see the AWP over at short stands strong. difficult angle to clear, and the flashes weren't effective enough. Ken comes in to help his teammate out, and this is a flat attack if ever I saw it. Sowolio, the new guy, will try and keep it together, but unfortunately not going to happen for him, and TNL continue closing the gap.
Yeah, I mean, great 1-2 punch there between Knife and Karen over at long. I mean, Knife taking that contact, Karen playing around the edge of the corner smoke. Like you said, TNL were in actually pretty good positions to lock down that A-bomb site, but the fact that Fleerax actually got aggressive into Dragon or close to short and found that opener as well, it just takes all the wind out of the sails of the Namiga attack. And now Fleerax just challenging down mid. Khan had a scout in his possession that will hit the deck immediately, and Fleerax ain't done with just one.
Oh. He's looking for a little more. He's looking for the tippity top of the head, but not accurate enough for that. They are now pushing him down. He maybe has bitten off a bit too much. His teammate goes down as well. Ken with the slow rotate in, trying to catch them. He catches one, but he may get caught himself. The backup is here. Ken gonna have to stand very strong. It lets Lear reset the game. He knows that there is a player in behind as well, but he's incredibly low himself. Smoke down, creeps for the bomb. And Knife watching tentatively as to where he might make an appearance. It is going to be B. It is going to be the clear and obvious path. Still, though, 8 HP just doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah, Lear just had so much time to reposition with that smoke. He could have taken the spawn. He could have walked through it to the upper tunnels. He does go with the easiest route, but Knife tried to get ahead of it and took the wrong side. But health is definitely in Knife's favor.
Slow creep in. Lear hidden away. Knife gonna now start making noise. Yeah, just can't get the headshot. And there's a kit available, so it's not too difficult in the end. Knife makes the 1v1 look easy. They string it back. They absolutely needed that. 7-5. Will it be enough for Namiga? We'll find out soon.
Team Next Level digging deep towards the end of that half, finding 5, and a lot of it spurred off the back of the success of Fleerax. I've been getting that one wrong a number of times, but he's been right on the money with that AWP. Namiga succeeded with a B play on their pistol. Team Next Level are going to try the same, but the dualies are finding way more success. Soalia with 2. The flash timing was perfect from Lear, but he's now taking a headshot and has to wait for his teammates to come and reinforce. Onyx on a lurk in the mid doors, though, and this fight could just swing the round in its entirety. But Onyx doesn't have armor, so has to hit the instant headshot. It's a tough kill to wrangle, but he manages it. And now there shouldn't be much fight left in Namiga. Khan trapped between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is going to push him in from behind. Team Next Level break in with the pistol and can look to tie things up.
Yeah, continuing the streak, as it were, and looking very, very good while doing so. So we're going to find out if Namiga have got the energy required to take this one over the line. TNL have broken them apart in the past. Only 4 rounds now, so it's not mental, but certainly looking to have found a second win themselves. You know, there was a world in which it became a very one-sided affair. Namiga, all too easy for them. And listen, man, I don't want to say I told you so, but look what's happened.
Hey, they're on USPs this time. It's not quite the same. But, yeah, I am hashtag noticing.
Yeah. Just, you know, might have to start a little Excel spreadsheet. Keep a tally. I think last year, Neo had a bit of a force buy thing going. And how effectively they came off, and ultimately CT force buys especially weren't good. Maybe I go for the stacks, the CT stacks. Either way, they do meet in the end, and it's no real difficulty for TNL, as you would expect.
Yeah, surely you don't need to run a tally. You just get like a stats program of some kind that can parse all those demos for you. In fact,
listen,
let
that's
the robot do the tallying.
Yeah, I'm not a big stats guy, you know. So that's your department. Maybe I could get you on retainer to do it for me or whatever.
See, I'm not really much of a stats guy either, but occasionally I'll find one and it's pretty good. Oh my god. As is that from Risky. I mean, just fishing through that smoke, tapping the edges of it, and finds the head of Knife, but it takes a lot of damage in response, down to 7 health. First gun round here for Namiga. Starts off with an opener, and they can reset into a 3-2 split between the 2 sites.
Onyx caught out in no man's land. Dowie, however, not really considered. Keeping the numbers a little doable, but still not looking ideal. It's Ken who's found 2 in all this carnage. Bomb going to go down. It's the rotational players they've now got to deal with. So this could be scary. This could be very scary indeed. Risky Bob, insanely low. No utility. No kit. I think Ken should be able to hold the line nicely. Oh, whoa, that's so awkward. And Soalia comes in. They just didn't think about short at all. It's got to be a bit careful picking up utility. The bomb was slightly close, but all the same, that's wild.
Yeah, I can't believe they completely disregard it. They take contact to spawn, and no one looks to see where the second player could be. They're not revealing themselves at long. Pulling out a Molotov when you're exposed to...
Yeah, just...
that second fight is, a massive oversight. And Somalia punishes. You know, wanted to see more out of him, given the shy performance he had on Mirage. And he's had a fair few rounds where he's come away with some pretty solid impact. Even in the pistol, even if he got 2 kills. He put his team in a position where they could have swept it up, even if they didn't.
Oh, they look a bit close. Not quite landing, but he's at about the level you need to be. Slow contact up short here. Something a little different. Something we've not really seen too much of. Dry swinging in. Goodness me. They were hoping for only 1 player, but this must be a TNL classic because Namiga, they had many bodies on the other side of it. They were incredibly ready for that. But totally dry. Once again, a few questionable decisions here from the next level.
yeah, they get chewed up and spat out. Namiga, like you said, had 2 players in position on short. They even had a third coming on the MP9. So as one reloads, another takes its place. Yeah, it's a big risk to take it if you're TNL. Going in with that buy and just using the Xbox smoke. Sure, you dodge the verbal harassment of Risky Bob down middle, but then they get shown what real harassment's like. And it's not good. Someone get HR on the line.
Well, indeed. Fella named Risky Bob, you know? Feels like one of the guys of all time. Either way, low buyout here from TNL. Maybe just slipping through their fingers a little bit. The game plan has not been as effective once the actual half, you know, the meat and potatoes of Counter-Strike has gotten going. And thus, Namiga in prime position to knock on the door to that third.
Yeah, minimizing casualties will be a big thing here for an Amiga. TNL have, I think, kind of struggled to show consistency in performance. Only one that's really been consistently stepping up to that plate has been Fleerax. You know, Karen's had a fair few moments as well. You can see them both tied up at 16 kills a pop for the squad, but after that, you know, it does seem to sort of drop off a cliff. It's a nice kill from Knife, playing with those double doors, but shouldn't really get too much more out of it. Position's accounted for, weapon can be safeguarded, it's too deep inside of mid. There is actually only one player in defense of this A bomb site. Khan on that AWP misses his shot, and he does not have help coming too quick. Lear in urgency does get taken down. Knife up close and personal, and that low health of Khan comes back to bite him. Xanter was on the heels of Knife this entire time. Incendiary down on the plant, and he shouldn't be able to get anything more. That's a lot of mileage out of just one dig. The damage from Knife is significant.
It is true. I would have loved to see him just hold that plant, right, and get a return on the investment, sort of make life easier into this follow-up round. I think he potentially, yes, you're in the clutch, and as you say, going off the vibes, but he maybe got a bit greedy for that third kill. Perhaps that's just me. All the same, to give the positives, yeah, it is a lot of damage. Maybe something that could just spur him forwards on an individual level. Okay. See ya. See ya. Never mind. He's gone.
Yeah, that has to be another thing to tally up, is how many times someone comes away with a pretty nice play in a round prior and gets humbled in the next. That's also something that seems to happen fairly frequently. Such a predetermined move there from Namiga to push towards top middle like that. TNL were not considering that. Even if they held deep angles, you know, you might hold the right angle, but whether or not you actually forecast it is a whole different ball game. Timely smoke on short as well, just as TNL were hoping to take contact. So they will be stalled. Now, they don't have a lot of utility left here for that T side. Usually when you get to taking short and toying with rotations and trying to engage in multiple threats, you want at least 2 to 3 smokes, so you could throw a mid B, get this lurk smoke out, maybe even get another smoke on that B bomb site, but you know, just that one lurk smoke, and a couple of flashes, they'll have to break in with just the bare minimum.
Dowie, though, looking good as they drop down something a little harder to catch. Santa's still here, however. He's the one player that might just save the round. Fleerax can't find him, looking to confirm the bomb plant. He is going to do just that. Little chunks taken out of him, but ultimately looking good. He will eventually be overwhelmed by just the sheer brute force of that CT side. In isolation, a plant is decent, but the game really getting away from them now.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how annoying that was for Dowie in that moment. Or Fleerax just not able to do much when he's committing to a plant and he's being shot at while players are jumping. You know, there's quite often conversations about A1S to A4, and, you know, now that they're the same price, it is largely preference, but especially on Dust 2 with angles like that, you actually do want the A1S. The jumping accuracy is better, the running accuracy is better. in the types of moments where you're trying to create as much space as possible or limit the opportunities of your opponent. The A1S is surprisingly adaptable. That's a pretty desperate-looking force. Couple Galils, Tech, and only a couple AKs. Risky Bob with the AWP. Already in the tunnels, but a wide swing from Dowie. And Sawali doesn't get his util out, so he just gets ran down by the Tech. They have broken into B quite simply, but Lear clamoring back with a couple does allow Namiga a chance back on this retake.
It's all about Fleerax. Moving in downstairs. Oh,
those smokes are going to lock them out.
Softly considering him, but yeah, forced into his hand. He takes one, and that, he knows, is decisive. TNL, probably the most important moment to do it, will put a stop to this Namiga streak, and they will eliminate the entire team, and look what that does to the money.
Yeah, I mean, that's heartbreaking for Namiga. They actually have the right pieces in the right position. I mean, an AWP trained on the upper tunnels to take first contact. They heard the util coming. They should have forecast how the hit was going to look like for TNL, but Risky Bob missing his opening shot. So while you're feeling a lot of pressure, just doesn't hit his, and wow, okay. Nice aggro peek there from Khan. AWP brought forward. They've got pistols alongside it. Risky Bob trying to create space, and between the pair of them, they come away with 3.
Big damage from Knife, but they needed that kill. TNL, man, as soon as they get back in, it seems to have crumbled. It was all a facade, the dream of the comeback. We'll see, in the hands of 2 players now that might just be able to wrestle it back. What is the game plan? Thinking and considering, just going to wait patiently, see if anyone comes their way. Oh, crack there, the 5-7, the 5-7 behind. Yeah, he knew as soon as he revealed himself and put a bit too much pressure on. However, Khan comes through to help with a wall bang. That might just be enough. Knife left to do it all. Caught on the reload, surely. Caught on the reload, surely. They'll start to overwhelm the M4 now in the action, and down he will go. Man, what a blunderous round.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Khan. The entry's nice, but then also, between him and Risky Bob, just showing this urgency to not only deal with that player from middle, but then transition that into some lower aggression. TNL just get completely caught off. I mean, not only by the fact that there's an AWP when they're expecting probably a half buy or force buy in some capacity, but then just how willing Namiga were to continue to apply pressure after they'd found an opener. Just glad Xanter's whiff didn't actually come back to bite them, because he's usually actually quite a sharp character. Don't often see players of that nature hesitate for as long as he did. Okay, yeah, playing ahead of the smokes over at long. Dowie and Onic combined for a couple of entries. Lear taking a lot of damage. Dowie does deal with him, and, well, Knife has also found the extremities push from Sawalio. Risky has to run, but there's one player on B, and there's one on A, and Knife just holding a deep line from those B doors is able to find another round here for TNL. Another one of these desperate-looking buys strikes in with success.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, you know, again, they're able to just stay alive. They're going to break the back. How do you feel about this? They're going for the buy on the Namiga side. So that puts a lot of pressure on these upcoming rounds. I mean, there would be anyway, I suppose. Yeah. But, like...
I mean, they're on 1 stage loss bonus, so...
Yeah, I guess. Try and even it out. Do something. But it's a hard call. It's a very, very hard call. And again, this comes from that point of believing in yourself as a player. So Walio's going to have to call upon some of that belief. He's somewhat isolated. The scout is in to help with a tag, but that is all it's really able to get, and he will fall far too quickly. So I think, yep, they are immediately backing off to save.
Yeah, trying to give themselves a fighting chance in a following round. So Walio needed something to break their pace somehow, whether that was a flash from a teammate or had he got the opening entry. Just create a little bit more time for Khan to come in on that rotate with the scout. But they didn't have the resources to spare. Didn't even realize that Khan had a flash, but I don't know if he picked that up on transition through spawn or if that was actually always in his possession. Either way, Somali needed help, and TNL just simply overwhelm him as that Soul B defender. Now, they are spreading out to hunt, but they actually shouldn't bridge too far, so these weapons can be carried over for Namiga. This is a game that is forecast to go the full distance, if not overtime. Just based on the way that the economy is shaping out here for Namiga.
Yeah, I mean, it's
they don't
pretty
lose this
scary.
round.
For sure. Yeah. I think there's a lot to really worry about, and perhaps an avenue, perhaps something creative, and that is indeed what they go for down in the lower tunnels. Unfortunately, again, placing their resources in the wrong place. How are they to know? And it will be Long that gets dominated. Are there any wacky kills on the way here from the CT side? So far, so good. Maybe a CT cross smoke could be cool here. Oh, there's a gap in it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh,
That's filled
man.
out.
Yeah, that's a little dangerous for just a sec. But I think they will have perhaps, yeah, just survived the onslaught of spam. And the round will be theirs.
Am I crazy for thinking I don't mind if Xanter saves this from us, but I actually kind of want Khan to go searching on the scout, because in the upcoming round, I think most would prefer having an M4. If he can get his hands on an AK, that would be nice. The scout will not be quite as fun.
Sometimes, you know, the scoped weapon.
Yeah.
In the right hands, but
it's weird to think that some of the best scout players, weirdly, are actually not even AWPers.
It's true.
You know, on the rare exception, you know, I mean, Exit Power.
Yeah.
James, Searson, Chris J. As much as I rue having to say his name in current year, he was pretty damn good on the scout.
Yeah. The rest of it, not so much.
Yeah.
But indeed. Yeah, no, I think it's a fair point, actually. The scope speeds, I guess, right? You just maybe have some people, the way that they play feels a bit better on the scout, whereas AWPers obviously get used to the AWP.
You're aiming at different things as well. You know, the AWP central mass, the scouts, the head.
Quick timeout. Very quick timeout, it felt like. All to play for here. Namiga really had some up and down times within this series. This would be absolutely heartbreaking. Maybe, arguably, to even let it get to overtime, but one step at a time. Onyx will be rewarded for his patience. The double AWP T-side setup does get a bit awkward now. Onyx low, so it's like, do you want Fleerax to get back on a rifle, or are you going to stick with 2 AWPs? Maybe. I guess you stick with 2 AWPs. He's on 1 HP
not?
from the nade as well, for goodness sake.
Onyx had limited impact this game as well, so a double kill with that AWP is massive.
Oh, the creep through the smoke, meanwhile. Soalio tries to do something from B, but in doing so, he has sacrificed a bit of the control. Somebody maybe has spotted that player. Yeah, this is really awkward. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything, though. There's just too many players.
They shouldn't consider this at all, though, so he actually can line up for more than just one here.
He doesn't realize it. He really doesn't realize it. Onto the AK, making a bit of noise now. Going to be known about. Clean headshot. Needed more than that from his first exchange, I think it feels like. So now he has to defy the odds. He seems also adamant that there's a player behind him. The smoke goes down. He's lost his window of opportunity, if you ask me. And they surely are just able to outweight him at the end of the day. Get into some nice angles. And it will be Onyx. Who else to close it out and take us to overtime? As you said, as you so rightly point out, 4 kills before that round. And I think none of them mattered, but all 3 of those potentially the biggest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, from the risk he took at the longhouse, sitting inside of the incendiary, which, you know, albeit is a tickle for the first few ticks, but for him to have stood steadfast and then still come away with the second kill afterwards, surviving on 1 health. I mean, yeah, you couldn't have asked for anything more. Fleerax as well. Another boost to mid. Khan trying to take that deeper line. There will be still 2 AWPs in the employment of Namiga. Khan's AWP is cycled out, and they're trying to aggro, but oh my god, they don't go for a double swing at the long doors, and the second player gets his head ripped clean off. It's Xanter to look for a trade around these doors, doing decent damage, but Fleerax has seen him escape, but as Xanter so quickly escaped, he also re-emerges, so he's playing games with the information of TNL.
While all this has been going down, though, there's a gap. There's a thread of the needle. And Dowie is in behind. He's got A control, but it's difficult. How do his teammates join him? The only way is if he gets this kill. He's trying to get a little more for his trouble. But there's not anybody around. So just going to have to wait patiently. The AWP has no idea. Could be a cheeky knife. But I indeed would think that that might be unnecessary given the hastiness of this, and you can see it just breaks down. The comm's not quite there. He doesn't fully know where he's at, so Sawalio also caught off. Onyx finds the final headshot, and he is woken up, it would seem. He's been asleep, and now maybe we are indeed playing a clean 5v5. All the same, really, really nicely done on that flank.
Yeah, I mean, the in-game leader, you know, in terms of fragging expectations, we don't necessarily have them set too high, but you're expecting some steady performances throughout the game. Yeah, some raw, unadulterated impact in the past couple of rounds. May have only been really that 1 kill, but that's all that was needed to unravel the Namiga defense. Especially after Xanter made such a crazy play at long. Playing with fire. Khan jumping across from mid. Good HE down to the lower tunnels, though, from Lear.
Oh, good timing from Khan. Spots the leg, takes him down. But as I say, just as that smoke dissipates, so it's that window of opportunity where players maybe get a bit giddy for the peak. Dowie, again, trying to be the hero, but not this time. So a solid advantage for Namiga that they should be able to work with. There is that lurking presence, and Knife gets the timing, but he doesn't land the all-important headshot. Smoke coming in will keep Leah alive. Risky Bob down below, also ready. So plenty of shenanigans attempted, none of them working here for TNL. Onic, where's this been? Oh, man, and they start over-facing, thinking that the round is indeed secured. Plant coming in. They're very far away on the rotation, so this does not look too good. Ken in on the swing, takes down another, and it's all going to be on to Khan. He opened the round. Can he close it? Can he close it? He spotted them both out now. He's just going to have to win the heads-up fights, and he will indeed do it. Oh, the bailout from Khan.
A 5-on-2 in a flash made into a 2-on-2. I mean, some fantastic shooting there from TNL. But they knew where Khan was coming from. They had the information, and they decide to fight, and they get punished for their mistake. I mean, a beautiful 1v2 from Khan. If he didn't find that kill immediately on short, he gives ample opportunity for Onyx to reposition, play from safer angles if he so pleases, but once they committed to those duels, there was very few ways to back out other than finding Khan. They found out the hard way. He is not an easy man to put away. Still, it's been positive signs here for TNL on this attack. More activatable pieces. Some space over at long now at the start of this one, as well via Fleerax. But the spam from Sawalio is just tracking and tracing them straight through smokes. Xanter's found a double over at long. The dressing of the smoke. It's all coming up Namiga in this round.
Onyx is all that remains. Doesn't really matter what he does unless he wins it. And he will be dinked before he even finds a single kill. So, you know, what do you do? What do you do?
It's going to be the craziest
perhaps
clutch we've ever seen.
Yeah, it would have to be. And I don't think they're going to let it happen. They've still got so much utility as well. Like, there's just no way. I can't see a single parameter that works for it. He's got the bomb. There you go. That's it. And I guess his gun does one tap. But these are serious copes.
Yeah, look at them playing a high-low setup on B as well.
There he is. And down he goes. So, the lead for Namiga. I thought, you know, we get to the overtime, TNL get that first round. Oh, this could be a complete gas out from Namiga, but not the case. And now, of course, the readjustment going to have to happen here for Team Next Level.
It felt like one of the few times that we've actually seen Namiga go for simultaneous extremities plays. You know, lurk smoke B, as well as players trying to get out towards long. They were trying to create, you know, a potential rotation and make use of the open space. Seattle were definitely caught off with how free long actually ended up being as well. But Namiga did have their struggles on their own T side. See if they can adjust. Wow, the shot there from Onyx looked like it should have been on the money, but in fact it's just the util that's doing all the damage. Now he tucked in at the car and does a good job of dealing with one, but Onyx now trapped at the back of the site, and Lear's found his kill alongside that presence in B. Onyx needs something, some support, some help, or at least a kill back, and Xanter just patient around that smoke. Help was cut off by Lear and his presence. So now a 2-on-4, where they're relying a lot on this flash play.
Where is Lear going? I guess. I suppose he's going to drop CT or something, but he's got to get a bit of a move on. Yeah, they will unfortunately not find anything on the site itself, so he's just kind of a security factor. A safety net. Either way, Namiga going to move up to 15 first. TNL going to have to do it with their backs against the wall again. And man, what a ride it would be, you know? Like, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike on the horizon if this goes south for TNL, and at the moment it looks like it is indeed going to go south.
Yeah, it would push us to Ancient as the decider. Which, given the way that this game has had its peaks and troughs for both teams involved, weren't sure we'd even get there. But now, 2 chances to close it out. See the double ult setup here for TNL once again. Onyx having impact with that in rounds gone by. I was really hoping he'd get more in the previous round. This will be a standard fight for mid-control. Knife taking some damage over at long, but as he's escaping, Fleurax takes the angle for the retreat and finds an opener. That was a consistent thing that TNL could rely on, was Fleurax finding a pick.
Lear looking to get one back. He's ahead of the utility here. Oh, the flash is good. The flash is good. It's an easy double for Dowie. And maybe an easy finish to the round here for TNL as well, if they put their heads together. I'm not really sure how Namiga would get back in, but, you know, stranger things have happened in the world of Counter-Strike. Fleurax in behind, though. Keeping it simple. And it's just Sawalia, I think they vaguely know. You can see him. Okay, never mind. They will clean up house. And a flawless one there for TNL.
Yeah, once again, just that AWPing presence is nothing to scoff at. I'm loving that both these teams, in kind of recognition of how static they've been and sometimes the punishment that they receive by playing more default inside the sites, has actually been trying to push boundaries over at that longhouse. We saw Namiga do it on their CT side. TNL also toying with that idea. Then a lot of action in middle as well with the AWP head-to-head. This will be a 1-4 start here for TNL. Onyx on his solo adventures over on that B side. They do have to worry about the idea of fast mid presence from Namiga, given that nobody was spotting it after the initial call. They do reset to a more standard approach. I have to be careful. Flash is coming over, and a smoke that will block him from receiving any support.
Yeah, not good. The trade is there, though. The trade is there. Khan, at the very least, trying to do as best he can. Oh, my goodness. Fleerack's taken down. Drive-by is clean. They know where Ken is at as well. Surely going to drop here, and indeed he does. Not looking good at Tonic and Dowie. Those B defenders on the rotation to try and save the round here. Try and save the game. Bomb gets chucked across. So not much they can do to stop that. They're going to go in. It's minimal damage. I think about as minimal as it gets, to be honest.
Didn't even make it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see the HP bar drop down. Here you go, he's got another one. Also didn't make it, so it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good here, guys, as they'll try and break back into the A-bomb site. Namiga, 1 kill away from a third and final map. On it, going to have to do the impossible, and it absolutely is impossible. I've been around enough to know that. Down he will go. And man alive, in the overtime, Namiga get it done. We've got Ancient to decide this series.
Yeah, I mean, a great fight back from Namiga. There were definitely worrying signs on that first map on Mirage, but here on Dust 2, they were playing more to their own tune, and I think they're just glad that it didn't actually come down to the fact that Fleerack was finding so much impact on that AWP. But we'll have to see how that third map of the series does go by. Ancient is what will decide who actually finds themselves in that final for the ESL Pro League European qualifiers. We'll be back after the break.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really find my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
So here we go. It is the final map shootout. All three required here for this upper bracket final. And once again, as we talked about, pretty cutthroat. Not going to give you your spot. You've got another game to play tomorrow evening, and it might just be against the same opponent. So do bear that in mind as well. But it's been a long old series here. Ups and downs, overtimes secured, but then not winning it out in overtime. And also some win streaks going to get broken here for these two teams. It all comes down to Ancient. I think is that maybe how it goes, Michael? All good best of threes end in Ancient, right? Maybe?
Yeah,
I guess we'll find out.
I mean, Ancient at least is it's a fun map between, aggression, retakes, and, some executions. There's some maps that lean too much into executes or lean too much into gunfights. Ancient, it does feel like is maybe the most balanced in terms of just the types of play styles you can express, which is nice to see. I mean, we've seen different approaches so far from both squads. TNL a little bit more map control into exec, Namiga a little bit more bursty and explosive, and so we'll see whether those two styles kind of clash together. I will say, as you know, watching Namiga make their come up and, you know, build a reputation for themselves with Jouet in the roster, I actually thought there were players like Lear that almost went kind of underappreciated at certain periods of time for Namiga because of how sort of pivotal he can be on his lurks and the way that he sometimes likes to call around himself as a pivot point. It can be very difficult for teams to actually deal with what Namiga are offering because sometimes they just don't realize why they're pulling out of a bomb site and going the other way, or what the justification is. They can have ideas or stipulations and think, well, they must have a lurker somewhere, but actually finding Lear sometimes can be quite difficult. So I feel like a lot of this map actually will come down to whether or not Lear can be negated or effective, respectively for either team.
Yeah, definitely going to be a really key part of the game here, I think, as well. We've had a long series, and as I've mentioned, a lot of difficulty, I think, for both teams from that mental standpoint. So if Ancient is one of those reset maps, it is certainly puggier, and I think that we could be in for a few messy moments in places. One of the maps that TNL in particular have absolutely spammed, so that is also something to consider, that they're going to have a lot to draw on. They played it just yesterday and the day before, actually, in overtime, so worth noting there. And they won one of them, lost one of them, both 16-14. So they've had some pretty long maps here on Ancient as well. I think finding that consistency proves to be somewhat troublesome.
Yeah, especially when we start to rise through the level of competition that they're having to play. Like you said, they've been playing it quite a lot over the past few months, and one of the things that they've had the advantage of is that during that rise, they are playing teams of, you know, maybe a questionable caliber, some with newer rosters that are looking to gain some ranking points, some that have always been a little turbulent within this kind of position that TNL are in. And so they have been able to find some easier wins, but as they've gone up against harder competition, those games have been closer and closer. And I'm not expecting it to really change against the Namiga, who are within that same realm of pushing TNL close. But it will be our final map within the series. Namiga starting on the T side of Ancient and already loading themselves up with a couple of smokes and a couple of Molotovs set to be outside of A. Or B, sorry.
Maybe just waiting to see, if there's anything coming their way before they release the nades. I was going to say, but no, they're not actually paying as much attention as they really needed to be. Surely just one eyeball on ramp, to make sure that push doesn't come in. Kind of insane, but TNL, and Knife in particular, going to get away with it.
Yeah, timing on that was perfect, because they had kept eyes on ramp for a little bit, and then it's that delayed push where Knife just slides in as they're about to deploy smokes from outside that B lane. I mean, fantastic shooting as well. Knife found his opener and didn't have a second one lined up, but just clotheslined the players that attempted to trade. I love when teams decide to be disruptive, and pistol rounds are certainly a great way to start that. It can be a double-edged sword. Had Knife gone down early or had that timing not been hit, could have blown up in their faces, but they're going to continue applying pressure to ramp, this time against the Glocks. Lear will find a trade after Onyx finds two. And they'll snag away that MP9. Dink onto Dowie immediately. Extra money for Risky Bob.
Yeah, they'll take that. Maybe one more on the cards, but not going to happen. So, Knife standing strong, continues to go flawless, I suppose. We'll see how long that lasts. But, yeah, the extra money might help out a little here. Namiga onto the buy quite quickly, as you would expect on Ancient. I think a lot of teams like just getting the rifles out and trying to find a quick scrap. So, I'd be happy to see that from Namiga if they indeed opt to push in for that first kill.
I'm expecting Onyx to try and be a forward fighting force. Good HE onto Xanter, flash as well through to Cave, and Onyx kind of lost within these smokes. Was loud about his approach, but the spam from Fleerax is right on the money. Lear was supposed to try and retain some of that lane control. Khan will at least answer back on one of those players trying to escape, and as another one flees, Knife taken down to 13 health.
Oh, Xanter, big find from him. Risky Bob in middle as well, also going to keep the kills coming in. There's a soft flank from Dowie, but he is being watched. Risky Bob doing great work here. The one big thing is that bomb is like miles away, so this is a really weird looking game state right now. Dowie, though, not going to be ready for Khan to be so deep in. He does check his angles,
he is.
And he finds the headshot. So there you go. I wasn't familiar with the game. And Dowie with a good read here as well to move back towards A. I think he knows that, you know, why the hell has the bomb not been planted on B if this guy is super deep? And goodness me, he's got it perfectly. He's got it to a T. Surely now the kill. Oh, the silver platter, and it is indeed. I mean, he even makes the spray a bit harder than it needed to be, but he will clutch up.
What a perfect read on how that round was playing out. Knew he'd lost his B players, knew that they could have been in the bomb site, that they should have probably punched in a plant. Recognized that a player was coming back from all that forward pressure on B, and yet decided to fight from ledge and catch his teammate back at Donut. Just had a full understanding of what Namiga's reactions were and why they were making it. That will be disappointing, though, for Namiga. They got the kills they wanted. They fought back from a deficit, and it still doesn't pan out for them. They got read like a book.
They did. Absolutely. I mean, tough start into this one for sure. So, gonna have to bounce back quickly within what is a BO1 shootout here. No time for feeling sorry for yourself. Into the low buy. As aggression comes down the ramp. Oh, Xanter, he was watching it for a while, but as soon as he looks away, of course, that is Counter-Strike at the end of the day. But so is that. Deagle finding two. And Ken in a very precarious position here. Super risky. He gives his life away, gives the bomb site away, and surely with it, the round as well. I think he most certainly needed to drop back there and just gather their losses. But we'll see. Bomb not been planted yet.
Yeah, there was hesitation. And Lear will finally punch in that plant, but they're expecting that a rotate is likely coming out from a CT on the flank. They have not retained cave control. They know ramp is open. So Lear will tuck himself deeper inside of the site while his two teammates sit at long. Now, Dowie does have a smoke and a kit. Bomb radius is huge on Ancient. Should Dowie be undetected, uncleared for, and Namiga just assume he's saving, he could slide in here. Here's their steps, running away. I think he is looking for a ninja. Now spotted. And so that will be his chances to call it quits. Dealt with. Nice spam from Lear. Timing is perfect. Echo locates him inside of cave. And Namiga off of pistols. Just a buy around some upgrades. Completely stuffs team next level. That's what they get for being so aggressive down ramp so consistently. Again, I noted before, I love that teams will be willing to do that, but it is a double-edged sword. It can come back to bite you, and doing it against the force buy, well, Sawalio punished them massively for that double kill at ramp.
Well, we'll see if TNL have got a bit of it themselves, I suppose. Made with a tiny bit of damage. 5-7 up close. Not going to release a smoke just yet, actually. So being pretty conservative with the nades. Onyx sticks around in cave. Loses his life. So TNL playing a pretty confident game. Maybe verging on arrogant a couple of these moves, and they are being punished for them for sure. They know that Knife's got to be around with another smoke. He says hello. Here I am. Maybe he can get his hands onto the gun, but no, he's denied.
God, I thought he was going to get that kill into Risky as well. I mean, he was descending the box as the 5-7 swung. It felt like he had a real fighting chance at that. And they do know that that rifle is retrievable inside of cave. They'll need to get access to it. Getting kills easy enough on the flank. Santer, good adjustment and good patience. Didn't panic, even if he didn't have his crosshair in the right place to start. Has the range advantage and makes use of it. So I think Flyrax may try and slide in to Cheetah and grab an AK, maybe capitalize on a player fleeing. But these are containment exit kills being lined up here for TNL. Nothing more than that.
Yes, indeed. Namiga quickly closing the gap after some heartbreak. I suppose they dish out a bit themselves. Should have another one on the horizon as well with the lack of cash for the CT side. So, kind of quietly looking forward to what this game has in store for us. I think Ancient's one of my favourite maps to cast and has been for a while. So, hoping for some of those crazy openers.
There's just so many retakes on this map. There's a lot of aggression. There's a lot of fights. None of this, you know, only execs or constantly being out of position on push-pull rotations. You can get some parts of it, but yeah, this map is fun for aggressive players. And, well, here's some more aggression. Flyrax down bottom ramp actually comes away with a kill. And they wanted to crunch it, but the Molotov inside of cave actually disrupts the pace. That was a molly ramp as well, but Flyrax did not care. It's purely committed to a B side stack. Now, Namiga are still flirting with the idea of continuing B.
Yeah, might not be the move. Knife is sneaking. Trying to get a 5-7.
Yeah.
Or maybe the... No, the player that got dropped is a bit too far away. So yeah, literally just the 5-7. I don't know, kind of wild. MP9 comes in, money made. But the round looks good. Only 2 people required to get all 5 there.
I'm pretty sure he dropped his USP far away so that he could pick up the 5-7 without making noise, but yeah, he had nothing, and couldn't find it. Oh, just like that. 3-3. Buy back in here for TNL, but Onyx is on an MP9, which shouldn't prove to be that much of a problem, given how aggressive TNL have been towards B lane. That being his primary position, instant smoke at the B doors, and look at the pace change here for Namiga. They're actually beating past it. They're immediately up ramp. Lear's gotten a lot of space and finds the head of knife instantly. Onyx now trapped inside of cave, but also behind a smoke, so cannot put up a contest on the site.
Bomb goes down. Man down here for TNL. Are they going to even go for it? And I think the answer is no. As we've got Flyrax in a saving position. The rest of the boys also trying to kind of get out here. You know, easier said than done sometimes. But they will just about make it away. So, somewhat anticlimactic round, to be honest. But definitely the finish to it as well. Namiga going through the motions and looking very good while doing so. Simple stuff here, but really paying off. TNL have lost some of their spark, it feels like. Through the fire. They might all go down to the bomb here, actually. Yeah, that's hella close. Lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage.
It's just not very consequential, is the problem. Namiga have been able to build money in these past few rounds in their winning ways that they've got more than enough in the back pocket. You know, at times you can say that those exits will matter, but again, some of it is conditional on finding success. And sure, it can tee you up later and deeper into the game. You know, they wouldn't have wanted Namiga to continue building cash, for example, but TNL also had 4 weapons that could have been very valuable coming into this round. So there are pros and cons to the approach they made. They'll need one of these half buys or their next gun round to see success. Otherwise, this half gets completely out of control. Well, they made extra sure that nobody was inside of Donut. 3 Molotovs used by Namiga.
Sawalio Ready to go on the entry. Oh! Nearly losing his head, but thankfully outside of that one tap range. Xanta, meanwhile, through the smoke. I think not expecting to find anything, but he does get a kill.
That's a bad kill to give away, actually. I mean, they were fairly convinced that Namiga were going to be almost funneled into this A-bomb site, but now that Xanta's found a freebie on ramp, they know about at least 2 players on that A-bomb site, and so, yeah, they'll be fleet-footed to actually rotate to B. Now, the CTs are arriving in time, but Namiga will know that they've not exactly sprung in very quickly, and that TNL could have made an adaptation.
This gets a little weird in the final 20 seconds. Ken's mollied off, but not really scared off. However, it's the kills at top ramp that are nice and clean. He gets his, but there's nobody to back him. And so Namiga will start edging ahead now. 5 rounds to the good. And we'll see if they can continue this streak.
Yeah, just good understanding, I think, there from Namiga. Kept themselves on guard, didn't think that they were beating a timing whatsoever, and just went for an execute where they are expecting all 3 players of TNL. This ult of Fleerax, though, has to be the difference maker. We haven't seen him in... I mean, we've had maybe one opportunity where he might have had it, but we need to see that impact. It was a big factor on Dust2 in making the game close. Ooh, it's an ugly fight there for Dowie. Just spots a player and gets flashed up.
Dangerous here in the next few moments. Fleerax on the back end of the smoke can't spot them. They're not coming his way. It is mid that has the biggest gap available, and it is mid that's going to get somewhat abused. I don't think one man watching from far away will necessarily be enough. The bomb, again, though, is just nowhere to be seen. So, like, are we following up? Are we splitting A? What's going on? Khan a little asleep at the wheel. The shadow spotted late, and he will go down. So it's swung. It has swung. TNL now with the advantage.
That's very weird. They have to push ramp here. They know that they can be pressured from behind. Nice kill from Karen. You see Knife trying to account for it. He's the low health player, and so more willing to be fed to the wolves. Finds his kill onto Xanter. Player was already low. And Risky will try and isolate a duel, but Onyx will win his. 4th round here for TNL, and it comes off the back of some solid openers, just dealing with the forward play of Namiga through Red Room. Exceptional work from Knife. I mean, kept eyes on Red, understood that at a certain health he actually couldn't continue to fight. He's down to 14 HP, and so kind of calls a reaction for his teammates to make, and they deliver.
Yes, sir. We'll see if they can keep delivering, I suppose. It is important that they do so. Big utility damage here across the board. The kill comes in for Ken, and Lear's left low, so this is a very good-looking round if Ken can survive just a little longer. It's actually Dowie that goes down, and now maybe we're in jeopardy. Khan getting a 1-for-1. It is never as clear-cut as it seems. Again, this bomb is left behind the action, so they can't necessarily spring onto a bomb site. So they have to pull the plug and take it a little slower.
The TNL will know that there's massive areas of the map that are left exposed. The player could have actually slid into red on, I think, an off-timing Fleerax. Rather, Karen is hoping that he has kept that at least as a consideration. They go back to re-clear it, but Knife's alone on this side of the map. Timing's good. Catches a player with a Molotov in hand, but doesn't capitalize on the frag. That was Lear on his low HP. So they have the space to plant should they so want, but they want to push forward into long, and they find both. A quick collection here for Namiga, and now an open sight. Karen too low, and with an AWP in hand, he will likely save. Slow and steady here for Namiga.
Yeah, it really is just very, very drawn out, and I think a war of attrition, a war of impatience and expectations and just constantly being on edge. And you can see it sometimes in the TNL mechanics, you know what I mean? Like, they just are failing a few of the shots. Ken, looking to live it. Will he be able to do that, I suppose, is the big question. Left low and finished, so no, he can't take the AWP, and pretty important that he survives, actually.
Yeah,
and maybe would have gotten a bit further away.
I really don't understand why he even went for that. After getting his first kill for free, he should have immediately tucked tail and run to spawn, almost. He can't have known that they were all going to save in the same position. I suppose that's the out I'll give him. If he ran through spawn, there was somebody elbow, for example. He just looks a little silly, but yeah, having that AWP would have been nice. You see Fleerax buying into it, but doesn't have armor or any util that can help out on these rotates. He has not had the same impact as he did in maps prior. Dowie already dealt with so rapidly, and the early HE of Xanter and some of the spam has already been very successful. Xanter even challenging Fleerax, holding a deeper line. You can understand why. Namiga have been very slow-paced about the way they've been working this map. And why wouldn't you be? TNL have been so aggressive in rounds gone by.
Honic. Oh my god, you're joking. The timing is insane. He will get dropped, and I'm feeling less and less confident in the B hit here, Namiga. But again, they've still got a minute in the round, so they are looking to continue drawing things out.
Oh.
Fleerax with a nice catch. That's going to be the bomb hitting the deck. So now Namiga have lost control of proceedings. Ken with a messy one. Knife also. He's done so much damage. The spam finishes him off. And the AWP of Fleerax trained in and true for his fourth.
Well, I said he wasn't having a lot of impact, and sure enough, it's a glass cannon that finally strikes through. Was on 4 kills prior and finds 4 in that one round. And now Namiga's money is teetering on the edge. They can still get rifles together, so Walio can drop an AK over. They should be able to get every rifle they need, but the likeliness of them bringing an AWP forward is incredibly low. This doesn't seem to be a tactical timeout. It seems to be a minor technical. Give a lot of time for both sides to manage their funds. Because that was kind of a last stand buy from TNL. Should they have failed there, this round would not have been so well equipped. You can see Onyx is kind of resourceless, but has utility can pick up inside of spawn.
Yeah, should be okay.
I think he's actually leaving. I want to say he's leaving the grenades in spawn for his team, because he's probably going to be very aggro with this MP9.
Maybe just bored in the timeout as well, you know? But yeah, you might be onto something.
How dare he?
It just looks like he's about to run over them. But we're going to find out. Oh, okay. The last minute switch up. Cheers, mate. Incredible.
Faked you out.
Yeah, he did. He really did. Just for me, all that. But you were right. He's getting super aggressive in towards A main. So, little bits of nuance, but it indeed can all have an impact.
Okay, well, that is incredibly impactful. They try and take contact ramp, and Cairn just finds head after head. Dowie and Knife combine with him, and that round is over in the blink of an eye. 6-6 at the turn of the half in our decider map. We'll see how things go in that second half.
So here we are. It all comes down to this. Namiga up against TNL. Once again on Ancient. Seems to be a trend the past few games that I have casted. That Ancient is the deciding map, the deciding factor. And we'll see. Namiga, I think, could have squeezed out a couple more rounds. I think they'll know that as well. But, you know, a neutral game of 6-6 is nothing to be sad about.
Yeah, TNL seem to have a similar plan to what Namiga were trying to pull off in their own pistol, but they actually will be able to get their util out. It's actually a smoke to cave as well as short, and they're met by one at ramp, so they actually can't make use of the exec they had planned. They do not fancy running through this smoke, and so they'll start to pressure Xanter's position, but as they run in, it's the dualies that find the first, Risky to trade right back, and TNL are looking to pump right back into this B bomb site.
Very well disciplined from him as well to take the first kill and run back. You know, just trying to play the bait position.
Oh.
Not going to work, though. Maybe nerf the Glock jumping accuracy. Onyx changes guns up as well, so he can do it all right now. Big two-piece from him to give TNL number 7.
Yeah, it's surprising that it blows up in that manner. I mean, Namiga had more than enough pieces to actually lock down a potential rotate from TNL. I mean, the fact that Xanter is alone with those dualies and his support is arriving just a little bit late is confusing, because they'd locked them out of that B side, and even if TNL ran past that smoke, they had 4 players that could have defended. Locking down cave is a big part of retakes very often. Anyway, very well managed from TNL, and against the USPs, Karen will farm. 3 kills with that MAC-10, and the sidearm will collect on another.
Risky Bob. More like Sneaky Bob right now. Tap on the Bob. Oh, more like Disconnected Bob. What the hell? Where is he?
I thought after the tap he'd, you know, peek out or do something.
Yeah,
but
yeah. He was just like, they can't see me. I am hidden.
Yeah, they'll never check this position.
Yeah. Incredible work. Well, you know, no harm, no foul. Don't think he would have found anything even if he did pay attention to his surroundings. Alright, we'll see. A very strong bonus buy here from TNL.
Till starts out well here for Namiga. The early HE to lane. That's about 50 damage. Well, it's definitely more than that. 60. My math is slowly tallying up 70 odd.
All good. You took the risk. I know in the back of your mind, also being a commentator, journeyman.
It's like, why did I do it? But, you know, it's fine.
When you think about doing maths, then you're like, oh, I did the little panic, be like, it'll be fine. You know, I know numbers. And then you doubt yourself, you know, it's just a whole mental gymnastics. I don't think other people that don't work on camera, you know, work on a live broadcast will understand, ever.
And that's one of those game show specialists that we have in the UK where they're just so good at instant maths. That's not actually what our strong suit is supposed to be. Liking the way that TNL are approaching this map, though. I mean, they've taken B lane control, they've slid into red, and Karen has dealt with the aggression of Xanter down ramp as well. Look at the complete absence of control or consideration of that red room angle. TNL just find players across the map and have secured their way into a 9th round, so Alio is completely disconnected from any chances at B. Ooh, what is this? Why they have all run away from Soalio's position. They've effectively left the entire site in control of Fleerax, and Soalio actually given it a solid swing. Things could have been very weird.
It's a 1v3, man. You know, he's definitely saving. Yeah, super risky, but in this kind of situation, it pays off. I wouldn't necessarily do that in your pug games, guys, because that's how you get injured. Either way, he will go down. So 9-6. TNL steamrolling ahead right now.
Yeah, these rounds have actually just not been very dramatic at all. You know, you consider what TNL were doing with the force buys, and you know, the biggest boon that they had on that CT side was really just how aggressive they were continually being to B lane. You noted a couple of times Namiga had the bomb trapped outside the B doors, but that's because Namiga were losing 1 or 2 players very frequently on their defaults, and actually just didn't have the sort of room necessary to move from default into setup for an exec. Knife being very aggro towards ramp. They're trying to pick up the pace here on the side of Team Next Level, but a smoke breaching into bottom side ramp, and Lear has found the player in cave. And as they make it past the smoke, they will notice that there's a lot of room to be gained on the site itself, and they'll make use of those smokes while they're up.
Bit of spam across. Tiny bits of damage done. The Pistols, I think, just looking to overwhelm if they are to have a chance here. And I respect that they are sticking around and going for it. You know, there's bits of armor in here that could be saved, but these guys are feeling good. Don't have loads of time. Smoke is not perfect either, to be honest. But here we are. The trades are in. Someone needs to get on the bomb in like the next couple of seconds. Not going to happen. But they do take some names with them, which could be important. But again, loads of cash for TNL right now.
And Amiga are struggling to find solutions. AWP now out for Khan. He is currently 2-13. So if we're going to see improvements to Namiga, hoping it starts there. A Khan, a player that felt like he overperformed at the major. Maybe more of a LAN player than one that's online, but can be feast or famine. The 1-for-2 exchange in middle, Namiga coming out better for those exchanges. But TNL have now created some room for themselves inside of mid, even if it comes at heavy losses. Wow, great nade. Jumps right into it.
Yeah, you hear that nade bounce sound. A lot of players, you know, try and get away from it. Sometimes actually would be better to just stand still. It's unrealized damage, though, is the only thing. So TNL are going to play a flat 4-on-3. Which I think is... Ooh, easier said than done.
The timing looks good here for Onyx, though.
Possibly. They've just lost Knife. It's kind of what screws him a little bit. But it could give them A-site control. You can see as well, Khan on your minimap, he's checking CT, checking Red Room, checking CT. So, yeah, there you go. Onyx actually played it quite well to find an important player. They've got to know there's a guy in Donut.
Yeah, they've got to smoke for it.
Yeah, they're all good. Bomb plant going to come in. And into the retake. No kit available here for the CT side, so it is dicey for sure. What is their game plan? It's actually to go through the smoke and try and overwhelm this Donut player. It works, but there's a lot of damage done, and the info will come in. I'm a fan of the idea, but maybe just a conventional A main setup could have done a little better for them.
Yeah, they didn't even need to necessarily fight for A main. I mean, Onyx was still Temple side as well. He could have fought from that position. The actual planter had very few places to go, unfortunately, so he almost necessarily had to fight within default or into Donut. Actually, given where it was planted, playing from Donut just wasn't a real play at all, because it was kind of planted in the furthest corner. If they jumped on the defuse from A main side, you actually just wouldn't see the CTs. So it gets a bit hectic. They were fighting from a deficit, so what little they could pull out of that round, they did. We're down to 2 surviving members here for Namiga, which will keep their money at bay. And of course, a minor technical timeout. As we should await a round restart. I think everyone's actually here.
I believe so, yeah. Looks good to me. So maybe something that's a little more out of Counter-Strike. It has been a long series, you know. We do get the human tech timeouts, if you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm. You know what's really quite interesting to me is that, coming into this season, obviously there's been quite a lot of roster moves. We've been looking at a lot of the Tier 1 scene, and we've been seeing effectively the same matchups between the top 10 for quite some time, and there's going to be some moves that happen there. G2 is obviously one that's sided. Spirit have made one as well, and there's a lot of moving pieces. But the Tier 2 circuit, as much as there are teams that are trying to rise through the rankings, they're often the ones that are going to get picked to pieces. And so, Namiga are obviously one of those teams that, at the start of this year, if you had put this particular head-to-head in front of me, Namiga are massive favorites. But now with the way that they're having to adapt the roles, the expectations of their players, I wouldn't be surprised to see Namiga capitulate. They've been doing a great job to make it as far as they already have within this qualifier, but I think there's also a lot of teams within this qualifier that are in similar positions where they're either trying to make a roster move that fixes an issue that they've been having, or they're having to compensate for losing a player that's maybe been poached by another team within the circuit. TNL, in a weird way, have the luxury of having players that they've had since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, it does seem to maybe have allowed them to slip through the cracks a little bit and move up the rankings slowly but surely. Outside of 18 months ago, I don't think many people would have heard of these players. And here they are competing pretty cleanly for a spot at Pro League and working their way up towards the top 30. At least on the HLTV rankings there. All the same, slow start into this round, minute in, and not really an awful lot of presence from either side.
You just don't have a lot of resources here on the side of Namiga either. And you won't feel comfortable holding onto a bomb site if you can't stall them with a smoke or a Molotov. So they may actually be incentivized in the next 10-15 seconds to try and press the issue and get an idea of where TNL are headed. It's a good blocking smoke inside the front of Cave, though.
Not a lot of options for this T side. They're just going to go charging up the ramp and hope that the shots land. Decent nadage here. Namiga hiding away, giving them a lot of space, and maybe too much space, you might argue. Lear, they've got to know about him. Clean from knife on the entries. 20th kill of the game, and 11th round of the game here for TNL as well. That's really in the danger zone.
Yeah, that may just be the knockout punch. And that's why I thought Namiga would have to press the issue. I mean, they have 2 smokes. They use one to block out Cave, but you just watch, from TNL's point of view, them just going through the motions on the exec. They never have to really worry about dodging flashes. They're not getting incendiary. There's no HEs landing at their feet. There's nothing to make these fights awkward or for them to feel uncomfortable. It almost kind of just looks like a dry run strategy just because of the amount of room that Namiga had to give them, given that they opted for a passive setup. CS2 is the era of being proactive. And, there were certain moments where teams like Maus or Heroic, the Shuhei-led Maus and the Cadian-led Heroic, where that proactive style was a little bit more niche. A lot of teams adopted it. It kind of fell out of favor a little bit as well, favoring more just aggression at the opening segments of rounds on CT sides. But we're now finding ourselves back into this balance where, especially in the Tier 2 meta, a lot of it does come off of, where are your opponents? How do you read the map? And is there space to take that as a CT you can double up and hunt for trades or information? That has been a major kind of stopping point for some teams that if they're unable to make those types of styles work, usually they are a lot more on the pacey side, on their T-side aggression, are very fast to react on trades, but Namiga have been anything but.
Can't trade up for the first kill. But again, it looks to be a heavy B play from TNL. Self behind. Ready to break in. Tip the tat on nades. There's a little more A presence than you might expect out from Namiga, actually. So are they going to do something with that? Is there some aggression to come in? It looks like they're boosting over there at the moment. So perhaps confidently going to leave that player alone. Advanced cave position here. So Namiga definitely trying something a little different. Whether it pays off for them is another question. They've abandoned up mid now. Could get a bit scary. Small jump peak coming in. The spam is good, though. It's 2 players in there, of course. Molotov round. Dowie chimes in. Maybe we're back on for TNL. A nice little trade on that exchange.
That was like Shadow Clone Jutsu. I mean, Lyra and Xanter had the exact same thought process from the spams to how they were going to retreat, and not both of them makes it. So they're going to be happy that they even managed out 1-for-1, given that they got shot through a wall. But 35 seconds remain here for TNL. And with that mounting pressure on B, the lack of success in holding it for Namiga, there's only going to be one player that makes that rotate and risky bomb to help reinforce this A bomb site. Between him and Sawalio, boosted on tree. Wow, the read is
a little bit more.
It's on point, though. I mean, they look immediately to that spot.
Yeah, I think they're ready in terms of how the setup is. Khan landing the tag. Nade over the top. Doesn't find the kill. Again, minimal damage. The HGs sometimes have been difficult to work with. Stacked on top of each other here against the AWP. The double swing comes in, and TNL, yeah, just looking so well put together here. They will continue, not necessarily defying the odds, but just having that extra 10% to get them over the line in these rounds.
Yeah, they play safe, and then they lose the round. They just, I feel like it's almost rinse repeat. Sure, the ends are slightly different. I actually kind of rated the positional changes for Namiga and how they were approaching that A-bomb site. There was more than a few times where Khan was just solo A with an AWP in spawn and a player donut. They tried to shift that around given the weapons they had, but TNL are effectively in flow state. They knew that A main was exposed and a problem for them should they come to that late round plant, but the fact they honed in on tree so rapidly, I mean, a laser focus here for TNL to make it into that grand final. Khan has just also been so unimportant on this AWP, which is a shame to see, given that they've invested into it a number of times. And now this will be the most important round for it, because they've justified that purchase for him again. He has to actually reap the rewards.
Bit of aggression. No one spotted. But TNL, their patience might just pay off. Lear has to get this right. He has to get this perfect. Smoke goes down. Surely got to call for a rotation. Or at the very least, you know, this heavy presence on A, on mid. They've got to do something with it. But they will at least rotate one around. TNL, plenty of util to go at here as well.
You can see them just clamoring straight to that B bomb site. There's been no real signs of commitment. The tag and the frag in at ramp. Knife collecting and looking to press that issue. Finds Xanter playing the edges of cave entrance. And Onyx will take a dink right back, but there's mounting pressure elsewhere. Ken running through the Molotov and does get overpowered by these SMGs. Flea racks and AWP shot miss. And maybe getting a bit too big for their boots. TNL taking some massive risks and simply not being rewarded. It's a Lear 4K that capitalizes. Namiga are still in it.
Just about. Just about. It looked pretty good, you know, parameters-wise, with all that utility. But as you say, just charging them down and, yeah, some desperate moves for a team that doesn't have to be desperate. Plenty of time, plenty of rounds to close this one out. So, you know, no need to sway the odds against yourself. But we'll see here. This is often the return round situation that can be harder to deal with. Mid-control. TNL with something a bit new.
just catching the edge of them above the smoke. Finally, some aggression from Nemiga, but it's the perfect counter from Knife and the deletion of Khan. He has been absent. He has been negated. And constantly hitting the deck here in this game could not spur anything on with that AWP. Risky will miss. A 1-on-5 seems impossible. The tag is there, but TNL, Team Next Level, find it in 3.
Really, really solid stuff from them. They will move through to that grand final tomorrow evening. Going to be playing for a spot at Season 22 of ESL Pro League. But my goodness gracious, I feel like they deserved it on that third map, right? A long series overall. Nemiga with the drawn-out rounds. It eventually worked for them on Dust 2, and a map that I think hands itself to that style of play, but Ancient, not necessarily the opposite, just a little harder to make it work. And as you were so rightly noting, their CT side just so flaccid. They were very nervous to try and pull off any kind of aggression, trying to play, you know, the bait game, the draw them in game, and just not quite believing in the individual level in the way that you would maybe want them to. TNL, a little bit the opposite of that. They've got some great individuals who indeed had a fantastic series, right? So
yeah,
I would say the deserving winners, but still a lot of work to be done for TNL to maybe believe in themselves for Pro League itself. And there's a good number of teams down on the bottom side that look kind of scary. I believe Paravision beating Sashi 2-0. So a long old run. Sashi, if they're still playing from Kosovo, absolutely mad stuff for them. And unfortunately, they're not going to make it to even the consolidation final. And then, of course, it will be Paravision versus Nemiga. That takes place tomorrow here on the mainstream at 3:30 Central European time. So, yeah, going to be another difficult couple of games if Nemiga are to bounce back. I'd put my stock in TNL, actually, to get the Pro League spot now.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing well. I think the fact they can considerably... I mean, these games end up being drawn out so frequently with them. I mean, I think their entire run has been riddled with 3-map series where it does come quite close in 1 or 2 of the maps, but they're going to be feeling good about the fact that they constantly bring those games close, and when it comes to crunch time, they also succeed. I think, you know, like you said, TNL have a lot to do in terms of growing. They're maybe hitting the right time to have an opportunity like this at their fingertips, where other teams are hoping to plug up gaps and fix and find solutions. They already made their roster moves at the start of the year and could find these teams that otherwise maybe should justify a position in Pro League are maybe not at their strongest fighting form just yet early on into the season. But that is us done for the evening. TNL will be in our grand final, and we'll have to see whether or not Paravision or Nemiga join them tomorrow.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Leslie.
turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling